Fang Chen, are you leading a riot? Do you not want the like talismans from Blue Star anymore?
Keep your talismans. Since they are from Blue Star, we'll play by Blue Star's rules.
A supreme manual? Oh crap! Who leaked the forbidden earth magic? Taoist, do you dare to defy the labor law? Okay, full weekends off. Just 4 hours a day on weekdays. Deal?
4 hours? Easy! And 2 whole days for our dual rest.
Deal! We won the weekend!
Fools. 14 hours a week just became 20. The ultimate forbidden magic is capitalism. Shh. Smash the like button and don't tell them a thing.
Wife! I played them! I'm a genius boss, right? Ouch!
Genius boss, you idiot! Who does he know the rules, but you clearly failed of this channel? You are! You just signed yourself into a 24/5 overtime hell.
Math, but 20 hours of video means 20 hours of glory.
Who edits those 20 hours?
You do, you moron!
You just signed yourself up for a 996 grind. Go tear up that contract, or don't come back.
I was the real clown all along!
Since the two failed to be selected for the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, they could only offer their blessings, wishing for Fang Chen and Liang Feiyan to continue radiating their brilliance within its hallowed halls. Fang Chen replied, "Perhaps another day. I must return to tend to Elder Xiao. Since Li Qingfeng and Liu Ruyan have departed, Zhao Wuji is left all alone." Ao Yongjun sighed in disappointment. "That is a pity. I bartered with several fellow disciples to obtain a great deal of fine wine." Zai Liashu also curled his lip. "Indeed. I even contacted many beautiful junior sisters to keep you fine company." Liang Feiyan countered, "Could you not simply let junior sister Liu and junior sister Chen attend to him? You have spent so long in that desolate and bitter land of the demon race, where there was naught to eat and not a single beauty to be found. Your senior brothers only wished to properly nourish your spirit." At the thought of Fang Chen being held captive for so long, their hearts ached. Life as a prisoner of the demon race must surely have been more wretched than that of a beast of burden. Not far away, Zhu Qingyang, who was conversing with the returning Supreme Elder of the Thousand Swords Sect, happened to overhear Liang Feiyan's words. His lip twitched violently as he strode forward and pinched Liang's ear. "You pity Fang Chen. Do you have any inkling of the life he led among the demons?" Liang Feiyan hissed in pain, gently. "It is about to be torn off. My brother suffered in the demon lands. Is it not right for me to care for his well-being?" Zai Liashu felt it was nonsensical and asked, "Senior Zhu, why do you speak such words? Junior brother Fang is a mortal enemy of the demon race. Could he truly have enjoyed a good life there?" Ao Yongjun was equally speechless. Indeed, the demons surely treated him with cruelty. Heaven only knows what inhumane tortures junior brother Fang endured. We only wished to offer him fine wine and the company of beautiful junior sisters to soothe the bitterness in his heart. This is merely a gesture of brotherhood. Why must you rebuke us, senior?" Unable to listen any further, Zhu Qingyang rolled his aged eyes. "You lot of womanless bachelors actually pity Fang Chen. Have you seen consort Yunxia?" Zai Liashu's eyes glazed over. "More than just beautiful. That figure, that face. She is a peerless gem of the mortal realm. To call her a celestial beauty would not be an exaggeration." Ao Yongjun and Liang Feiyan nodded in agreement. The beauty of consort Yunxia could truly be described as celestial. No man in this world could resist such allure. "And the sea enchantress demon king. Has any among you seen her?" This touched upon Zai Liashu's area of expertise. He declared with pride, "I have seen her portrait. Her upper body is that of a lithe and graceful woman, while her lower half is a fish's tail. The mermaid tribe is renowned for their beauty, and the sea enchantress demon king is the pinnacle among them. A supreme beauty that, once seen, is impossible to forget." Though Ao Yongjun and Liang Feiyan had never seen her, for her to leave such a deep impression on the womanizing Zai Liashu, her beauty was undoubtedly startling. Zhu Qingyang nodded slightly, one of the 4 paragons of the demon race. Zai Liashu puffed out his chest once more. "I know of her as well." At this moment, he was undoubtedly the most radiant figure upon the Boundary Mount. No one could outshine him in this particular field. Though I have never met her, it is said her talent is staggering, and her aura is serene and tranquil, gentle and endearing. She is the most beloved female of the younger generation within the demon race. To be so cherished by the entire race is a testament to her excellence. Liushu's eyes were filled with wondrous fantasies of Lingshu. Zhu Qingyang nodded. You know this much. Liushu said proudly, naturally, these are the top-tier beauties of the demon race. To obtain even one, what more could a man ask for? One could die without regrets. Zhu Qingyang let out a mocking chuckle, his tone strangely pointed. What if I told you that when Fang Chen traveled through the demon lands, he was accompanied by 3 such peerless beauties? The expressions of the 3 froze simultaneously. That cannot be right. How is this different from the miserable life we imagined for Fang Chen? Liushu's face stiffened. Fang Chen was a prisoner. There is nothing strange about the 3 of them monitoring him, is there? Zhu Qingyang's expression grew even more peculiar. The issue is that Fang Chen had complete freedom of movement. They were all obedient to his word, and were exceedingly courteous to his elder, Supreme Elder Qin Wangshuan. Lingshu even presented the Supreme Elder with gifts, seemingly intent on making a good impression. If I am not mistaken, they are all quite enamored with Fang Chen. A flock of maidenless bachelors sympathizing with someone who was accompanied by peerless beauties, and lived a life of leisure and joy. I am old, I truly cannot understand the youth of today. Liang Feiyan, Aoyang Jun, and Zai Liushu were petrified on the spot. Zai Liushu's face was rigid as he forced out, no. Does the demon race not also have the demon emperor's daughter? I heard she has golden hair and a face that could topple cities, not to mention her noble status. Zhu Qingyang ruthlessly crushed their hopes, sneering, you speak of Liulai, do you not know yet? Fang Chen is the Imperial son-in-law of the demon race, Liulai's betrothed. The demon race is Imperial son-in-law, Fang Chen. How is this possible? The demons wish they could devour him alive. Why would they ever make him their son-in-law? However, since these words came from the mouth of Zhu Qingyang, they were undoubtedly true. If so, Fang Chen had claimed all 4 of the demon race's great beauties for himself. Zhu Qingyang spoke with a half-smile, tusk. Fang Chen dwelt in the demon imperial court, dined on the finest delicacies, traveled with peerless beauties, and enjoyed the top cultivation abodes of the demon race. Yet some miserable wretches, huddling in the snow and frost of Boundary Mountain, actually felt pity for him. Hearing this, who could possibly remain composed? Liang Feiyan's face turned green, and he hissed through gritted teeth, it turns out the fool was I. Aoyang Jun wiped his face. Forget it. I shall drink this wine myself. I am the one who needs consolation. Zai Liushu was even more heartbroken. Junior brother Fang, how could you? Please, I beg of you, sever your ties with the 4 great beauties of the demon race. Seeing you like this is more painful than death. It truly proves the adage one fears a brother's suffering, but fears a brother's great fortune even more. Fang Chen rolled his eyes. You only see the wolf feasting on meat, not the beatings the wolf endured. Step aside. He then turned to Zhu Qingyang with a touch of speechlessness. Senior Zhu, do you seem to have a grievance against this junior? Zhu Qingyang waved his hand and said sarcastically, how would I dare? You are a monstrous genius of the sword Dao, the heaven-favored child who mastered the first volume of my sword kinesis technique. How could I possibly have a grievance against you? Fang Chen was caught between laughter and tears, so it turned out Zhu Qingyang was brooding over this. Back then, Fang Chen had worn the mask of Shadow Guard No. 1 and did not reveal his identity as a disciple of the Azure Cloud Sect, which was why Zhu Qingyang had imparted the sword technique to him. He never expected that once Fang Chen mastered it, he would do so as a disciple of the Azure Cloud Sect. This undoubtedly caused the Thousand Swords sect to lose a great deal of face. To have one's own sect's sword techniques propagated by an outsider who could find that easy to swallow. He smiled bitterly. That day, this junior did not intentionally hide his identity. I pray the senior might forgive me. Zhu Qingyang let out a snort through his nose. He said irritably, if I truly minded, would I have allowed Liang Feiyan to gift you the Zia Yu manual? He was well aware of Liang Feiyan's efforts to collect the Zia Yu for Fang Chen. He had simply chosen to turn a blind eye. Fang Chen immediately composed himself and cupped his hands. Thank you for your favor, senior. This junior is eternally grateful. Zhu Qingyang snorted and inquired, how goes your cultivation of Zia Yu? Has your sword body seen any progress? How was Fang Chen to respond to such a query? Cultivating the sword body required the sword kai of a spirit-grade artifact to temper the flesh. If he admitted to it, wouldn't it expose the secret of his purple sword? Seeing him hesitate, Zhu Qingyang sighed. Do you now know why no one cultivates Zia Yu? This Zia Yu is simply a scam meant to trap people. Among those who possess spirit-grade divine swords, who isn't a mighty existence at the Nascent Soul realm. And why would a nascent soul expert need to cultivate a sword body or learn sword flight? Is walking upon the void not vastly superior? This Zia Yu is as redundant as shedding one's trousers to pass gas, a completely superfluous endeavor. Zhu Qingyong cursed in a low voice, clearly having harbored deep resentment toward the absurdity of Zia Yu for many years. Fang Chen touched his nose since Zhu Qingyong believed he had not succeeded in cultivating it, then so be it. Quell your anger, senior. Perhaps Zia Yu is only suited for those fated to learn it. Zhu Qingyong took a deep breath and said, "You have just obtained Zia Yu and do not understand. Once you hold onto it for a few more years, you will curse it far more fiercely than I do. The creator of this sword technique is a wretched bastard." Having said that, he flicked his sleeves in a huff and strode away. Fang Chen secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had not admitted to successfully cultivating Zia Yu, otherwise Zhu Qingyong would have been so enraged that he coughed up blood on the spot. "Husband, what is the meaning of you becoming the prince consort of the demon race?" Fang Chen had just breathed a sigh of relief when a faint, soft voice drifted into his ear. Fang Chen felt his head swell and replied, "There are too many people here. Once we return to the Azure Cloud Sect's quarters, I will explain everything to you." Meanwhile, within a cave dwelling of the Giant Sect, Kong Yuanba shattered an ice sculpture with a single palm strike. He roared in shock. "Say that again. What happened to Supreme Elder He?" The news of He Jiazhang's death could not be kept hidden from the Giant Sect in the end. The fact that their sole Supreme Elder at the consummate 9th level of the Golden Core Realm had not returned alongside the Supreme Elders of the other sects had already instilled a deep sense of unease within the Giant Sect. Naturally, they dispatched people to gather intelligence. While the 8 returning Supreme Elders might not have intentionally informed the Giant Sect of this matter, as long as they mentioned it to those around them, it was no longer a secret. It was bound to spread from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100, eventually reaching the ears of the Giant Sect as an inevitable certainty. The reporting disciple said sorrowfully, "Supreme Elder He." Kong Yuanba staggered 2 steps and slumped heavily into his chair. The reason the upper 3 sects held their exalted status, aside from the formidable strength of their disciples, was primarily due to having a paramount expert at the consummate 9th level of the Golden Core Realm presiding over the sect. The previous fall of Fang Teiji had already dealt a colossal blow to the Giant Sect, at the massive cost of overdrawing their resources for the next several years. He Jiazhang had luckily managed to break through his physical limits and attain the consummate 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, successfully preserving the Giant Sect's position among the upper 3 sects. Yet now, he was being told that He Jiazhang had perished. To lose 2 experts at the consummate 9th level of the Golden Core Realm in succession, this was a devastating blow that no sect could ever hope to withstand. It was even more impossible for Kong Yuanba to accept. Disbelief etched his face as he demanded, "How did he perish? Supreme Elder, he was at the consummate 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. Even if he encountered the 5 great demon kings deep within the demon hinterlands, he should have possessed the strength to escape." The disciple who had gathered the intelligence clenched his fists in bitter resentment. It was Fang Chen. Fang Chen ordered Consort Yunxia and the Sea Charm Demon King to strike, murdering Supreme Elder He. Kong Yuanba sprang to his feet, violently grabbing the disciple by the collar, who, Fang Chen, he could command Consort Yunxia and the Sea Charm Demon King. Terrified by Kong Yuanba's horrifying glare, the reporting disciple shuddered and spoke at lightning speed. It was Fang Chen. "Yes, the information I procured from several sects is exactly the same. For some unknown reason, despite being a captive, he maintained a harmonious relationship with Consort Yunxia and the Sea Charm Demon King. It was precisely because he gave the order that they moved to kill Supreme Elder He." Fang Chen. It is Fang Chen again. Kong Yuanba erupted into furious rage, the violent aura of the 8th level of the Golden Core Realm sweeping out in all directions. The disciple before him was instantly blasted away, crashing violently against the ice wall and vomiting mouthfuls of blood. "Fang Chen, I will slaughter you." 2 Supreme Elders at the consummate 9th level of the Golden Core Realm had both died by Fang Chen's hands. This was a blood feud as deep as the ocean. The several elders present turned pale with shock and immediately stood up to dissuade him. "Quell your fury, Sect Master. Fang Chen is already a selected candidate, personally decreed by the Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, who treats him with exceptional favor. If you kill him, how could the Pavilion Master possibly let us off lightly? Our sect is currently undergoing disciplinary restructuring." If we were to murder Fang Chen now, I fear the Giant Sect would be utterly incapable of bearing the resulting consequences. Kong Yuanba bellowed in relentless fury. Then tell me what should be done. He murdered 2 of our supreme elders at the consummate 9th level of the Golden Core realm. 2 of them? This is the ruin of our Giant Sect, a blood feud that will not rest until one side is dead. Are we supposed to just let this go? Since when has my Giant Sect ever swallowed such humiliating cowardice? An elder stated with a chilling expression, Sect Master, we cannot kill him, but Vice Pavilion Master, ye can. He could command Consort Yunxia and the Sea Charm Demon King. Is this not irrefutable evidence of colluding with the demon race? 100 lives would not be enough to pay for his crimes. Murderous intent roiled within Kong Yuanba's eyes. Without another word, he charged straight toward the Boundary Mountain encampment. What do you mean, colluding with the demon race? Has the war not ended? Yi Kangyuan said expressionlessly. Fang Chen building ties with the upper echelons of the demon race is beneficial for repairing relations between our 2 races. This is a good thing. Kong Yuanba could not believe his own ears. He had rushed here to lodge his grievance, only to be met with the words, the war is over. Both had sought to curry favor with Consort Yunxia, yet Fang Teiji was condemned for a heinous crime that implicated the entire Giant Sect. While Fang Chen's involvement was dismissed with but a single, weightless phrase, Vice Pavilion Master Yi, my Giant Sect will never accept such a judgment. Kong Yuanba's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. Yi Kangyuan's expression turned to ice. Whether you accept it or not is of no consequence. Besides, the 8 Grand Elders have all informed me it was your Grand Elder He who first attempted to assassinate Fang Chen. Fang Chen, by his own power, commanded the Demonkin to slay him in retaliation. He brought this upon himself. There is no one else to blame. Kong Yuanba's face grew incomparably grim. I care not for the details. Fang Chen killed our Grand Elder He, and for that I will make him pay the price. Seething with rage, he turned and stormed out of the war tent. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Kangyuan's voice, laden with profound meaning, followed him. In consideration of the Giant Sect's contributions in the Battle of Jishan, I offer you a word of counsel. Let this matter end here. Do not provoke Fang Chen any further. For him to return alive from the lands of the Demonkin, he must possess extraordinary methods. Should you truly cross his bottom line, your Giant Sect will most certainly live to regret it. When the Giant Sect had previously obstructed Fang Chen, Yi Kangyuan had watched from the sidelines with a cold, detached gaze, eager to see what astonishing abilities Fang Chen possessed. Regrettably, Li Qingfeng had intervened. Yet he was deeply convinced that for Fang Chen to return unscathed from the treacherous domain of the Demonkin, he must wield thunderous methods capable of slaying gods and Buddhas who dared stand in his path. Without so much as a backward glance, Kong Yuanba let out a cold laugh. Heh. It was clear he had paid no heed to this crucial warning. Yi Kangyuan shook his head and decisively began to pack his belongings. So be it. I must depart at once, lest the Giant Sect suffer a loss and come crying to me for justice, leaving me caught in the middle. Meanwhile, within a cave, dwelling carved from a mountain of ice, Fang Chen found the weakened Zhao Wuji. Fang Chen, upon seeing him, Zhao Wuji, who had been bedridden for over half a month, shot upright. Color and vitality returned to his withered face at a speed visible to the naked eye. You're not dead. The guilt that had plagued Zhao Wuji's heart for more than a month was finally laid to rest at this very moment. Gazing upon Zhao Wuji, who now bore significantly more white hair, Fang Chen was filled with remorse. I have caused Elder Xiao to worry. Not only have I survived this calamity, but I have also brought back resources for the sect. He produced the coral flower of the 3rd princess of the Eastern Sea, along with the spatial storage artifact of a guest elder from the Jiangshan First Rank Pavilion. The coral flower was a natural spatial storage artifact that required no incantation. Fang Chen's divine sense swept across it, and his mind's eye was instantly filled with a dazzling array of treasures from the depths of the sea. Many of the resources within were greatly beneficial even to those in the Foundation establishment realm. And there were even some that could bolster the cultivation of an early-stage golden core expert. The only regret was the absence of anything akin to an aquasource essence. He directly handed the coral flower to Qin Wangchuan. Grand Elder Qin, I entrust this to your care. Distribute it amongst the various peaks once we return to the sect. As for the medicine peak, he added, they may receive a larger share. Qin Wangchuan had shown him great care, and this was a token of his gratitude. With his hands behind his back, Qin Wangchuan spoke. His voice was childlike and milky, yet his tone was that of a world-weary old man. I see you have some conscience, boy. It would have been even better if you had managed to bring back that little lass named Ling Shu. Fang Chen was speechless to think he was still fixated on Ling Shu. He then turned his attention to Zai Feiju's spatial storage artifact. As a guest elder of the Jiangshan First Rank Pavilion, his collection was far beyond anything the third princess of the Eastern Sea could compare to. Although Zai Feiju was dead, the young woman from the Silver Fox clan, Zioya, had read his lips and learned the incantation. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Fang Chen's eyes as he silently recited, "All taboos are broken, may great fortune arrive." With an audible click, the spatial storage ring unlocked. But just as Fang Chen's divine sense was about to probe its contents, a sudden change occurred. A terrifying azure light shot forth from the storage artifact without a shred of warning, aiming straight for his chest. It appeared too suddenly, too swiftly. Before Fang Chen could even react, he was struck soundly. Fortunately, he was protected by Yan Daon's chainmail treasure armor, which could withstand a full-force blow from a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core Realm's 9th level. Even so, the residual force of the azure light sent Fang Chen flying, and he crashed violently to the ground. PFFT, he could not stop himself from spewing a mouthful of glaringly crimson blood, his face a mask of astonishment. A dead man's spatial storage ring, opened with the correct incantation, still concealed such a lethal trap. If not for the chainmail treasure armor, his life would have ended then and there. Qin Wangxuan jumped in fright. That azure light is this storage artifact from the Jiangshan First Rank Pavilion. Why didn't you say so sooner? I would have certainly stopped you. All spatial storage artifacts belonging to guest elders and above in the Jiangshan First Rank Pavilion are rigged with traps. An outsider will inevitably trigger them upon opening. It is a blessing you had that treasure armor for protection. Only then did Fang Chen learn that the spatial storage artifacts of the Jiangshan First Rank Pavilion had such a restriction. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he asked in confusion, "How does Grand Elder Qin know of this?" Qin Wangxuan did not hide the truth. In my quest to cure the ailment that has arrested my body's growth, I once joined the Jiangshan First Rank Pavilion under a false identity. I barely managed to secure the position of a guest elder, and learned a few of its secrets. Fang Chen was astonished to think Qin Wangxuan had such a history in the Great Taikang continent. What's with that look? Within our sect, nearly every Grand Elder has journeyed through the Great Taikang continent. The one who fared the best was the Grand Elder of Reincarnation Peak. Under his protection, the first disciple of Reincarnation Peak has now achieved incredible heights. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. He was just now realizing something. Under Feng Guchen's tutelage, there had indeed never been any mention of a first disciple. Tang Tianlong was only his second disciple, and had never claimed the title of first senior brother of Reincarnation Peak. The existence of another, a first disciple under Elder Feng, was truly a surprise. Qin Wangxuan sighed. Calling him the first disciple is merely our own wishful thinking. He himself may not even be willing to acknowledge that he is a disciple of the Azure Cloud Sect. Fang Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Just how successful must this first disciple of Reincarnation Peak be in the Great Taking continent to disavow his own identity as a disciple of the Azure Cloud Sect? But this matter had little to do with him. He quickly and cautiously extended his divine sense to explore Zai Feiju's spatial ring. With a single sweep, he was left utterly astounded. The sheer volume of resources within was outrageous. Precious elixirs, spirit medicines, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, talismans, and refined ores. It contained everything imaginable. Among them was even a spiritual liquid capable of elevating a cultivator to the mid-stage of the Golden Core Realm. Not only would the disciples benefit, but even some elders of the Azure Cloud Sect would find it immensely valuable. Most astonishing of all, there were no fewer than 10 supreme, grade magical artifacts. One must know that across the vast lands of the 9 sects, there were merely a handful of such items. They were either in the hands of supreme elders at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, or wielded by the masters of the 9 sects. Ordinary elders were utterly unqualified to possess them. With these 10 pieces currently at hand, it was enough to bestow one upon every supreme elder. His expenditure of a Nascent Soul Jade talisman had not been in vain at last. He had recouped some of the cost. He discovered a page made of jade, upon which mysterious inscriptions continuously flowed, though the vast majority had been worn away and rendered indiscernible. He brought it forth and showed it to Qin Wangxuan, Supreme Elder Qin. This is. Before he could even finish his inquiry, Qin Wangxuan snatched it away, turning it over and over in her palm for a long time before exclaiming, "The jade paper heavenly tome." "Fang Chen, just what rank of guest elder did you slay? How could such a divine object be found upon his person?" Fang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "Formidable indeed. It took the might of a nascent soul jade talisman to obliterate him." Qin Wangchuan now understood, astonishment flickering within her large eyes. "You have truly stumbled upon a supreme treasure. An entire spatial storage artifact's worth of wealth cannot compare to this single page of jade." Fang Chen was intrigued. He asked, "What exactly is this jade paper heavenly tome?" Qin Wangchuan, unable to bear parting with it, explained, "The jade paper heavenly tome. Legend has it that it was the magical artifact of a fallen sage from a millennium ago. Its grade unknown. Right before his fall, the sage detonated it. Its whirl, shattering might instantly obliterated all living beings within a radius of 1,000 miles. The surviving fragments of jade paper were scattered to the far corners of heaven and earth. Later, someone chanced upon a single page. By chanting the inscriptions upon it, they successfully forged their primordial spirit." Do you comprehend the primordial spirit? It is a profound realm of the Taoist path, equivalent to the nascent soul realm of Dharma cultivators. That is to say, this jade paper possesses the miraculous efficacy to elevate one's soul. A look of uncontrollable excitement surfaced on Fang Chen's face. His soul was currently approaching the nascent soul realm, yet it still fell short by a mere thread. And it was precisely this fine thread that caused his execution of the 9 phoenixes courting the Empress' secret technique to fall devastatingly short of annihilating the Azure Nether Demon Emperor. Qin Wangchuan inspected it time and again, sighing, "What a pity that this jade paper is heavily damaged. Many of the inscriptions are missing, so its effects will certainly not be as miraculous as the legends claim. Are there any more jade pages within that spatial storage artifact?" Fang Chen shook his head and said, "There are no more." Qin Wangchuan said with deep regret, "Then that is truly a monumental pity. If only I were still in the Junction Supreme Pavilion. Rare worldly treasures like the jade paper are difficult for other factions to seek out, but the Junction Supreme Pavilion could surely unearth some clues." Fang Chen profoundly agreed with this point. The cinnabar tomes and silver scrolls were impossibly scarce. Even the demon race itself possessed but a few. Yet that Yan Daeorn alone possessed no less than half of them. His heart likewise brimming with regret, Fang Chen said, "If an opportunity arises in the future, I shall pay another visit to the Junction Supreme Pavilion." Qin Wangchuan pondered for a moment, drew a crimson, red token from her robes, and tossed it to Fang Chen. "A gift for you." Catching the token, Fang Chen examined it closely. He discovered the words Junction Supreme Pavilion engraved upon its front, while the back bore the 3 words Tyrant Guest Elder. "Could this be your former Guest Elder token?" Fang Chen looked at the word Tyrant, then glanced at the pint, sized Qin Wangchuan. Unable to hold it in any longer, he burst out laughing. Truly, one only boasts of what they desperately lack. Qin Wangchuan's tiny face flushed red as she glared at him. "You heartless wretch. I bestow upon you the esteemed identity of a Junction Supreme Pavilion guest elder, and you dare to mock me. Give it back." Fang Chen forcefully suppressed his laughter and asked in confusion, "Can I actually use this token?" Qin Wangchuan kept her small face stern and said, "I have never revealed my true form. During trades, I always disguised myself as an androgynous adult. Once you awaken this token, you may continue to hold the position of guest elder at the Junction Supreme Pavilion. No one will ever realize that a substitution has been made. There is such a fortuitous blessing." Fang Chen gleefully toyed with the token and asked, "Are there any restrictions tied to the role of a guest elder?" Qin Wangchuan replied, "Each month, the Junction Supreme Pavilion will issue a trading mandate through the token. You simply need to complete it. If you fail, it matters not. It will merely lower your prestige ranking. Armed with this identity, you can issue mandates within the Junction Supreme Pavilion to search for the jade paper. It will be far more convenient than relying on them as a mere mortal guest. In the future, as you traverse the great province of Taking, this token will grant you immense conveniences." Only then did Fang Chen realize the profound gravity of this identity. This was a guest elder status that Qin Wangchuan had fought for years to attain, yet now she was passing it entirely unto him. Words cannot express such profound gratitude. When this junior steps into the great province of Taking, I shall undoubtedly seek a method to break the stagnation of senior's body. Fang Chen bowed deeply with utmost reverence. Qin Wangchuan's expression moved slightly, but quickly dimmed again. Let it be. I have sought it for a lifetime and failed. By the time you find it, I will likely have already passed away in meditation. Do not force the workings of fate. Fang Chen said no more, carefully stowing away the token and the jade paper. He handed the spatial storage artifact over to her as well. I ask that Supreme Elder Qin distribute the cultivation resources held within this. Qin Wangchuan gave a slight nod. Elder Xiao is under my protection. If you have any worldly matters left to resolve, go and attend to them immediately. But 5 days remained until the auspicious day when the Celestial Divination Pavilion would commence its recruitment. In this interim, ensure all matters are brought to a decisive conclusion. Fang Chen nodded, donning the turtle breath cloak, and subtly made his way to the hidden space upon the ancient rampart. Ascertaining the space was devoid of others, Fang Chen bid the little Qilin stand guard at the entrance, whilst he himself retrieved the soul, suppressing Buddhist beads. Yan Daeun, his very form torn asunder by more than half, clutched a spatial storage ring with desperate fervor, his countenance etched with trepidation. Fang Chen, grant this venerable one a path to survival, and I swear upon my very being never to seek vengeance against you. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you this spatial storage ring, along with its activation incantation. What say you? And the incantation as well. Fang Chen's gaze drifted to the spatial storage ring, clasped in Yan Daeun's hand, and in that instant, he divined the treacherous scheme brewing within the elder's heart. Yan Daeun, no doubt, harbored the desire for Fang Chen to activate the spatial storage ring, thereby triggering the lethal snare concealed within. Could it be that he believed a mere trap set by a cultivator at the peak of the Golden Core 9th layer was fraught with such peril? The trap laid by Yan Daeun was unequivocally of the Nascent Soul caliber, capable of effortlessly annihilating Fang Chen's very existence. This wretch, even at the precipice of oblivion, still clung to the desperate hope of survival, plotting to deceive Fang Chen into acquiring the incantation. However, Fang Chen did not assent immediately, for the machinations of such an ancient monster ran far too deep. Were he to agree too readily, the foe would inevitably suspect Fang Chen's awareness of the spatial storage device's hidden trap, and in a fit of rage, carry the device's incantation to his grave, denying it to Fang Chen even in death. Thus he feigned profound vigilance, casting a suspicious gaze as he inquired, Vice Pavilion Master Yan, are you truly so amenable? I have uttered not a single word, yet you offer me the spatial storage device. Surely, you haven't concealed some treacherous snare within, hoping to ensnare me? Yan Daeun's expression tightened, and he cursed inwardly, cunning dog of a wretch. Outwardly, his face was a mask of utter despair, as he gestured to his own remnant soul body, saying, Behold my current state. Apart from this spatial storage device, what else do I possess that is worthy of presentation? Only then did Fang Chen appear to dispel his doubts, remarking, That too holds truth. My failure to annihilate you was, in truth, solely for the sake of your spatial storage device. As for your proposed condition of liberation, I find it arduous to accept. Should I release you, and you were to seize a new vessel to recultivate, what then if you were to return in the future, seeking vengeance? Yan Daeun instantly declared, I can swear upon the heavenly tribulation. Oaths sworn by those in the Nascent Soul realm are exceedingly potent and efficacious. Should such an oath be breached, it would effortlessly incur the heavenly tribulation's dreadful retribution. Within his heart, Fang Chen secretly scoffed, for only a fool would believe such words, whose veracity was utterly impossible to discern. He chose to feign ignorance, his expression morphing into one of profound hesitation. Yan Daeun intensified his assault, declaring, I shall swear the oath at this very moment. I, Yan Daeun, swear upon the heaven and earth tribulation should I, Yan Daeun, ever seek vengeance upon Fang Chen, may the five thunders, earthly fire, gale winds, and flooding waters descend upon me, leaving my corpse without a resting place. Upon the completion of his solemn vow, he observed Fang Chen's expression had significantly relaxed. Within, he secretly rejoiced Fang Chen, you have, after all, suffered the disadvantage of limited perception. If oaths sworn to the heavens truly held sway, would there be no schemes or intrigues amongst nascent soul cultivators? One would merely swear to the heavens, and all matters would be resolved. Only a junior with your lack of worldly wisdom would truly believe such a fallacy. Though such thoughts churned within his mind, outwardly he spoke with utmost sincerity. How now? Can you not finally set your heart at ease? Fang Chen appeared to slightly calm his mind, saying, Since senior has deigned to utter such a potent vow, this junior naturally harbors no great apprehensions. This junior shall release you presently. I implore senior to honor your pledge and refrain from any actions that might lead this junior to misinterpret your intentions. With a shift of his will, he withdrew the soul, suppressing Buddhist beads. The instant he was freed, Yan Daeon's mind surged with the impulse to flee. Yet his gaze fell upon the soul, suppressing Buddhist beads, still poised for activation in Fang Chen's hand, and he swiftly regained his composure. His remnant soul body, he knew, could never elude the grasp of the soul, suppressing Buddhist beads. Furthermore, at the cavern's maw stood that enigmatic little spirit beast which had, but moments before, detected his concealed presence. Evidently, this little spirit beast also possessed some form of restraining power over soul entities. After a brief deliberation, he resolved to proceed with his original stratagem to obliterate Fang Chen using the spatial storage device. In this manner, he would both achieve a successful escape and exact his retribution. Of course, I Yan possess at least this modicum of credibility. He made as if to toss the spatial storage device over. Fang Chen, however, halted him, stating, "Hold. I fear there might be an issue with your spatial storage device. Therefore, I demand you activate it once yourself." Within his heart, Yan Daeon scoffed, "Coldly little scoundrel. Your vigilance truly knows no bounds. You are not a guest elder of my Jiangshan Yipin Tower thus. You remain ignorant that spatial storage devices belonging to those of guest elder rank and above are invariably ensnared with traps. And such traps, by their very design, are not triggered by the owner, but will instantly activate should an outsider attempt to manipulate them." He offered a helpless, bitter smile, saying, "Little friend Fang is indeed exceptionally prudent. However, you have gravely misjudged this humble Yan. Since I approach you with sincere intent, I would never conceive of laying any trap. I shall demonstrate it for you here and now to prove my untainted innocence." Immediately, he clasped the spatial storage device, chanting the incantation, "May gold enter by the bushel daily, and blessings reach all corners of the world." Upon the completion of the mantra, the spatial storage device vibrated ever so slightly. From within, Yan Daeon retrieved a token that shimmered with crackling lightning, none other than the Thunder Derivation Medallion. He smiled benignly, stating, "Little friend Fang, you are not unfamiliar with the 6 chapters of Heavenly Thunder from the Myriad Tribulations, Sacred Temple, are you?" He had witnessed Fang Chen employ the shadow in the clouds technique, and thus knew full well the allure this item held for Fang Chen. Fang Chen was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected Yan Daeon to possess such a treasure. "Which one is it?" He already possessed the shadow in the clouds and the indestructible blade. Yan Daeon replied, "The heart of the heavenly abyss. It was one he did not currently possess. This was excellent." A look of joy surfaced on Fang Chen's face as he demanded, "Give it to me, quickly." With a bitter smile, Yan Daeon stuffed the Thunder Evolution token into the spatial storage artifact and said helplessly, "It is all yours now." He refused to believe that upon seeing the Thunder Evolution token and obtaining the spatial storage artifact, Fang Chen would be able to resist taking it out to examine it closely. As the spatial storage artifact was tossed over, Fang Chen caught it with one hand while simultaneously hurling out the soul, suppressing Buddhist beads with the other. Yan Daeon's expression shifted drastically. What is the meaning of this? Burning the bridge after crossing the river. Absolute fury erupted in his heart. He frantically retreated toward the cave entrance. Sensing this, the little Kilin opened its maw and exhaled a stream of air that astonishingly sent his ethereal soul body tumbling wildly through the void. Yan Daeon was horrified. This little spirit beast indeed possessed a divine ability that perfectly countered souls. In that brief moment of delay, the soul, suppressing Buddhist beads, caught up, ensnaring him tightly, twisting around his form like hemp dough. Shocked and enraged, Yan Daeon knew his only remaining hope was for Fang Chen to be slain by the spatial storage artifact's hidden trap. Once he perished, the soul, suppressing Buddhist beads, would lose their master and naturally unravel. "Fang Chen, you go back on your word." Yan Daeon shouted with superficial indignation. His eyes locked onto Fang Chen's movements, desperately yearning for him to open the spatial storage artifact. Just as expected, upon grasping the spatial storage artifact, Fang Chen examined it with a face full of delight, looking precisely as though he were about to open it. Yet, to Yan Daeon's freezing dismay, after fondling it admiringly for a moment, Fang Chen casually tucked it deep into his robes. "Aren't you going to open it and take a look? Are you not afraid that this spatial storage artifact might be entirely empty?" Yan Daeon tried every subtle method to goad Fang Chen into opening it. Fang Chen looked at him, a half smile playing in his eyes. "Why should I open it?" "So that upon opening it, your rivers and mountains first-grade pavilion's spatial storage artifact can unleash a fatal trap, obliterating my body and soul until nothing remains. Yandeon's pupils shrank violently as he stammered in panic. What trap? As the Vice Pavilion Master, how could I not know of this? Little friend Fang, do not believe the baseless rumors of the outside world. Even now, your mouth remains as stubborn as a dead duck. Fang Chen said teasingly. Vice Pavilion Master Yan, drop the act. I am already well aware that the spatial storage artifacts of all guest elders and above in the rivers and mountains first-grade pavilion are rigged with lethal traps that trigger upon an outsider's attempt to open them. Yan Daon's pupils trembled. Since the words had reached this point, it proved Fang Chen truly understood. His facial features twisted grotesquely as he roared. Then why did you play the fool? Smiling, Fang Chen retrieved a slip of paper, wrote the incantation "Gold flows in daily. Blessings reach the four seas" upon it, and then affixed it to the spatial storage artifact. Only after finishing this did he smile with a relaxed expression, to trick you into revealing the incantation, of course. If I didn't play the fool, how would you have ever fallen for it? Only then did Yan Daon realize that Fang Chen had been relentlessly playing mind games with him from the very beginning. His eyes widened until the corners nearly tore. So you never believed the oath I swore to the Heavenly Tao? Fang Chen curled his lips disdainfully. If oaths were actually useful, how many scumbags would have been struck dead by lightning? Yet which of them isn't living a comfortable, lavish life? Yan Daon felt so utterly stifled that his chest threatened to burst. He had actually been deceived by the exact same person twice. Once tricked into drinking lethal poison, and now tricked into obediently surrendering the incantation for the spatial storage artifact. What was most unacceptable was that his conqueror was merely a junior. However, what filled him with genuine dread was the eerie jade plate Fang Chen now brought out. Upon its surface were 4 holes, 3 small and 1 large. One of the smaller holes emanated a faint crimson glow, while the others remained entirely dull and devoid of light. What is that? Yan Daon was seized by an overwhelming, ominous premonition. Fang Chen replied indifferently, something to send you to where you truly belong. Otherwise, keeping an insidious and cunning old monster like you alive would eventually invite a boundless disaster. PFFT, Yan Daon's chest heaved with torrential rage. Had his physical body still existed, he would likely have coughed up blood from sheer anger. You little bastard, you have the audacity to call me insidious and cunning. Do you never look in the mirror? Having mercilessly schemed against a mighty Nascent Soul realm expert until he was reduced to this pathetic state, how could he possibly have the nerve to call his victim cunning? Too lazy to bother with him any further, Fang Chen unhesitatingly pressed the jade plate against Yan Daon's remnant soul. What are you doing? What the hell is this thing? It's devouring my soul. Take it away, quickly. Yan Daon struggled in absolute primal terror. Yet, after only a few desperate moments, his shrieks came to an abrupt halt. The second hole began to emit a flickering, unstable crimson glow. After a short while, the crimson light finally stabilized into a steady hum. Although it was noticeably weaker than the crimson glow from Exalted King, it had, at the very least, been successfully ignited. Phew, Fang Chen let out a long, heavy breath of relief. He had been constantly worried that Yan Daon's remnant soul would not possess enough profound energy to ignite the second hole. Fortunately, the infernal desolate beast had only rent asunder a mere fraction of his soul. Had it torn away but a morsel more, all would have been for naught. Having vanquished this pressing concern, Fang Chen did not covet its spatial storage artifact. He would at least need to cultivate the power to withstand a single strike from a Nascent Soul realm cultivator before daring to attempt such a feat, lest he invite his own demise. With a mere thought, he entered the celestial thunderstone, appearing before the colossal egg. Rebel scamp, Fang Chen called out several times. This sly whelp, after devouring a conch shell full of essence of origin water last time, had promised to bestow another drop of true spirit blood. Yet Fang Chen called out repeatedly, but the colossal egg remained motionless, as if it had plunged into a deep slumber. Fang Chen let out a mirthless chuckle born of ire. This wretched thing was feigning sleep to evade its debt. He summoned forth the ancient mirror of illumination and placed it within the small, dilapidated shrine atop the colossal egg. Previously, it would instantly compel the rebel scamp to beg for mercy without cease, but this time, after the ancient mirror of illumination was placed, the rebel scamp remained utterly still. Fang Chen paused, momentarily stunned, and furrowed his brow. Could it be that after consuming the essence of origin water once, It had recovered significantly and no longer greatly feared the suppression of the ancient mirror of illumination, thus daring to feign sleep and renege on its promise. HMPH. Fang Chen was truly provoked to anger. There may be mistaken names, but never mistaken epithets. The moniker Rebel Scamp was truly tailor-made for it. Did it imagine that by refusing to acknowledge its debt, Fang Chen would be helpless against it? Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen summoned a treasure chest to his presence. With a kick, he flung open the lid of the chest, revealing 10 conch shells neatly arranged within. Inside, the conch shells were solely filled with the essence of origin water. With a resounding hum, the colossal egg violently shuddered. So many, the rebel scamp exclaimed in subconscious astonishment. Then it swiftly covered its mouth and feigned waking from slumber, uttering, "Oh, ah. Big brother, why have you come? When did you arrive? My sincerest apologies. I was deep in slumber just now, and knew not of your presence." Fang Chen scoffed coldly. This wretched thing is truly full of cunning. He closed the treasure chest and placed a foot upon it, stating calmly, "True spirit blood." At this point, how could the rebel scamp dare to renege any longer? Should it truly insist on refusing, Fang Chen would absolutely not bestow these essence of origin water upon it. Thus, it immediately and jovially replied, "All righty, big brother. I had already prepared it for you long ago, but I never awaited your arrival to claim it." With a crisp crack, a crack appeared upon the eggshell, and a strand of true blood, fine as hair, seeped forth. Much like the previous occasion, it was begrudgingly offered a mere trifle. "Can you not offer more?" Fang Chen demanded. The rebel scamp spoke with a wrong-tone, "Big brother, the meager amount of true blood I recovered last time is all here." Fang Chen would be a fool to believe this vile creature's words. However, he had no intention of exposing its deception. The true spirit blood was simply too overbearing. Even this single strand was enough to make Fang Chen wish for death. And he would not be able to assimilate it anytime soon. Fang Chen collected the true blood into a jade vial and then exited the celestial thunderstone. The rebel scamp grew anxious. Hey, why are you leaving? Are you not giving me the essence of origin water? Do you not desire true spirit blood next time? Once certain that Fang Chen had truly departed, the rebel scamp resumed its antics. "He took my blood and fled, utterly irresponsible. Once I emerge from this shell, I shall surely do this to you first, and then that." "What exactly do you mean by this and that?" Fang Chen's grim voice reverberated within the celestial thunderstone. Startled into a shiver, the rebel scamp hastily changed its tune, of course. It means showering Big Brother with respect and filial piety in myriad ways. "I am still but a child. Could I possibly harbor ill intentions?" "A child? My divine foot!" Fang Chen nearly succumbed to uttering profanities. "How does this wretched creature resemble a child? Its heart is filled with darkness, as devious as a 1,000-year-old demon spirit." He could not be bothered to play mind games with it. Once he had utilized its true spirit blood, he would find a way to dispose of the creature. With a mere thought, a conch shell flew toward the colossal egg. "The next time I come for your essence blood, cease this charade of slumber." The old rules still apply. The essence of the water source is no trivial matter to obtain. I braved death, defying perils, snatching it from the very dragon's den and tiger's lair. I cannot let you consume it for naught. Those little trinkets of magical artifacts you gave last time. Give me a few more. The traitorous one glanced at the entire chest of conch shells on the ground, then envisioned the supposed scenes of death, defying peril and dragon's dens. Its mouth twitched slightly. In what manner of dragon's den or tiger's lair would a chest of water source essence be neatly arranged, waiting for someone to claim it? It was surely plundered from some unknown place. Reluctantly, it spoke. "I only possess a few toys. If Big Brother takes them all, what shall be left for me?" "I shall give but one." Fang Chen replied without hesitation, agreed. In any case, the water source essence cost him nothing. No matter what he traded it for, he stood to gain. Excitedly, the traitorous one cracked open its shell and swallowed the conch whole. It then spat out a snow-white orb. The last time it was a myriad demon stone. This time, it was another nameless orb. Fang Chen asked in surprise, "What is this?" The traitorous one replied, "A pain-suppressing stone. Hold it in your mouth to numb all sensation of agony. However, I advise using it only at critical junctures, such as when you face the heavenly tribulation. The stone's efficacy wanes with every use until it is spent." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen knew immediately it was a peerless treasure. How many cultivators, while assaulting the Nascent Soul realm, have forsaken their path simply because they could not endure the agony of heavenly lightning scouring their bodies. With this stone in hand, his chances of breaking through to the Nascent Soul realm would undoubtedly increase. This was surely an object of desire for those mighty experts at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. The longing for it was no less than the desire for a bod-high pill. Having obtained the treasure, Fang Chen departed with satisfaction. Only after ensuring Fang Chen had truly left did the traitorous one rise, aching with regret. Blood, sucking leech. You little blood, sucker, another of my magical artifacts has been plundered by you. It began to munch on the water source essence, grunting as it ate. I shall endure you for now. Once I break from this shell, I shall show you my true might. As for Fang Chen, after obtaining the true spirit blood, he brought forth a vast cauldron of spiritual liquid. He diluted that single wisp of true spirit blood 100-fold. Even though he had successfully survived consuming it before, the prospect of using it again cast an inescapable shadow of dread upon his mind. Forcing down the urge to use the pain-suppressing stone, he took up a small vial. He swallowed it decisively, and that familiar, agonizing sensation once again surged through his entire being. Within the secret space, wretched roars of agony echoed. The little Killin covered its ears, its eyes filled with complex emotions. Others envied the master's glory, little knowing that everything the master possessed was traded for with his very life. Before the long frozen river, Liu Ruyan collapsed onto the ground, masking her face as she sobbed. Master, do I still have the dignity to remain within the 9 sects? After Li Qingfeng's guidance, she no longer sought to enter life, yet she refused to return, unable to face the overwhelming tide of rumors and slander. Li Qingfeng spoke with profound gravity. When I was young, I too regarded my reputation as everything, and for its sake, I committed many irrational acts. Looking back now, those things I once deemed shameful are but passing clouds. Once the wind blows, they dissipate softly, leaving no trace upon the heart. Liu Ruyan continued to sob uncontrollably, unable to find peace. Master, I cannot do it. Li Qingfeng gazed upon her back with compassion. Certain people and certain events may be your everything at a specific moment. An unattainable love, a betrayed heart, or grievances that cannot be voiced. Life is far too long enough that those unforgettable people and events will eventually be forgotten on some casual day. When you recall them once more, you will find they are but distant memories, like clouds on the horizon or birds in the high sky. They pass through, leaving no mark behind. He patted Liu Ruyan's shoulder and said softly, You must learn to endure. Leave the rest to time, for it shall wash everything away. Perhaps Liu Ruyan understood, or perhaps she simply did not wish to worry Li Qingfeng. She ceased her sobbing, wiped her tears, and said, Thank you, master. Grant me some time to find my calm. I wish to leave the lands of the 9 sects for a while and journey through the world beyond. Li Qingfeng revealed a look of relief. He did not fear her venturing into the great world, he only feared that her will would crumble and she would never rise again. The great Taking province is full of wonders. Once she beholds the landscapes of a flourishing age, her heart and vision will surely broaden, and the events of today will fade more swiftly. Very well, your teacher shall prepare immediately to assist your journey to the great Taking province. She shall go nowhere. A cold, thunderous shout erupted from nearby. Kong Yuanba led a host of disciples, arriving in a formidable and imposing manner. Li Qingfeng's expression tightened. He quietly shielded Liu Ruyan behind him and whispered, Run, head toward Boundary Mountain and find Deputy Pavilion Master Yi. He had intended to say seek Fang Chen, but on second thought, the Giant Sect had come specifically to exact revenge upon him. Seeking Fang Chen now would be akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. The people of the Azure Cloud Sect had not yet returned. They could not protect Fang Chen at all. Liu Ruyan's face paled with terror. Hearing his words, she hurriedly skirted around the Giant Sect, attempting to flee toward Boundary Mountain. But before she could take more than a few steps, a supreme elder with a powerful aura gazed down coldly. In a flash, he intercepted Liu Ruyan, snarling, thinking of leaving. You are exactly the one we seek. Witnessing this, Li Qingfeng's fury ignited. He drew his sword and lunged forth, roaring, a dignified supreme elder, stooping to trouble a mere junior, have you no shame? Before he could fully close the distance, a ferocious and domineering aura surged forth from within the Giant Sect. It was none other than Kong Yuanba, his colossal physique emanating immense power. His twin palms, imbued with unparalleled force, unleashed a strike that sent Li Qingfeng, man and sword alike, hurtling backward. Blood instantly gushed from Li Qingfeng's mouth. That single palm strike had shattered several of his ribs. Enduring the excruciating agony, he He propped himself up with his sword, roaring, "What dastardly deed do you intend?" Amidst Liu Ruyan's startled cry, the Supreme Elder seized her shoulder firmly and returned to Kong Yuanba's side. Liu Ruyan struggled incessantly, crying out, "Kong Yuanba, you dare harm my master. I shall never forgive you." Crack! Without even turning his head, Kong Yuanba slapped her across the face, causing her fair cheek to swell crimson and thin trickles of blood to seep from her lips. When elders speak, juniors hold their tongues. He gazed coldly at Li Qingfeng, declaring, "Return and inform Fang Chen within 3 days. He is to come to my Giant Sect to retrieve her. Should he be late by even 1 hour, then I regret to say, the transgressions committed by Fang Chen shall be repaid by Liu Ruyan." Li Qingfeng urgently cried out, "Come for me instead. What kind of valor is there in bullying a young maiden?" Kong Yuanba seized Liu Ruyan's chin, yet even in this cruel grasp, her breathtaking beauty could not be concealed. "My disciples, alas, hold no interest in an old decrepit man such as yourself." Kong Yuanba sneered malevolently, "Remember my words, if Fang Chen arrives 1 hour late, countless disciples shall queue to savor Liu Ruyan. Should he be late by an entire day, whether her life remains, I cannot vouch for." Li Qingfeng erupted in fury, "Kong Yuanba, you beast." He stumbled forth, sword in hand, charging towards Kong Yuanba. "Release her, or I shall wage an unending war against your Giant Sect." Among all the disciples, Liu Ruyan was undoubtedly the most pitiable. While Liu Ruxu and Chen Xiling basked in Fang Chen's favor, she alone, ever since arriving at Heavenly Sword Peak, rarely smiled. She always ate alone, embarked on her cultivation in solitude, and secluded herself in quiet retreat. Occasionally, upon hearing news of Fang Chen's great advancements in strength, she would secretly grieve. When facing Fang Chen, she feigned an air of haughty arrogance bristling with thorns, yet the moment Fang Chen departed, she would sink into desolate silence. As her master, he witnessed her plight and felt the pain deeply within his heart. Yet it seemed the heavens had withdrawn all affection from her. Today, as if with malicious intent, they had allowed her to suffer utmost humiliation before countless eyes. Accused by 1,000, mocked by 10,000, she had lost even the will to live. Just as she was finally being consoled, the Giant Sect seized her as a hostage, intent on subjecting her to the most shameful treatment, denying her even a moment's respite. Li Qingfeng's heart ached profoundly, unable to fathom why the heavens would deal such a cruel hand to her. Liu Ruyan gazed at Li Qingfeng, who was covered in blood and stumbling towards her, her vision blurred by tears. "Master, do not approach. How could he possibly be a match for these individuals? He would merely be a moth drawn to a flame, rushing to his own demise." Li Qingfeng cried out, "Ruyan, your master shall protect you." If even the heavens had ceased to pity her, how truly wretched would she be if he, her master, were also to abandon her now. "Kong Yuanba, release her." He sprinted forward, channeling the spiritual energy within his body, and unleashed a sword strike towards Kong Yuanba. Kong Yuanba's face contorted with malevolence, thinking, such utter overestimation of one's own power. Li Qingfeng was merely at the 7th layer of the Golden Core realm, and his swordsmanship was utterly unremarkable. To strike at Kong Yuanba was truly a display of profound ignorance. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, he delivered a casual palm strike. Crack! The sword in Li Qingfeng's hand was shattered into countless fragments upon impact. His already fractured ribs pierced through his skin, one by one. Vast torrents of fresh blood erupted forth. Yet, astonishingly, Li Qingfeng not only refused to retreat, but, seizing the opportune moment, lunged and clutched onto Kong Yuanba's arm. From his left sleeve, a short sword slid into his palm, and in an instant, it was pressed against Kong Yuanba's throat. With bloodshot eyes, he let out a furious roar, "Release her." A mouthful of blood erupted from him, splattering across Kong Yuanba's face and staining his pristine new robes. The disciples of the Giant Sect were all startled by Li Qingfeng's current appearance, feeling a faint tremor of fear. Some even began to question if capturing Liu Ruyan was truly a wise course of action. Only Kong Yuanba, however, lowered his gaze to the blood on his robes, then wiped away the bloodied spittle from his face, a chilling, killing intent blossoming in his eyes. "You wretched old man." If one were to name the individual within the Azure Cloud Sect who had most frequently opposed him, it was undeniably Li Qingfeng. On the Boundary Mountain that day, when he sought to chastise Fang Chen before the main forces of the Azure Cloud Sect arrived, it was this old fossil who blocked his path, causing him to lose face publicly. Even then, a murderous intent had stirred within him. Now, having captured Liu Ruyan, this persistent old fool continued to harass him, even splattering him with his filthy, aged blood. Kong Yuanba let out a furious laugh, and his colossal frame abruptly shuddered. Crack! The short sword in Li Qingfeng's hand was instantly shattered by the shockwave, the hand grasping Kong Yuanba's arm. Seizing the opportunity, Kong Yuanba abruptly clamped his hand around Li Qingfeng's throat. He roared, "You old fool, to defy me is to court death. I shall send you on your way first." Liu Ruyan let out a frantic scream, "Do not touch my master." Several grand elders of the Giant Sect could not help but frown, moving together to intervene. "He must not be slain. We came to force Fang Chen to the Giant Sect, not to murder an elder of the Azure Cloud Sect. Do not invite unnecessary complications, leave him here, and pay him no further heed." The expressions of the elders shifted as they one after another attempted to persuade Kong Yuanba.
"Sect leader, appease your wrath."
Publicly executing an elder would inevitably ignite a decisive war between the two sects. There was no need to escalate matters to such an extreme. Their previously deliberated plan was merely to capture Liu Ruyan.
Slaughtering an elder of the Azure Cloud Sect was never part of the design.
Should he be killed, even if the Azure Cloud Sect's strength was inferior to that of the Giant Sect, they would seek vengeance regardless of the cost. When that time came, if the two sects locked in a death struggle, even if the Giant Sect emerged victorious, they would surely suffer grievous casualties. For the sake of a moment's fury, it was simply not worth it. Hearing this, Kong Yuanba's rage became uncontrollable. He bellowed, "All of you, shut your mouths. Why has my Giant Sect fallen to such a state? Why are we being trampled upon by a mere brat? Is it not because of your cowardice and hesitation? That little mongrel killed 2 of our grand elders and remains unscathed, yet when we move to kill one of their ordinary elders, you prove yourselves as timid as mice. You are a bunch of worthless cowards." With a thunderous roar, he struck a palm directly against Li Qingfeng's heart. A sickening thud resonated. Li Qingfeng's heart was shattered. His struggling hands instantly lost all strength, hanging limp like those of a rag doll. His eyes rapidly lost their focus. Amidst the haze, he saw Liu Ruyan screaming frantically. He saw her being struck unconscious and carried further and further away from him. "Ruyan!" Kong Yuanba tossed him onto the ice and snow with disdain, even spitting contemptuously upon his body. "Old fool, go to your grave. We leave." The members of the Giant Sect bore heavy expressions, but as the deed was done, they could only follow Kong Yuanba with a trace of helplessness. Li Qingfeng's consciousness was fading rapidly into the void. He was on the verge of death, but he could not die. He must not die yet. If he perished, who would save Liu Ruyan? Clinging to his final threads of awareness, he struggled to draw out the last rejuvenation pill from his robes, moving it toward his lips with hands mangled beyond recognition. The rejuvenation pill was pressed against his lips. Yet he discovered he could not even open his mouth. His throat had already been crushed by Kong Yuanba. He possessed not a shred of strength left. Though the medicinal pill was at his mouth, he could not swallow it no matter how he tried. Only the faint fragrance of the pill nourished him, allowing him to barely cling to a single breath of life. An unknown amount of time passed. From the Boundary Mountain, cultivators from various sects descended one after another, returning to their respective sects in different directions. A clamor of voices reached Li Qingfeng's ears. It caused the consciousness of Li Qingfeng, whose vision had already plunged into darkness, to coalesce once more. It was the people of the Azure Cloud Sect. They had returned. Fang Chen had returned alive. Where was he? He actually survived. Finally, a passing sect discovered Li Qingfeng and let out a startled cry.
"Sect leader Liu, disciples of the Azure Cloud Sect, come quickly."
Hearing the commotion, the members of the Azure Cloud Sect rushed over in confusion. Sect leader Liu Wenchen, Grand Elders Shikaishan, Zhuang Yuan, Yin, Huang Zhanshan, and Zheng Qiushuang, Elders Wen Hongyao and Feng Guchen, and disciples Tang Tianlong, Su Qianing, Tao Zhengjun, Nai Yungxi, and others. They arrived upon hearing the call, and the elders of the surrounding sects parted to make way for them. A myriad of complex emotions flickered across their visages. Within Liu Wenchen's heart, an ominous premonition began to stir. As he arrived amidst the gathered multitude, his gaze fell upon a figure, mangled and drenched in gore, yet unmistakably clad in the robes of a Qingyan sect elder. He stood transfixed upon the spot, for a moment unable to reconcile the gruesome sight before him with that of a revered elder of the Qingyan sect. Shikaishan followed closely in his wake. He too was struck dumb with shock. For he recognized the fallen warrior. It was Li Qingfeng, his most cherished disciple, who had inherited the mantle of Tianjian Peak's stewardship from him. Only after the passage of 3 full breaths did comprehension dawn upon him. With a heart-rending cry, he bellowed, Qingfeng. He rushed forward, attempting to lift the figure, yet with that embrace, he realized the man's every bone was shattered. Master, Li Qingfeng whispered, his eyes now blind to all earthly sights. He struggled to grasp Shi Kaishan's arm, urging, quickly, quickly save Liu Ruyan. She has been seized by the giants. At this juncture he could no longer speak, only exhale fragmented whispers. Shi Kaishan held him close, his voice thick with urgency. Yes, yes, we shall save her immediately. We will go at once, speak no more. Noticing a rejuvenation elixir lodged at Li Qingfeng's lips, unable to be swallowed, Shi Kaishan hastily crushed the medicinal pill into powder and attempted to feed it to him. Alas, the elder's throat was already shattered, making ingestion impossible. With a faint shake of his head, Li Qingfeng breathed increasingly weak whispers. It is useless. Shi Kaishan, consumed by an inferno of anxiety, roared, "When Hongyao, make haste." When Hongyao was already approaching, and upon hearing the desperate cry, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Casting aside her very cane, she ran with frantic urgency. As she neared Li Qingfeng, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Without pausing to rise, she crawled on her knees, seizing Li Qingfeng's wrist. With but a single touch, her face blanched, and tears welled in her eyes. His heart is shattered, his throat crushed. No medicine can avail him now. It is hopeless. Shi Kaishan collapsed heavily to the earth, his gaze vacant. In an instant, aged tears streamed from his ancient eyes. Shaking his head in disbelief, he pleaded, "No, Qingfeng, you cannot die. I will take you to the divine healer Shangyuan Sheng. He resides in Jai Mountain. He will surely save you." Yet, if even the potent rejuvenation elixir held no sway, what hope could Shangyuan Sheng offer? Li Qingfeng clutched Shi Kaishan's arm with a trace more strength. "Master," he rasped, "Fang Chen has returned." At the mention of Fang Chen, his voice seemed to gain a fleeting strength. A searing pain twisted within Shi Kaishan's chest. His ancient frame trembled incessantly, and fresh tears coursed down his furrowed, aged face. "We know," he choked. Li Qingfeng, with immense effort, forced out a sliver of apology. "Forgive me, master." Your disciple was blind, failing to recognize true talent when he pledged himself to Tianjian Peak. Even in his final moments, Li Qingfeng was consumed by self-reproach over this matter. Shi Kaishan wept copiously, filled with boundless regret, for he had once struck Li Qingfeng over this very issue. With trembling voice and tear-filled eyes, he declared, "No. It was you who guided Fang Chen into the Giant Sect. It was you who discovered a heaven-blessed prodigy for our sect. All within Giant Sect are eternally grateful to you and your master. Your master is proud of you." A faint smile graced Li Qingfeng's lips. "That is truly excellent." Liu Wenchen approached, tears streaming from his eyes. "Elder Li," he began, truthfully, "I did not claim Fang Chen because I recognized his genius at first. I merely acceded to my daughter's wishes. Like you, I, too, failed to see his potential. So Liu Wenchen was just like him. He was not the sole one to have been mistaken." In that instant, Li Qingfeng found complete solace and release. The sect master was also mistaken, then, haha. He laughed heartily, releasing Shi Kaishan, his hands groping faintly. Liu Wenchen, tears in his eyes, clasped Li Qingfeng's hand. "I am here," he affirmed. Li Qingfeng gripped his hand, expending his last breath to utter, "Please convey to him, tell him to." His hand relinquished its grip, falling limply as a revered elder of an era met his demise, sinking into the pristine white snow. "Elder Li, Master, Uncle, Master Li." The disciples of Giant Sect unleashed cries of profound sorrow and anguish. Paired eyes were brimming with tears. Master, Na Yunxi knelt upon the ground, tears raining down her face. "Wake up, please, wake up. When the ceasefire between the human and demonic beast races was declared, did you not promise to lead us, the younger generation of Tianjian Peak, in celebration of our survival? You cannot break your word, Master, if you depart. Who will care for our junior brothers and sisters?" Woo-woo. Shi Kaishan's ancient body trembled uncontrollably, his once lustrous gray hair now woven with strands of stark white. He clasped Li Qingfeng tightly, silently weeping towards the heavens, until a female disciple cried out, "Why must this be so?" Elder Li survived the Great War of Jai Mountain, only to perish after the ceasefire. This is an injustice. Indeed, why? Because of the Giant Sect. A monstrous killing intent erupted from Shi Kaishan's cloudy, ancient eyes. He thrust Li Qingfeng's corpse into Na Yunxi's arms, then, without a single word, stomped the earth and sped like a gale towards the direction of the Giant Sect. Zhuang Yunyan's white hair stood on end, his tear-filled eyes wide with fury. The former Qingyan Sect master let loose a thunderous roar. Giant Sect, your transgressions are beyond measure. All supreme elders of Qingyan Sect, follow me. Boom. The earth quaked violently as this elder, whose life force was waning, ignited his very essence, hurtling towards the Giant Sect. Huang Jianshen, Zheng Qiushuang, and the other supreme elders also had tears glistening in their eyes. Turning, they furiously pursued, bellowing, these beasts. Liu Wenchen, his eyes bloodshot, roared, elders of Qingyan Sect, follow me. All the elders, with tears streaming, followed suit. Even Feng Guzen was among them, though he and Li Qingfeng had once clashed. Those disputes were merely over resources for Reincarnation Peak, and for their respective disciples he had never harbored ill will towards Li Qingfeng. Gazing upon Li Qingfeng's lifeless form, his eyes reddened, his aged frame trembled, and his gaze filled with an intense, murderous intent. Giant Sect, I shall see your end. Nai Yunxi, her face awash with tears, gently lowered Li Qingfeng's remains. Her eyes burned with deep, seated hatred, and her tightly clenched fists dug her nails deep into her flesh. Your disciple will avenge you, she vowed. Drawing her longsword, she rushed, weeping, towards the Giant Sect. Every disciple of the Qingyan Sect had eyes rimmed with red. Let one remain to guard Elder Li's body, the rest of you, follow me. A commanding disciple roared, wiping away his tears. Across the icy, snow-laden plains, the supreme elders, and disciples of Qingyan Sect surged forth, like raging infernos of vengeance, blazing towards the distant horizon. The Great Wall within a hidden space. Within the little Killin's wide, luminous eyes was etched profound astonishment. For since a short while ago, its master, who had been engrossed in deep cultivation, had suddenly become restless and agitated, now utterly unable to enter a state of meditative calm. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. Suddenly, I cannot cultivate in peace. My cultivation is nearly complete anyway. Forcing myself into meditation would be detrimental. I shall go forth and investigate. I wonder if Elder Li managed to dissuade Liu Ruyan. The thought of Liu Ruyan brought a throbbing ache to his head. Exiting the hidden space, as he stood upon the city wall, he beheld in the distance, by the long river at the edge of his vision, a vast congregation of people. What has transpired? Fang Chen wondered, puzzled. Why do the personnel from the various sects linger, gathering there? After a moment of contemplation, he summoned the little Qilin and declared, let us proceed and ascertain the cause. Like a shadow amidst the clouds, he instantly appeared beyond the throng. Upon discerning his arrival, several individuals displayed expressions of awe and respectfully parted, making way for him. Fang Chen, filled with growing apprehension, traversed the path, at last beholding the scene at the heart of the multitude. Liu Ruxu knelt before a mangled, gore-strewn corpse, silently weeping. An ominous premonition seized Fang Chen. His throat felt as though gripped by an unseen hand. He uttered, Ruxu. Liu Ruxu turned her head, her face already awash with tears. My master, he is dead. Li Qingfeng, the very elder who had guided them from solitary boat city to the Qingyan Sect, the one who had protected him countless times. Was he truly dead? This cannot be. Cease your jesting. Fang Chen advanced, his gaze fixing upon the ancient visage, which bore a serene, gentle smile. His mind became an utter void. He stood rooted to the spot, petrified, as uncontrolled tears burst forth from his eyes, streaming relentlessly down his cheeks. It is impossible. He possessed rejuvenation elixirs. How could death claim him? Fang Chen slowly regained his senses, yet found himself utterly unable to accept the grim reality before his eyes. How could the man who, not long ago, had drawn his sword against Kong Yuanba for his sake possibly be dead? This was impossible. Yet the cold corpse before him pulled him mercilessly back into the harsh light of reality. Fang Chen felt a piercing agony in his chest as he collapsed to his knees before Li Qingfeng's remains. Gazing upon that mangled body and the serene, smiling face, the harrowing contrast caused his heart to convulse in excruciating pain. Why must it be so? Liu Ruxu slumped against his shoulder, weeping. It was the Giant Sect. They abducted Liu Ruyan, and Master was slain by them in his attempt to protect her. She sobbed. They crushed Master's heart and shattered his throat. He could not even swallow the spring return pill. We could only watch helplessly as he breathed his last. Fang Chen uttered not a word. His cascading tears gradually ceased, and his voice became unnervingly hoarse. Did Elder Li leave any final instructions before his passing? Liu Ruxu's delicate frame trembled violently. Master's final regret was that he had lacked the vision back then to bring you into the Heaven Sword Peak. He was consumed by self-reproach, even unto death. he remained troubled by this grievance. Grief wrung Fang Chen's heart. Clutching his chest, he slowly stood. His tears had completely stopped, and his expression was eerily tranquil. The disciples of the various sects watching him felt an inexplicable sense of dread. "Watch over Elder Li's body." Fang Chen raised his head, gazing calmly toward the territory of the Giant Sect. Liu Ruxu asked through tearful eyes, "Where are you going?" Fang Chen's voice was hauntingly still, a calm that made one's skin crawl to seek out a few funerary offerings for Elder Li. In the distance, a group of powerful and heroic figures rode spirit beasts as they marched toward the Giant Sect. They were of burly stature and majestic aura, galloping like a torrential flood through the vast white snow. Two Grand Elders glanced back repeatedly with unease, sighing from time to time. He still felt that the sect leader had likely invited disaster by slaying Li Qingfeng. The Azure Cloud Sect would surely never let the matter rest. "Grand Elder Xiao, can you not have a little more confidence in yourself?" Kong Yuanba glanced at him sideways. Since the fall of the two Grand Elders at the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, Kong Yuanba's prowess was no longer inferior to any Grand Elder. Previously, Fang Teiji had kept him in check, but now he was the undisputed master of the Giant Sect, to the point where he no longer showed the Grand Elders their former respect. Yu Qingkang sighed. "So be it. Since matters have reached this point, what use is there in further speech, so long as the sect leader does not live to regret it?" He could foresee that the Azure Cloud Sect would soon pursue them, and a fierce battle between the two forces was inevitable. Regardless of the Giant Sect's status among the top 3 sects or their superior strength over the Azure Cloud Sect, it was impossible to emerge completely unscathed without a single casualty. To court such a bitter harvest for a moment's satisfaction was truly unwise. Kong Yuanba said with disdain, "In the lexicon of Kong Yuanba, the word regret does not exist." A soft, pained moan drifted through the air. Liu Ruyan had regained consciousness. She bolted upright, her eyes instantly sharpening as she lunged toward Kong Yuanba like one possessed. "You murdered my master." Kong Yuanba snorted with contempt. With a casual flick of his sleeve, he struck Liu Ruyan's body. Liu Ruyan had not even attained the Golden Core Realm. How could she endure such a blow? She was struck down, collapsing onto the ground instantly. The robes on her back were torn asunder, revealing her jade, smooth, snowy back. Even the thin ties of her undergarment were faintly visible. "Just like your master, you are not but an overconfident fool." Kong Yuanba snorted coldly, his gaze roaming wantonly across her snowy back. "How fair! That boy Fang Chen actually cast you aside. He truly knows not how to treasure such a prize." Seated upon spirit beasts nearby were several of his core disciples, including Zhu Wangzhang. His towering frame of Tuzhang was like a small hill, his tiger-like eyes wide as copper bells as they leered at her with burning intensity. "Master, I was wounded by Liu Qingxian's sword, and that debt remains unpaid. This woman is Fang Chen's formal betrothed. Exacting vengeance upon her is the same, is it not?" Kong Yuanba smiled thinly. "Oh, and how do you intend to exact this vengeance?" He had always shown great favoritism toward this half-giant disciple, second only to Jin Zhongming. Since the disciple sought revenge, how could he, as the master, refuse? Zhu Wangzhang licked his lips and said with a sinister grin, "Naturally, I shall also deliver unto her a fierce sword strike, letting her taste the full might of my blade." The male disciples present erupted into bursts of knowing, lewd laughter, their eyes shimmering with excitement. A great beauty like Liu Ruyan, few in the 9 sects could compare. She was not a prize that ordinary disciples like them could ever hope to covet. But now it was different. They would all have the chance to line up and savor the essence of such a peerless beauty. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Thus they cheered in succession, eager to begin immediately, unable to wait for 3 days hence. Liu Ruyan gritted her silver teeth. "You shall never have your way." She reached back, pulled a hairpin from her hair, and pressed it against her chest, spitting a mouthful of bloody spittle fiercely at Kong Yuanba. "You wish to use me as bait for Fang Chen. You are all merely dreaming." With absolute resolve, she plunged the hairpin deep into her chest. Like a clap of thunder, Kong Yuanba's cold snort exploded in her ears. "Seeking death before me, who gave you the delusion that you are worthy of such a choice?" Immediately thereafter, a tempestuous gale descended. A searing pain lanced through Liu Ruyan's skull, plunging her into immediate unconsciousness. Kong Yuanba retracted his fist, letting out a cold snort. "I had intended to keep you until Fang Chen's arrival, to have my Giant Sect disciples defile you before his very eyes. But since you are so eager to seek your demise, then I shall merely permit my disciples of the Giant Sect to sample your essence first." With a mere tap of his toe, he sent Liu Ruyan soaring, depositing her upon the back of Zhu Wanzhong's spirit beast. Zhu Wanzhong was declared the first Jin Zhongming the second. Jin Zhongming, who had lingered at the periphery, spoke with an air of subtle indifference. "Honored master, this disciple shall not partake." By what right should Zhu Wanzhong be granted the first taste? The honored master grows ever more partial to Zhu Wanzhong. He, Jin Zhongming, if he were to act, would claim nothing less than supremacy. Never would he settle for second. Kong Yuanba cast a fleeting glance upon him, then declared, "As you wish." Since Jin Zhongming was deemed unworthy to enter the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion within the next decade, his worth was diminished considerably. The second was Shi Zhongming, the third Huang Lin, the fourth. The disciples whose names were called let out triumphant hoots, casting aside their robes like ravenous wolves, their eyes glinting with avarice as they fixated upon Liu Ruyan's captivating form. Zhu Wanzhong, stripped bare without inhibition, seized Liu Ruyan by the waist with a single, massive hand, lifting her aloft. Gazing upon this woman, whose beauty rivaled that of a celestial maiden, Zhu Wanzhong drooled with undisguised lust. "Little beauty, I shall not hold back." He extended two thick, brutish fingers, clutching the collar of her raiment, poised to tear it asunder. Boom! Abruptly, a thunderous roar reverberated from the furthest reaches of the heavens and earth. Zhu Wanzhong's hand trembled, and he stared skyward, utterly bewildered. At that moment, the sky was a pristine azure, vast and utterly devoid of clouds. From whence did such thunder emanate? A disciple urged impatiently, "Senior brother Zhu, pay it no heed. It is likely merely those individuals from the True Thunder Sect dabbling in some arcane mischief." Zhu Wanzhong mused, and indeed, under such circumstances, it could only signify a master of thunderous divine abilities unleashing their formidable lightning arts. Thus he once more turned his gaze upon the beauty before him, a lecherous smirk twisting his lips, poised to rip her garments asunder. Boom! Yet another peal of thunder reverberated, surging closer. This new sound was markedly more ferocious than the last, drawing ever nearer with startling rapidity. At this, not only Zhu Wanzhong, but even Kong Yuanba himself could not resist turning his gaze toward the source of the profound sound. What manner of deception was Lei Zhen perpetrating? Within the True Thunder Sect, only Lei Zhen was renowned for his mastery of cloud shadow, allowing movement with such unparalleled swiftness. Boom! The third peal of thunder rent the air. Its sound was incandescent, akin to the boundless majesty of heavenly might itself. "It is not Lei Zhen Hai." Kong Yuanba rose to his feet, his eyes betraying profound alarm and suspicion. Judging by the sheer force and cadence of the prior two thunderclaps, the wielder of these lightning arts had traversed at least dozens of Lai in an instant, whereas Lei Zhen Hai's cloud shadow could, at best, only instantly shift 100 jang. Boom! The fourth thunderous roar erupted, as if the very heavens had sundered, causing the throng of spirit beasts to halt in terror, frozen in place, utterly unwilling to advance further. Kong Yuanba and the assembled grand elders of the Giant Sect grew grim, for it became dreadfully clear that this assailant was coming for them. Liu Qingfeng exclaimed in astonishment, "Which exalted master traverses the path of thunder in such a manner? Why does he hasten toward us? We have surely not provoked any master adept in the lightning Tao." The other grand elders, too, felt a profound shock, for the sheer might of these thunderclaps was truly terrifying. Across the vast lands of the 9 great sects, and even within the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion itself, there existed no individual whose mastery of the lightning Tao had reached such a pinnacle. What unnerved them most was that, judging by the thunder's cadence, this entity was undeniably hurtling directly toward them. Kong Yuanba, now somewhat flustered, cupped his hands and bowed toward the direction from which the thunder emanated, respectfully declaring, "Senior, we are of the Giant Sect. We implore you, do not harm the innocent by mistake." Boom, roar, crackle, the fifth thunderous blast descended. The horrifying sound of the thunderous explosion forced all the spirit beasts in the vicinity to cower in abject terror, emitting sorrowful wails. Disciples of lower cultivation bases were instantly thrown to the ground, blood gushing from their mouths and nostrils. Simultaneously, a blinding flash of lightning rent the heavens and earth, its resplendent brilliance eclipsing the very sun, turning the world into an expanse of featureless white, where no one could keep their eyes open. A destructive aura of thunder swept forth. Kong Yuanba instinctively shut his eyes. As he perceived the lightning's dissipation and reopened them, his pupils constricted as if struck by an earthquake for his beloved disciple. Zhu Wanzhong lay headless, not merely decapitated, but his head, along with his entire neck, had been utterly crushed into his chest cavity. And Liu Ruyan, whom he had clutched in his hand, now rested cradled in the arms of another. Clad in robes of profound black, he stood, his raiment flapping wildly in the fierce gale. Veins of thunderous essence ceaselessly pulsed around his form, and his eyes, cold as glacial ice, seemed to connect to the abyssal depths of the 9 nether hells, emanating and bone-chilling frost. Yet, as Kong Yuanba discerned his true countenance, he was seized by profound shock, exclaiming, Fang Chen. The master who had achieved pinnacle mastery of the lightning Dao was, astonishingly, Fang Chen. A fleeting, deathly silence gripped the Giant Sect for a moment. They found it impossible to reconcile the revered senior, who commanded their awe with the Fang Chen standing before them. Then came the sickening squelch of blood as gore surged from Zhu Wanzhong's chest, erupting like a fountain under the pressure of his own head. Only then did the cruel reality dawn upon the onlookers. Zhu Wanzhong, possessor of a rare half-giant bloodline, the premier genius of the Giant Sect's current generation, second only to Jin Zhongming, was no more. Kong Yuanba snapped out of his stupor, letting out a shattered cry, Zhu Wanzhong. This was the disciple into whom he had poured his greatest efforts, surpassing even what he had bestowed upon Jin Zhongming. Since the day the boy entered the sect, he had personally guided his cultivation, teaching him to harness the ancient giant bloodline, how to exert his strength, and how to bolster his blood kai, watching him grow with celestial speed to win glory after glory. Kong Yuanba had worn a smile upon his face and felt a deep joy within his heart. Had fate not intervened, he would have promoted Zhu Wanzhong to elder in a few years, and in 20 years, when he retired to become a grand elder. The youth would have stood alongside Jin Zhongming as the pillars of the Giant Sect. The satisfaction and sense of accomplishment from watching one's child grow into a towering tree was something no amount of spirit stones or resources could ever replace. The happiness it brought was beyond the reach of words. And now it had all come to a jarring halt. Staring at the headless corpse of Zhu Wanzhong, he let out a howl of agonizing grief. No. He could not accept that someone so vital to him had departed this world. A pain like a twisting blade spread across his chest. He clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony. So, your Giant Sect also knows what it is for the heart to ache. Then why did you kill Li Qingfeng? If you have a grievance, come for me. Why did you have to kill him? Fang Chen roared, his face masked in murderous intent. What manner of thing was that Li Qingfeng? Kong Yuanba's eyes turned blood, red as he roared back, nothing but a useless old wretch whose cultivation had hit a dead end. Is his life worth even a single hair of my disciple's head? To think you killed my disciple for such an old dog. I shall see you die a death beyond suffering. His muscles swelled, veins writhing like earthworms beneath his skin, and his face was covered in a dense web of azure meridians. Amidst his distorted features, he resembled a blue-faced, fanged demon from the abyss. You must die. I care not for the Heavenly Secret Pavilion anymore. Today, even if the Heavenly King himself descends, you shall perish. Fang Chen laughed, a furious laughter directed at the heavens. You ask what Li Qingfeng was? Then let me tell you, your entire Giant Sect shall be buried alongside him. With a sweep of his sleeve, a streak of purple sword, light instantly pierced through a disciple who, stripped to the waist, had been queuing to defile Liu Ruyan. Poof, blood sprayed as an egg-sized hole was left in the male disciple's throat. Through that bloody cavity, the terrified expression on the face of the disciple behind him was clearly visible. That terror did not last long, for the purple light ruthlessly transfixed his heart, leaving behind yet another hollow wound of gore. He had slain 2 disciples, both hand-picked by Kong Yuanba, the most significant core disciples after Jin Zhongming and Zhu Wanzhong. Fang Chen, Kong Yuanba bellowed repeatedly, his mountain, like shadow lunging forward with savage ferocity. Fang Chen was in no rush to kill him, his movement techniques blurred as he chased the purple light and grasped it in his hand. Then, with a rise and fall of his blade, he claimed the head of another half-naked male disciple. Leaping once more with his movement technique, a single sword strike cleaved a spirit beast and the naked disciple upon its back into 2. Blood splattered and screams rent the air. The disciples who, moments ago, were queuing to partake of the great beauty were now subjected to an exceptionally bloody slaughter. They scrambled to don their clothes, hoping to escape notice in the chaos. Fang Chen's speed was too great. He reaped lives as easily as cutting grass, with cold and efficient precision. The purple sword in his hand was peerlessly sharp, no matter what was used to block it. It would be parted like tofu. Within the 10 breaths it took for Kang Yuanba to give chase, over 10 of the naked disciples had met a wretched end. Without exception, they were all core disciples whom Kang Yuanba had favored. Fang Chen followed the list Kang Yuanba had previously announced, slaughtering them one by one. Fang Chen, you shall die a miserable death. Kang Yuanba's eyes were nearly bursting with rage. Except for Jin Zhongming, all of his disciples were dead. The killing intent on Fang Chen's face only intensified. You cannot endure even this. It has only just begun. Suddenly, he reached out a hand, blocking behind his back. The 10th Elder of the Giant Sect had somehow appeared silently behind Fang Chen. A palm tipped with long black nails, clearly steeped in lethal poison, thrust viciously toward the center of Fang Chen's back. Perish, you vile wretch, to have slain so many disciples of the Giant Sect. You are truly deserving of death. Yet Fang Chen, as if sensing an impending doom, swiftly raised his palm to intercept the assault from behind. The 10th Elder's eyes glinted with a cruel sneer. Decades of arduous body cultivation had forged his hands into veritable steel blades, capable of effortlessly piercing any mortal flesh. Furthermore, each of his 10 fingers bore a potent, venomous essence, capable of effortlessly poisoning any cultivator in the mid-golden core realm to death. Even a cultivator of the late golden core realm would succumb to its virulent affliction. Yet, as his fingers plunged into Fang Chen's palm, his 10 formidable fingernails shattered with a resounding crack. It was as though Fang Chen's hand was forged from profound black steel itself. Realizing the dire peril, the 10th Elder decisively withdrew his hand. Unyielding, Fang Chen did not even turn his head, merely striking out with a casual slap that landed squarely upon the Elder's arm. The 10th Elder's face contorted in agony, his lips twitching as he violently shook his seared and throbbing arm, retreating to a safe distance. Tales spoke of your impressive mastery in body cultivation, and it seems they hold truth. You possess genuine skill. To think you could even inflict pain upon my formidable physique, yet that is all you have accomplished. Today, you dare trespass into my giant sect and unleash slaughter upon its disciples. Such meager body cultivation shall not shield you. Even as he roared his condemnation, the 6th Elder behind him let out a shriek of terror. Elder Lin, your hand. The 10th Elder paused, perplexed, then raised his arm, and in that instant, his face froze in horrified disbelief. The arm, upon which Fang Chen had merely laid a single slap, swiftly began to putrefy into black ichor, cascading downward with a sickening gush. I am poisoned. In that very moment of stunned realization, his entire skin began to fester, dissolving into corrosive black liquid. The agonizing sensation, cruelly delayed, finally surged into his mind. Ah, save me, Sect Master, save me. He desperately struggled, attempting to flee towards Kang Yuanba, yet even as his right foot hovered in midair, his entire form had already dissolved into a grotesque, putrid mass, collapsing with a wet, grisly splat. It splattered upon the 1,000-year-old, unyielding ice and snow, scorching a colossal, gaping maw through its ancient depths. A collective gasp of chilling dread swept through the assembled multitude. They had witnessed potent venoms capable of dissolving human flesh, yet never before had they beheld a cultivator whose own poisoned essence could achieve such utter annihilation. Fang Chen slowly turned, his gaze cold and desolate, like a harbinger of death itself, declaring a sacrificial offering. With that pronouncement, he surged forward, a single step closing the distance to the nearest target, the 5th Elder. The Elder recoiled in sudden alarm. He roared, "Why do you all stand there, frozen in terror? Strike him down now." Yet he himself retreated backward, widening the chasm between them, daring not to engage in physical contact, lest he suffer the same gruesome fate as the 10th Elder. He drew a formidable iron staff from his waist, lunging to brutally smash it down upon the approaching Fang Chen, shouting, "How dare you be so presumptuous?" To move through the mightiest cultivators of the Giant Sect as if no one stood in his path, this was an affront that openly defied the very existence of the Giant Sect. Fang Chen did not even cast a glance. With a mere sweep of his violet sword, he effortlessly cleaved the clearly superior iron staff into 2 distinct halves. The 5th Elder's pupils constricted violently. What manner of sword is this? It can even cleave through a high-grade magical artifact. Violet, that is the very sword that slew the Grand Elder, Tai Bubai. You are the very fiend who murdered our Grand Elder. Fang Chen responded coldly, indeed. It is the violet sword, dedicated solely to slaughtering the beasts of your giant sect. With a flick of his wrist, the violet sword soared through the air, streaking directly towards the 5th Elder's face. At such an incredibly close range, the elder was left utterly defenseless. He cried out in absolute terror, "Save me." Boom, a terrifying gale of fist energy, compressing the very air and emitting a piercing shriek, slammed into the midair violet sword, sending it hurtling away. It was Kong Yuanba. His eyes blazing with furious rage, he roared, "Fang Chen, so it truly was you who murdered our Grand Elder." In that agonizing moment, profound regret seized him, a tormenting realization that he had not, at any cost, slain Fang Chen when he had the chance. Twice had his suspicions pointed directly at Fang Chen, yet each time, the fiend had managed to escape his grasp. Had he eliminated Fang Chen then, his beloved disciple, Zhu Wanzhang, would not have met such a gruesome, and his sect's followers would not have been decimated. Leaving only Jin Zhongming, and the 10th Elder would certainly not have been reduced to utterly formless dust. It was all his fault, every single tragedy his fault alone. All venerated elders, unite your strength, let us purge this scourge from the Giant Sect, Kong Yuanba bellowed with unbridled fury. At long last, the elders too succumbed to righteous wrath. The slaying of a few disciples, even those favored by the sect master, had not yet threatened their core interests. But the utter annihilation of the 10th Elder signified a colossal threat, directly encroaching upon their very beings. Boom, 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 the remaining 6 elders unleashed their lethal strikes in unison. Some brandished magical artifacts for close combat, while others struck from afar. All were consumed by murderous intent, determined to slay this dire threat from the Azure Cloud Sect on the spot. The 5th Elder laughed in fury. "You are just like that old fool, Li Qingfeng, overestimating your own strength. Before the absolute power of our Colossus sect, your so-called courage is nothing but a joke. Ha ha ha." Fang Chen let out a cold shout as countless strands of sword kai erupted from his pores, coalescing into a humanoid silhouette before instantly piercing through the 5th Elder's body. Still wearing his expression of furious laughter, he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Lines of blood sprayed forth from his every pore. 5th Elder. Elder Yuan, Kong Yuanba, and the other elders let out bellows of uncontrollable rage and grief. Though not the highest ranking, the 5th Elder had served the longest and possessed the deepest seniority within the Colossus sect, earning him the profound trust and respect of all. And just like that, he was dead. "I will take you down with me." The 6th Elder's hair bristled with fury as he charged, brandishing a spiked mace. Fang Chen sheathed his violet sword and reached toward the heavens. A spiked mace, 60 feet long, manifested in his palm, which he then brought crashing down with brutal force. Crack, without even the slightest chance to resist, the 6th Elder was crushed into a bloody pulp. The mace in his hand shattered completely, its fragments embedded within the remains of his flesh. Funeral offerings. In a mere few moments, 3 elders had been slain in succession. The supreme elders could no longer remain idle. They had initially believed that once Fang Chen killed a few disciples to vent his wrath, the matter would conclude and the debts would be settled. Little did they know that Fang Chen would be so ruthlessly vicious. "Fang Chen enough, we merely killed one Li Qingfeng, yet you have slaughtered so many of our kin. Had I not been considering the greater good, I would have crushed you to death long ago." "The greater good," Fang Chen laughed coldly, "is the greater good of your Colossus sect Taibu, by extorting my Azure Cloud Sect after obtaining a Nascent Soul Jade talisman. Is it Fang Teiji, slaughtering the elders of 8 sects just to survive? Is it Jiuzhang acting like brothers with the demon race while murdering his own kind? Or is it you lot defiling the female disciples and murdering the elders of the Azure Cloud Sect for the sake of revenge? What greater good do you speak of? You have simply dropped a boulder on your own feet and finally realized the pain." With a thunderous roar, he tapped his foot and soared toward the 3 elders nearby. Gripping their sharp weapons, they had stealthily crept closer while Fang Chen was speaking with the supreme elders. Seeing Fang Chen rushing toward them, they struck out in unison, letting out fierce bellows. The 7th Elder roared through tears, "We will hold him back. The rest of you, strike and tear him into 10,000 pieces." Fang Chen hoisted Liu Ruyan onto his back. In his left hand, he produced the 5 magnetic essence mountain, while his right hand formed a seal and struck the mountain's surface. 5 magnetic divine light. Ever since learning that he was a wanted man in the Taking Great Province for cultivating the void, flow lightning force, he had rarely used this light to avoid detection. Now, such concerns were unnecessary, for the people before him were already dead men. With a resonant hum, a 30-foot shroud of 5 colored divine light descended. The three attacking elders instantly lost their spiritual power and physical strength, stumbling to the ground. Their faces were filled with horror. This light barrier is wrong. Quickly, save us. The expressions of the onlookers shifted drastically as they unleashed their respective long-range attacks. However, as their strikes entered the five magnetic divine light, their power was suppressed. By the time they reached Fang Chen, they felt like mere scratches. Without a shred of mercy, Fang Chen raised his foot and stomped upon the seventh elder's back. PFFT, the seventh elder let out a wretched scream as he coughed up a spray of blood containing fragments of his heart. With a final convulsion of his legs, he perished on the spot. Funeral offerings. Another foot descended toward the eighth elder. Kong Yuanba roared, his eyes nearly splitting from rage. As if deaf to the cry, Fang Chen crushed the man's skull with a single stomp under Kong Yuanba's very gaze. Funeral offerings. Then, without pause, he stomped toward the ninth elder. Kong Yuanba lunged forward with a roar, yet he dared not approach the divine light. The supreme elders were also overcome with grief and fury. Stop, release him, and there may yet be a path of life for you. PFFT, Fang Chen's foot did not falter for an instant, crushing the ninth elder's chest until it caved in. The slaughter has reached such a pitch that there is no longer any room for reconciliation. Between them, only one fate remains: either Fang Chen perishes, or the Giant Sect is utterly extinguished. Screech at that very moment. A sharp, chilling arrow, long since prepared, pierced through the five magnetic divine light without warning and embedded itself into Fang Chen's back. Turning to look, he saw a white-haired supreme elder, his eyes brimming with tears. The ninth elder, whose chest had just been crushed under Fang Chen's heel, was his very own personal disciple. In this moment, the elder was struck by profound astonishment. With this single shot, he had not only exerted his full strength, but had also consumed a power, an enhancing medicinal pill. Its might was sufficient to threaten a cultivator at the peak of the ninth level of the Golden Core realm. Yet Fang Chen remained unscathed. How could he have known that Fang Chen wore a chainmail precious armor capable of withstanding a blow from the ninth level of the Golden Core realm? Coupled with the significant weakening from the five magnetic divine light, the arrow was powerless against him. The ordinary elders have been sufficiently slaughtered. It is time for the supreme elders to meet their end. Soul shocking spike. From the center of his brow, a soul spike erupted, traversing the sky to plunge directly into his opponent's skull. Even at the eighth level of the Golden Core realm, he recoiled in agony upon suffering such a strike, dropping the longbow from his grasp. Cold light flashing in his eyes, Fang Chen burst forth from the five magnetic divine light and lunged toward him. Kong Yuanba roared, "Halt him!" Several supreme elders nearby converged from all directions, some at the eighth level and others at the ninth level of the Golden Core realm, offering Fang Chen no possibility of slaying another supreme elder. Encircle him, let him find no escape, even if he were to grow wings. Seeing that Fang Chen showed no fear of their encirclement, a ninth level Golden Core supreme elder, his face contorted with murderous intent, declared, "Since he seeks death, we shall grant it to him." In this dire moment, any concern for the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was cast aside as Kong Yuanba charged forward in a fit of rage. This time, unless he possessed the power of flight, Fang Chen was destined to be trapped within their formation and beaten to death. Yet in the next breath, to the collective astonishment of the Giant Sect, Fang Chen leapt high into the air. A purple sword soared beneath his feet, carrying him over the heads of the crowd. He was performing the art of sword flight. By the time they regained their senses, Fang Chen had already streaked through the air to stand before the Supreme Elder, who was still howling in pain. Supreme Elder Kong. Supreme Elder Kong had remained at the furthest distance, believing himself to be in safety, and thus had not maintained his guard. Abruptly, hearing the desperate cries of the crowd, he finally raised his head to look forward. But all that met his gaze was a blinding shroud of purple radiance. A sudden chill swept across his neck. With eyes wide in shock, his head was sent soaring into the heavens. A supreme elder let out a roar of absolute despair and grief. The deaths of disciples brought them little sorrow, for new ones could always be recruited. The loss of elders caused them some grief, yet it was a pain they could endure. But the death of a supreme elder, a martial brother, an old friend of several decades, was a blow they could not withstand. "I shall slaughter you." With eyes nearly bursting from their sockets, a supreme elder donned a pair of gauntlets and unleashed an earth-shattering blow toward Fang Chen. Already at the ninth level of the Golden Core realm, the sheer magnitude of his strike in such a state of fury was truly awe-inspiring. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen turned and traced profound trajectories with his hands, condensing a mystical hand seal before his chest. As if opening a mysterious portal, threads of golden light erupted from within Fang Chen, coalescing behind him into a lifelike, 8-armed divine statue. Divine fist of the vast Brahma. Fang Chen struck out with both palms simultaneously. The divine statue behind him launched an attack, booming toward the Supreme Elder. Startled by the sudden appearance of the divine statue, the Elder would have normally retreated in caution. Now, however, his mind was clouded by rage, though he sensed the peril. He chose to withstand it head on. Successfully blocking 2 of the statue's palms, he found the strength to be fierce yet only comparable to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. He let out a sinister laugh. Is this your trump card? Then your death is certain. Begone! He unleashed a peerless physical strength, attempting to blast the divine statue aside. To his surprise, at that very moment, 2 more of the statue's arms moved, suddenly striking down upon his skull. Utterly defenseless, he had only enough time to widen his eyes before his head was pulverized. Elder Duan, Supreme Elder Duan. The crowd could scarcely believe their own eyes. In the blink of an eye, 2 Supreme Elders, Elder Kong and Elder Duan, had both been annihilated. This youth is a great scourge. All Supreme Elders strike together. A Supreme Elder, whose strength was second only to He Jiuzhang, saw his white hair dance wildly amidst the erupting killing intent, resembling a white-haired demon sovereign. Under his command, the remaining 6 Supreme Elders, 2 Elders, and the Sect Master roared in unison as they swarmed to besiege Fang Chen. Beware his poison techniques. Grant him no opening to manifest his sword kinesis. Coordinate long and short-range strikes to suppress his methods. Once neutralized, he shall be bereft of tricks. I refuse to believe his repertoire is inexhaustible. Far from succumbing to fear, Fang Chen roared and charged directly toward the Supreme Elders, meeting their onslaught head on. With a forceful pull, a blood-red skirt manifested in his grasp, and he lashed out viciously at the foremost Supreme Elder. Death stands before you yet. You still do not beg for mercy. This old man shall grant you your end. The Elder delivered a palm strike so potent the air crackled in its wake. Even from a distance, the immense power of the strike was palpable, faintly resonating with the profound essence of Teiji. He was indeed a Supreme Elder, second only to He Jiuzhang. His physical constitution was of such strength that it had transcended the mortal coil. Given more time and sufficient resources, the Giant Sect would have birthed another supreme powerhouse at the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Alas, he would have no such opportunity. With a flick of the blood-red skirt, Fang Chen met the Elder's palm strike. The expected sight of the garment being shattered did not occur. Instead, the blood-red skirt seemed to awaken, coiling around the Elder's hand and slithering up his arm to envelop his entire body. Immediately, a blood-curdling scream erupted from his throat. He felt as though countless maws were tearing into his flesh, feasting upon his blood and marrow, inflicting an agony beyond endurance. To his absolute horror, his pupils shrank as he saw Fang Chen wielding a violet sword, slashing ruthlessly toward his throat. Bound tightly like a cocoon, he could neither break free nor move in the slightest. He could only watch in despair as the blade descended upon his neck. You little beast. Another Supreme Elder arrived just in time, launching a terrifying fist strike aimed directly at the center of Fang Chen's back. Unless Fang Chen disregarded his own life, he would be forced to abandon the kill. Sensing the attack from behind, Fang Chen ignored it entirely, his blade sweeping across the throat of the Supreme Elder entangled in the blood-red skirt. The Elder's neck was severed, and his head tumbled to the ground. A funeral offering, Fang Chen uttered coldly. The approaching Supreme Elders erupted in roars of fury. The Elder who had struck out was beyond enraged, his strike landing squarely on Fang Chen's back with the full force of his indignation. A metallic clatter of chains echoed as the force of the punch sent Fang Chen staggering forward. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. His internal organs had suffered a slight tremor, but it was not a fatal wound. To slay the strongest Supreme Elder at the cost of a minor injury was a price well worth paying. Did the Supreme Elder who ambushed him truly believe he would emerge unscathed? Even as he surged forward, Fang Chen's hand moved in a blur, hurling an object that resembled a spatial storage device onto his assailant. The moment it touched the Elder, it revealed its true form, a sprouting seed. The bud atop the sprout split open, revealing rows of jagged, ghastly teeth that clamped down upon him. Instantly, the Elder froze in place, rendered completely immobile. Even his expression remained locked in a mask of uncontrollable rage. Seizing the opening, Fang Chen executed his sword kinesis, sending the violet sword plunging through the elder's heart. Elder Han, the 4 supreme elders, and 2 elders rushing forward cried out, their eyes nearly splitting from grief and fury. In another spark of time, 2 supreme elders had perished. Fang Chen's methods were outrageously diverse, leaving his enemies with no way to defend themselves.
Now it is your turn, Fang Chen declared, his killing intent flaring.
Tearing the blood-red skirt from the corpse, he charged toward the remaining 4 supreme elders.
Consumed by shock and fury, Kong Yuanba roared, disciples of all peaks, do not just stand there, drag that Liu Ruyan out here at once. Witnessing Fang Chen's terrifying power, Kong Yuanba immediately resorted to a treacherous scheme, using Liu Ruyan as a hostage to threaten him. Hearing the command, the disciples of the Giant Sect prepared to act immediately. But Fang Chen's voice thundered with icy resonance. This is a grudge between myself and the elders of your Giant Sect. It does not concern you juniors.
Begone now, for I have no desire to trouble myself with you.
However, should you dare to aid this tyranny, every one of you shall perish.
The disciples of the Giant Sect trembled, their faces etched with terror. They were truly shaken by the sight of the blood-maddened Fang Chen. Yet, as they gazed upon the corpses littering the ground, their elders and their senior brothers among them, hatred began to fester.
The crowd converged upon the 5 magnetic primordial mountain, while they indeed could not enter the radius of the 5 magnetic divine light. It did not prevent them from using ropes to hook and drag out the unconscious Liu Ruyan. Bring iron hooks and ropes.
The disciples of the Giant Sect scrambled to the backs of various spirit beasts to scavenge for tools.
Fang Chen watched them closely. Since every disciple had chosen to participate, none would be considered innocent when the slaughter resumed.
Taking advantage of his distraction, a supreme elder, his eyes gleaming with a sinister malice, lunged forward with a furious roar, die. He reached into his sleeve, where a bottle of pitch-black liquid was faintly visible, a deadly poison without a doubt.
He lunged to seize it, but his grasp caught nothing but empty air.
Almost simultaneously, Fang Chen felt a weight in his arms. The little Qilin held the small black bottle in its mouth, glaring ferociously at the supreme elder. Returning to his senses, Fang Chen cast a frigid gaze toward the empty-handed supreme elder rushing at him. The elder's heart skipped a beat as a bone-chilling cold shot straight to his crown. Fang Chen granted him no chance for regret with a single sweep of his sword, the man's massive head soared into the sky, his face frozen in a mask of indignant frustration.
You deserve death.
The 3 remaining supreme elders roared in fury, striking simultaneously at Fang Chen's head and lower body, sealing all paths of escape in a desperate attempt to deliver a final, lethal blow. With a casual wave, Fang Chen brandished the blood skirt toward one of the supreme elders, forcing him to retreat. He then seized the black medicine bottle the little Qilin had snatched and crushed it on the spot, causing the toxic liquid to splatter in every direction. The other 2 supreme elders were startled and recoiled in haste, shouting, "Are you mad? Do you intend to poison yourself as well?" To their utter shock, the deadly toxins only caused the skin on Fang Chen's palm to turn a faint shade of green, yet where it touched their own bodies, their flesh began to rot away. In the blink of an eye, the 2 supreme elders who failed to dodge began to see black holes of decay festering on their faces, emitting plumes of dark smoke as they howled in agonizing pain.
My fingers are gone. My fingers, ah.
By this point in the slaughter, the members of the Giant Sect were utterly shell-shocked.
Their elders were decimated, with only 2 remaining 5 supreme elders lay dead and 2 were wounded, leaving but 1 unscathed.
Such a devastating outcome filled all with profound grief and a bitter, gnawing regret. Kong Yuanba, we warned you not to kill Li Qingfeng, yet you insisted. Are you satisfied now?
Zhu Qingkang clutched his rotting eyeball, howling and cursing in agony.
The other 2 supreme elders were also filled with resentment. We all told you not to do it, but you called us supreme elders cowards. Are you happy now with how things have turned out? The Giant Sect's fall to this state today is entirely your fault.
Kong Yuanba was also shaken by the tragic carnage before him. If one were to say he felt no regret, it would be a lie.
Had he known that killing an insignificant Li Qingfeng would bring about such catastrophic consequences, he would never have done it for anything in the world.
At this moment, he recalled Yi Kangyuan's warning, do not provoke Fang Chen. If he had only listened, none of this would have happened.
However, how could he admit he was wrong? Even if he were truly in the wrong, he would persist on this dark path to the very end.
Killing intent roiled in his eyes as he roared, what is the use of speaking of this now? Kill Fang Chen and avenge them. He then turned a furious glare upon the disciples. You useless wastes. Have you still not captured Liu Ruyan?
Almost. We have found the tools. Hold on, we will have Liu Ruyan in our clutches shortly. An elder disciple shouted with resentment. Once Liu Ruyan was in their grasp, they would see if Fang Chen valued her life or his own more.
The moment of her capture would be the moment of his ultimate decision.
Fang Chen's gaze was frigid as he soared toward the 5 magnetic origin mountain.
Yu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and endured the agonizing pain in his face as he charged forward. To his surprise, just as he gave chase, Fang Chen suddenly performed a swift counterattack, hurling a dark red orb with great force. It was the fragrant corpse pill he had retrieved from Wang Chengxiao. This was a treasure of the great Yin Sect, capable of rendering even a peak 9th level golden core realm.
Expert like King de Unconscious. Realizing something was wrong, he covered his nose and mouth and tried to retreat. However, being midair and already charging forward, he could not dodge in time and collided head on with the fragrant corpse pill. With a low shout from Fang Chen, the fragrant corpse pill exploded into a vast cloud of blood-colored mist.
Though Zhu Teiking covered his nose and mouth, it was futile. His eyes rolled back, and under the power of the domineering blood mist,
he lost consciousness on the spot and fell stiffly to the ground.
The other 2 Supreme Elders tried to rush to his aid, but it was already too late.
Fang Chen had already driven his purple sword toward the man's chest.
And at that very moment, a cheer erupted from the disciples. We have hooked her. Pull her out. Drag her out. The elder disciple exclaimed in delight. They had used an iron hook tied to a rope to snag Liu Ruyan's ankle and were now dragging her out.
Seeing this, Kong Yuanba bellowed, "Little beast, if you dare touch a single hair on Supreme Elder Zhu, you will never see Liu Ruyan again."
Fang Chen turned a deaf ear, commanding the purple sword to descend from the heavens and plunge ruthlessly into Zhu Teikang's heart. The blade pierced through his chest and embedded itself into the earth, leaving only the hilt visible as it hummed with a continuous, trembling vibration.
You little beast! The 2 Supreme Elders were consumed by uncontainable rage. They had not expected Fang Chen to remain so unbridled, even after Liu Ruyan had been captured. Kong Yuanba was even more incensed. Kill that wench. Tear her to shreds.
Without looking back, Fang Chen shifted his intent, and the 5 magnetic origin mountain suddenly expanded 100-fold, transforming into a massive hill. With a sharp whistle, the iron hook was instantly pulled away by the magnetic force of the 5 magnetic origin mountain. Another grand purpose of the 5 magnetic primordial mountain was the seizing of armaments. Immediately after, with a mere shift of Fang Chen's intent, the 5 magnetic primordial mountain soared into the heavens, orbiting Liu Ruyan and sweeping across the surroundings with majestic force. Pachai. That senior disciple was instantly pulverized into a mist of blood upon impact. Beyond him, over a dozen disciples were blasted into oblivion before they could react, and the wounded numbered in the dozens. As the 5 magnetic primordial mountain descended once more, the disciples stood paralyzed with terror. They no longer dared to approach this eerie, 5-colored peak. Nor did they dare harbor any designs upon Liu Ruyan.
Fang Chen cast a frigid gaze toward Kong Yuanba. 2 Supreme Elders, 3 Elders, 12 sacrifices have been offered. Only you 5 remain.
The Elders' courage failed them. The Supreme Elders were seized by dread, and Kong Yuanba's heart was consumed by overwhelming fear. Who could have believed that 16 Supreme Elders and Elders of the Giant Sect had been slaughtered by Fang Chen single-handedly, leaving a mere 4 survivors and the Sect Master? The failure to capture Liu Ruyan made them realize that the tides had turned and their doom was inevitable. When Fang Chen once again produced several of those devastatingly powerful fragrant corpse pills, the group fell into utter despair. A Supreme Elder retreated several paces and said, "Young Master Fang, every debt has its debtor. It was Kong Yuanba who murdered Li Qingfeng. If you seek vengeance, take it from him. I shall no longer interfere." Another Supreme Elder, surveying the battlefield that resembled an Asura's purgatory, also retreated with a trembling heart. Indeed, it was all Kong Yuanba. I counseled him against killing Li Qingfeng, but he refused to listen. This matter truly has nothing to do with us. Seeing the 2 Supreme Elders lose heart, the 3rd and 4th Elders dared not face Fang Chen alone and retreated to stand beside them.
Sect Master, you must bear the burden of the disaster you have wrought. Do not force the entire Giant Sect to be buried with you. Infuriated, Kong Yuanba turned and roared, "What is the meaning of this? In the face of a great enemy, you choose self-preservation. How can you face the fallen Supreme Elders and Elders of our Giant Sect?" Had he not spoken those words, it might have been better, but at his utterance, a Supreme Elder was instantly consumed by rage.
With what face do you say such things? Why did they die? Was it not because of your headstrong arrogance? You are a historical sinner of the Giant Sect. The other Supreme Elder's face was also filled with fury. Kong Yuanba, take your own life. Give an accounting to young Master Fang and the Azure Cloud Sect. Consider it an act to lessen your own transgressions. In their current predicament, the only path was to sacrifice Kong Yuanba to appease Fang Chen's wrath and preserve a single spark for the Giant Sect's future. This blood debt could only be repaid 10, 20, or even 50 years hence, when the Giant Sect rose again from the ashes. At that time, they would surely raise the Azure Cloud Sect to the ground, leaving not even a chicken or dog alive. The declarations of the two Supreme Elders immediately made the third and fourth Elders realize their intent. Sacrifice one Kong Yuanba to buy the Giant Sect a chance to linger on, biding their time for a cycle of 60 years before taking their bloody revenge. The third Elder said solemnly, Sect Master, please take your own life. The fourth Elder also spoke, Sect Master, please take your own life. The disciples across the field, looking upon the countless fallen elders and peers, were filled with grief and indignation. If the Sect Master had not insisted on killing Li Qingfeng, would things have ever come to this? They had all been led to their deaths by the Sect Master's willful decisions. Sect Master, please take your own life. Countless voices converged into a single formidable will, Sect Master. We pray you seek death. Kong Yuanba stared at them in disbelief. His own disciples were demanding his suicide to buy Fang Chen's mercy. A pack of useless trash. In the hour of the Giant Sect's life and death, you actually defect on the battlefield. Kong Yuanba rebuked them fiercely. We of the Giant Sect should die a magnificent death with unyielding integrity. Killing your Sect Master to please an enemy. Are you not afraid of being the laughingstock of future generations? This righteous-sounding rebuke indeed weakened the resolve of many disciples. To demand one's own Sect Master go to his death was truly unique throughout the ages. Today, they were destined to be branded with infamy in the annals of history. Charge with me, Kong Yuanba bellowed. His stirring call moved many disciples once more. Gritting their teeth, they rekindled their killing intent. They followed behind Kong Yuanba, charging toward Fang Chen. Roughly counting, about a dozen disciples swarmed toward Fang Chen in a frenzy. Yet, as they neared him, Kong Yuanba's eyes flashed, and without warning, he retreated violently. With a powerful stomp, he sent waves splashing several fathoms high, fleeing toward the boundary mountain with great haste. He left behind the group of disciples charging at Fang Chen, who stood there dazed and bewildered. Fang Chen looked at the disciples and said coldly, the character of your Giant Sect. It has always been that personal interest reigns supreme. How could such extreme egoists possess the tragic sentiment of sacrificing oneself for the sect? Only a few simple-minded disciples like you would believe it. Did you not see that the two Supreme Elders and the other Elders haven't moved a single inch? Only then did the disciples realize in shock that Kong Yuanba had used them as a shield to block Fang Chen, buying himself time to escape. Kong Yuanba, their fury erupted, a rage born of deceit. Fang Chen's eyes gleamed with chilling resolve. He offered no sympathy, but drew his sword and surged into their midst. 10 breaths later, the incessant wails of agony subsided as all of them fell, slain upon the very ground. The two Grand Elders and the Elders watched, their hearts racked with searing anguish. Only some 50 disciples remained. These were the elite of the Giant Sect. The very embers of their future, each one slain, was an irreplaceable loss. One Grand Elder clasped his hands and declared, Fellow Taoist Fang, as you can see, Kong Yuanba has betrayed our Giant Sect. From this day forth, our Giant Sect severs all ties with Kong Yuanba. We implore fellow Taoist Fang to discern right from wrong and to cease the wrongful slaughter of the innocent. Fang Chen nodded slightly, then mounted his violet sword, soaring towards Kong Yuanba's direction. The gathered cultivators of the Giant Sect watched Fang Chen's retreating form shrink into the distance, only then daring to exhale in relief. A Grand Elder cradled the corpse of Zhu Qingfeng, his ancient eyes filled with tears and brimming with hatred. He swept his gaze across the disciples, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed, Go, all of you, look upon the bodies of your masters, your senior brethren and your junior brethren. Remember their gruesome demise and etch it forever into your hearts. From this day forward, constantly admonish yourselves to diligently pursue cultivation for vengeance. If 10 years are not enough, then 20. If 20 years still prove insufficient, then 50. One day you shall repay this profound sea of blood and hatred. The Azure Cloud Sect, every single one shall be slain, none shall be spared. Tears streamed down the disciples' faces, their eyes burning with the fires of vengeance. Henceforth, the disciples of the Giant Sect bore but a single mission to slaughter every last member of the Azure Cloud Sect. The Grand Elder nodded with a hint of satisfaction. Go, remember their faces. Whenever you grow lax, whenever you falter in your cultivation, recall their wretched forms. Puff, his words were abruptly cut short as a chilling arrow pierced his back, emerging from his chest. He gazed downwards at the arrow's tip protruding from his chest, drenched in steaming, scalding blood. Disbelief flickered in his eyes as he painstakingly turned his head. Fang Chen, who had seemingly flown away, had silently returned, concealed by the white clouds, a shimmering silver longbow clutched in his hand. A cold dread enveloped him, then his vision darkened, and he collapsed with a thud. The other Grand Elder stammered in panic, "Fellow Taoist Fang, why have you returned?" Those words just now represented only Grand Elder Hong and bear no relation to the rest of us. Fang Chen slowly descended upon his flying sword, his voice flat with indifference. How could I depart without slaughtering every last one of you? He had merely feigned departure, granting them the false illusion of having escaped calamity. Once their vigilance waned, their slaughter would naturally be effortless. The sole remaining Grand Elder was consumed by fear and rage. You are too merciless. We already stated that this was Kong Yuanba's sole transgression. We always opposed the killing of Li Qingfeng. Why do you direct your wrath upon the innocent? Fang Chen sneered. Innocent, had you compelled Kong Yuanba to end his own life when I first came for vengeance, as you did just now, then perhaps I would believe your innocence. But you did not. You fought with desperate fury to slay me. Your eventual severance of ties with Kong Yuanba was not born of remorse, but of terror and the agony of being culled. Now you wish to feign innocence. He leaped forth, striking at the last Grand Elder. Divine Lord Kang, a colossal divine effigy manifested behind him, its forearms extending to unleash a synchronized barrage. Regardless of the clash's outcome, he then conjured the blood, red skirt, and flung it towards his foe. The Grand Elder, who had barely managed to block the divine effigy, found himself ensnared by the blood, red skirt, unable to evade its grasp. Fang Chen, you are too ruthless, exterminating an entire sect. Do you not fear the retribution of the Heavenly Tao? Puff, a streak of violet light pierced his neck. With a flick, his head soared into the heavens, and his headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground. Fang Chen wiped his sword clean on the corpse's garments, and said indifferently, if suffering retribution could bring Li Qingfeng back to life, then I would welcome that retribution to descend swiftly. Immediately, he turned and assailed the two remaining elders. Their cultivation, merely at the 6th or 7th layer of the Golden Core realm, made their fate a foregone conclusion. Finally, Fang Chen's cold gaze swept over the 50 odd disciples. He harbored no intention of sparing them, for the seeds of hatred had already been sown deep within their hearts, promising only future calamity. That single glance shattered their courage completely. A group of cultivators who had not even reached the Golden Core realm, how could they possibly possess the valor to strike at Fang Chen? They scattered in terror, fleeing in every direction. You cannot escape, Fang Chen declared, taking a step to pursue them when suddenly a group of elders, clad in the robes of the Azure Cloud Sect, rapidly approached from behind him. Foremost among them was Shi Kaishan, his face etched with grim determination, having already resolved to fight the Giant Sect to the death. Yet, upon witnessing the horrific scene, even he was stunned into silence. Corpses of Giant Sect members lay strewn across the ground, some in disciple robes, others in elder robes, and even several in Grand Elder attire. Their deaths were varied. Some had merely been impaled through the heart, but many more were headless corpses, their heads severed, while others had been cleaved into two. Blindingly bright blood stained the entire battlefield crimson, and a pungent, acrid stench assaulted the very depths of one's soul, painting a scene truly akin to hell itself. Gulp. Then, Zhuang Yunian and the other Grand Elders gazed upon the battlefield, their ancient eyes trembling with shock. Is that the third Grand Elder of the Giant Sect? If my eyes do not deceive me, that head belongs to the 5th Grand Elder, Kong Wuming, does it not? The one missing half his face is the 10th Grand Elder, Duan Mingrui, and that is the 7th Grand Elder, Han Fade. And Zhao Wumeng, Chen Hailiang, Bu Shen, Jia Daoqing, coupled with the deceased Fang Teiji and He Jiuzhang, the Grand Elders of the Giant Sect, have all been annihilated. Not only the Grand Elders, but all the Elders had perished as well. Apart from Kong Yuanba, the entire leadership of the Giant Sect had been extinguished. They, who had come seeking vengeance, beheld the scene before them, and could not help but feel a chilling dread creep up their spines. Who possessed such formidable might to unilaterally slaughter the Giant Sect? and who wielded such merciless cruelty to eradicate the entire leadership, leaving not a single soul. They heard a chorus of screams in the distance and lifted their gaze, only to behold a blood-soaked figure from behind, sword in hand, relentlessly pursuing the remaining disciples of the Giant Sect. His swordsmanship was exceedingly sharp with each flash of his blade. He effortlessly severed their heads. His movement technique was peerless no matter how those disciples exhausted their every resource to flee. They were easily overtaken and sent to the afterlife with a single stroke of his sword. In the mere span of a few breaths, he had already claimed several lives. Fang Chen, Shikaishan recognized him, his mouth hanging open in sheer shock. Was all of this truly Fang Chen's handiwork? The group immediately gave chase, and at close range, they found that this blood-drenched figure was indeed Fang Chen. Fang Chen gazed at the fleeing disciples of the Giant Sect, his brow furrowing slightly. Although he could slaughter them all alone, hunting them down across the territory would waste too much time. Furthermore, the one most deserving of death had yet to fall. Grand Elders, I leave these disciples to you. I am going to find Kong Yuanba. Without waiting for them to question him, he soared away directly via sword kinesis. This left the Grand Elders of the Azure Cloud Sect collectively petrified on the spot. Sword kinesis flight, the slaughter of the Giant Sect's upper echelon, is he truly the Fang Chen from our Azure Cloud Sect? A Grand Elder who rarely appeared and had never seen Fang Chen before stared with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. Is it certain this person is not one of those mythical prodigies from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, or a young leader from a divine sect beyond the realms? How could he possibly be a disciple of a minor sect like ours? Zhuang Yunian swallowed hard and said, "It is him, our Azure Cloud Sect's Fang Chen." By this time, Liu Wenchen had arrived, leading the other elders. They, too, were shaken by the carnage of the scene before them. They were rendered speechless by the sight of the Grand Elders of the Giant Sect lying dead, one after another. Master Grand Elders. Liu Wenchen's face was somewhat pale. The Giant Sect has truly been wiped out. Zhuang Yunian's face showed a trace of sorrow as he patted his shoulder. At Li Qingfeng's funeral, kowtow before his spirit coffin and thank him well for bringing you such a fine disciple. Liu Wenchen's pupils dilated in disbelief. Master, surely you aren't saying that all of this was done by Fang Chen? He looked toward the other Grand Elders. Their expressions were all profoundly solemn. Li Qingfeng had indeed brought back a disciple like no other for the Azure Cloud Sect. If the Azure Cloud Sect achieves the momentum of a soaring dragon in the future, Li Qingfeng must be credited with the highest merit. Yet he was destined never to see that day. Pain filled Shikaishan's heart. He looked at the fleeing Giant Sect disciples, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. What are you waiting for? Slaughter every last one of these disciples. The Grand Elders did not hesitate, dispersing to pursue and kill. Having endured a lifetime of trials, they possessed no misplaced mercy, yet some of the other elders hesitated. A newly appointed young female elder's eyes showed a hint of pity. Sectmaster, they are merely disciples, not the primary villains. Is such a total extermination not perhaps? Liu Wenchen turned to look at her and said calmly, Fang Chen is also a disciple. With that, his figure moved like lightning as he gave chase. The other elders scattered, each setting out to slay the fleeing Giant Sect disciples. The young female elder's body trembled. Indeed, is Fang Chen not also a disciple? But what was the fate of the Giant Sect? If a man like Fang Chen were to rise from the survivors of this battle, then the Giant Sects today would be the Azure Cloud Sects tomorrow. Thinking of this, her gaze turned cold, and she decisively locked onto several Giant Sect disciples and pursued them. Meanwhile, Fang Chen, flying via sword kinesis, held the heaven-gazing treasure mirror as he infused it with spiritual energy. The rotating eye within the mirror rapidly displayed scenes of the surrounding area. The heaven-gazing treasure mirror could monitor 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Scenes centered on Fang Chen appeared in the mirror, extending from near to far. One of the images caught his eye. With a tap of his finger, the heaven-gazing treasure mirror locked onto the scene and maintained a continuous watch. In the image, Kong Yuanba fled pathetically passing an inconspicuous snowy slope. He checked for onlookers and donned a white cloak, blending his presence into the ice and snow. Had it not been for the heaven-gazing treasure mirror, it would have been difficult for Fang Chen to find his hiding place so quickly. Little did he know, everything was within Fang Chen's surveillance. On the snowy slope, Kong Yuanba huddled, his face full of venomous spite. Fang Chen, you little mongrel. You slaughtered so many experts of my Giant Sect, and forced me into the betrayal of my entire sect, leaving me with no place to belong. I shall lay all of this at the feet of your Azure Cloud Sect. Once you depart for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, I may be powerless against you, but your Azure Cloud Sect can forget about having a single moment of peace. For the rest of my days, I shall devote myself to wreaking vengeance upon the Azure Cloud Sect. I shall slay every disciple I encounter and strike down every elder I see, unless they cower within the Azure Cloud Sect forever, never to emerge. I will make your Azure Cloud Sect live in perpetual terror, never to know a day of tranquility. As a powerful master at the level of a sect leader, with him lurking in the shadows while the Azure Cloud Sect stood in the light, it would truly be difficult to guard against him. Many within the Azure Cloud Sect would surely fall victim to his treacherous schemes. Whoosh, a gust of fierce wind swept over his head. Kong Yuanba started in alarm. Peering through a narrow crevice, he saw Fang Chen flying past on a sword. The youth had not noticed him, and was heading straight toward Boundary Mountain. You little mongrel, you would never imagine that I am a dual cultivator of both law and body. Though my realm is unremarkable, it is sufficient to activate a magical artifact for invisibility. Search all you want, upturn this entire snowy plain, and you still won't. PFFDR, Kong Yuanba suddenly let out a wretched cry of agony. An arrowhead tore through his thigh, piercing flesh and shattering bone. Blood sprayed violently into the air, staining the snow-covered ground crimson. A powerful current of air also whipped away his cloak, revealing his hidden form. He looked up to see Fang Chen gripping a silver longbow, a cold sneer upon his face. Did you truly believe you had deceived me? Filled with shock and fury, Kong Yuanba snapped the arrow shaft and fled toward Boundary Mountain. Fang Chen lowered his longbow and followed from a moderate distance, in no hurry to deal the killing blow. Soon, Kong Yuanba reached the foot of Boundary Mountain and encountered the throngs of people from various sects. He rushed straight toward the contingent of the Ortho, Thunder Sect, spotting a supreme elder at a glance. Elder Huang, please save me. Uphold justice for my sake. Huang Qilin, a supreme elder of the Ortho, Thunder Sect, had once been an old friend of Kong Yuanba's father. During every festival, Kong Yuanba would visit the Ortho, Thunder Sect to pay respects to this senior acquaintance. Yuanba, what has happened to you? Huang Qilin was taken aback as he gazed at the arrow wound on the man's leg. Kong Yuanba cried out, Fang Chen, it is Fang Chen who is slaughtering the innocent. Presuming upon his status as a candidate disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, he treats the lives of us from the other 8 sects as if they were nothing. Save me. Fang Chen, Huang Qilin began to hesitate. The events by the Great River had already spread. The Giant Sect had killed Li Qingfeng and abducted Liu Ruyan. Fang Chen was surely exacting his revenge now, was he not? Seeing him hesitate, Kong Yuanba fell to his knees. Elder Huang, will you stand by and watch me die? Pitying his wretched state, Huang Qilin helped him up and said, Enough, hide behind me. Though your Giant Sect was somewhat at fault initially, for a mere junior to hunt down and kill a senior, what kind of decorum is that? As if granted a divine reprieve, Kong Yuanba hurriedly ducked behind Huang Qilin. Suddenly, a long whistle pierced the sky as Fang Chen arrived, riding his sword. His arrival triggered a mountain-shaking roar of astonishment. Disciples from all sects, near and far, were struck with wonder and drawn to the scene. Treading the void, that is Fang Chen. He has broken through to the Nascent Soul realm. The members of the Myriad Sword Sect followed closely behind. When Zhu Qingyong witnessed this, his aged eyes widened in shock. Under the secret technique of sword kinesis, he has achieved perfect sword flight. This lad has mastered it. Even with Zhu Qingyong's poise, he could not help but utter a curse. Rolling up his sleeves, he prepared to demand an explanation from Fang Chen. That scoundrel, did he not just claim he hadn't mastered it? He actually deceived me. Preposterous. Beside him, Supreme Elder Zhu Qingyong quickly grabbed him, whispering urgently, Are you mad? If you provoke him at a time like this, beware he doesn't strike you down as well. Zhu Qingyong froze. Upon further inquiry, he finally learned of the tragedy concerning Li Qingfeng. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Those fellows from the Giant Sect. They are useless against the demon race, yet they are swift and ruthless when it comes to slaughtering their own. That old fogey Huang Qilin has truly cast aside his dignity. How does he have the gall to protect a man like Kong Yuanba? Zhu Qingyong also wore a look of disdain. Is he not simply bullying the Azure Cloud Sect for its shallow foundations? If it were our myriad sword sect or the supreme sect seeking trouble with Kong Yuanba, do you think Huang Qilin would dare to interfere? Huang Qilin appears to be protecting someone, but in truth, he simply holds the Azure Cloud Sect in contempt. Fang Chen approached unhurriedly. Seeing Huang Qilin shielding Kong Yuanba, he was not surprised in the slightest. Even the most wicked of men have a few friends, let alone Kong Yuanba, the leader of a sect. He had allowed Kong Yuanba to flee here precisely to see which life and death allies would emerge. He intended to root them all out and eliminate them, lest they seek secret vengeance against the Azure Cloud Sect once he departed for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Do you believe yourself to be someone grand, simply because you were recruited by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Huang Qilin barked preemptively. Your down has not even fully grown, yet you dare hunt and slay your elders. Did the seniors of your Azure Cloud Sect never teach you respect? Fang Chen hovered in midair with his hands behind his back, looking down upon him with indifferent contempt. Naturally they have, but they never taught me to respect beasts. At your great age, how have you fallen so low as to associate with such beasts? Huang Qilin was incensed. Junior, cease your insolence. To hunt the Lord of the Nine Sects while he is wounded is a brazen act of defiance against the world. Summon your elders at once. I wish to ask them how they raised such a whelp. Fang Chen remained expressionless, pointing his sword at him from afar. I care not who you are within the true Thunder Sect. Here this Kong Yuanba slew Elder Li Qingfeng of my sect, and I seek his life in vengeance. If you stand in my way, you are my enemy, and an enemy of the Azure Cloud Sect. I give you the time of 3 breaths to choose step aside, or perish with him. Huang Qilin laughed in fury. Never did he imagine that he, a Grand Elder, would be publicly threatened by a mere junior. Then let me tell you, I, Huang, have never tolerated such arrogant and pompous juniors in my life. Today, I shall protect Sect Master Kong. What can you possibly do against my true Thunder Sect? Lei Zhen Hai frowned slightly. He had nothing to say regarding Huang Qilin's private desire to protect Kong Yuanba. Lei Zhen, I knew something of their relationship, but why involve the true Thunder Sect? He spoke in a low voice. Grand Elder Huang, this is a matter between the Azure Cloud Sect and the Giant Sect. Why are you interfering? Do not invite needless trouble upon the true Thunder Sect. Relying on his seniority, Huang Qilin snorted. Sect Master, what nonsense is this? To draw one's blade when witnessing injustice is the duty of our true Thunder Sect members. How can you call it inviting trouble? Lei Zhen, I laughed from sheer exasperation. This old fool was clearly afraid that the Azure Cloud Sect would retaliate if he bullied Fang Chen, so he insisted on binding the true Thunder Sect to his actions. Hearing that Fang Chen had already begun the countdown, Lei Zhen, I said without hesitation, Fang Chen, this is Huang Qilin's personal decision. It has nothing to do with our true Thunder Sect, and he does not represent us. Fang Chen looked toward him and asked, then, it would be no issue if I killed him. Lei Zhen, I was startled. Could Fang Chen truly kill Huang Qilin? The man was a Grand Elder at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. After a moment's thought, he nodded. Since he involves himself in the disputes of your 2 sects in a private capacity, his death would be his own doing. It shall not affect the relationship between the true Thunder Sect and the Azure Cloud Sect. Although Lei Zhen, I was usually overbearing, he could distinguish right from wrong in major matters. For someone like Huang Qilin, who refused to listen and insisted on intervening in another sect's conflict. Lei Zhen, I would naturally draw a line to avoid bringing unforeseen calamity upon the true Thunder Sect. Huang Qilin grew anxious. Lei Zhen, you are the master of a sect, yet you lack even a shred of metal. Lei Zhen, I ignored him, turning away as he commanded, True Thunder Sect, follow me. The Grand Elders, and disciples of the True Thunder Sect departed decisively. None among them were fools who could not see that Huang Qilin was dragging the sect into a conflict. If disaster struck, they would all be implicated. It was best to stay far away from such a self-serving old man. Huang Qilin seethed with rage. At that moment, Fang Chen finished his countdown with cold indifference. It seems. You intend to shield Kong Yuanba to the very end. Huang Qilin felt a flicker of regret. How could he dare face the entire Azure Cloud Sect alone? If Fang Chen only gave him a minor lesson, it would not be a great problem. You have no right to speak to this venerable one in such a manner. Begone at once, or else I wouldn't mind. A soul spike instantly pierced into his skull. He immediately clutched his head, howling in excruciating agony. Before he could react, an icy chill swept across his throat. Then he saw the world spinning uncontrollably until it finally stopped, and he beheld his own headless corpse. He vaguely understood what had happened. It was the final thought of his life. The battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Even those from the true Thunder Sect who had not yet gone far turned back, staring at the scene in shocked silence. In a single exchange, a Grand Elder had been slain. A massive chill instantly surged through the hearts of everyone present. Fang Chen possessed the terrifying power to kill a Grand Elder in an instant. Shock and horror churned in every pair of eyes. Fang Chen ignored them, flicking the blood from his violet sword. He kicked over the headless corpse, revealing Kong Yuanba hiding behind it. Sect, Master Kong, who else can protect you? Hurry and seek rescue. Kong Yuanba's pupils constricted violently. He surveyed his surroundings and, seeing the 10,000 swords sect nearby, stumbled toward a female elder. Zuru, help me. The 9th elder of the 10,000 swords sect, Panzuru, was Kong Yuanba's clandestine lover. Seeing her beloved in such a wretched state, Panzuru could not bear it and looked to the sect master of the 10,000 swords sect for help. Sect master. Before she could finish, Zhu Qingyang turned a cold gaze toward her. If you dare plead for him, then get out of the 10,000 swords sect. Aside from the fact that Kong Yuanba had brought this upon himself and deserved his fate, given Fang Chen's current strength, why would one choose to become his enemy for no reason? Did you not witness how Huang Qilin perished? To bring such calamity upon the 1,000 Swords sect, what an insolent fool who knows not the gravity of his actions. Panzuru's countenance turned pale. She could only turn her head in silence, ignoring Kong Yuanba. Though it pained her, she could not sacrifice everything for the sake of Kong Yuanba. With the 1,000 Swords sect offering no hope, Kong Yuanba stumbled toward the 1,000 Refinements sect, his eyes pleading with a male elder. Please, help me. Before his plea could be finished, the elder recoiled in terror. Glancing at the god of slaughter figure of Fang Chen from afar, his expression shifted violently as he barked, "Who is your cousin? I have absolutely no relation to you." They shared no bond in ordinary times, and in this hour of reckoning, the elder would certainly not bear the burden of Kong Yuanba's sins. Gritting his teeth, Kong Yuanba turned his steps toward the Heavenly Sound sect. The high-ranking members familiar with him departed before he could even open his mouth. At such a time, who would dare be associated with Kong Yuanba? Kong Yuanba besieged every acquaintance, yet not a single soul was willing to stand up for him. At this moment, Kong Yuanba truly felt the cold reality of being forsaken by all and abandoned by kin. Fang Chen clutched his blade, following slowly behind him. Is there no one left to protect you? If not, then I shall send you to reunite with your fellow sect members. Of the entire Giant Sect, only you, the sect master, remain. What? The crowd was seized by immense horror. What did he mean? The Giant Sect, considering Fang Chen's power to instantly slay a Grand Supreme Elder and Kong Yuanba's frantic flight, the implication must be true. Lei Zhenhai's body trembled violently. The Righteous Thunder Sect had nearly been led into enmity with Fang Chen by Huang Qilin. If even the powerful Giant Sect, one of the upper 3 sects, met with total annihilation, how could they possibly fare better? He felt a secret wave of dread, grateful for his own wisdom in not meddling in the feud between Fang Chen and the Giant Sect. Otherwise, that old wretch Huang Qilin would have steered them into a catastrophic ruin. Seeing Huang Qilin's disciples gathering his remains, a surge of fury welled within him. Discard it immediately. Leave the corpse of this old scoundrel here to feed the wild curs. The disciples of the Righteous Thunder Sect were also drenched in cold sweat by Fang Chen's words, their gazes toward Huang Qilin filled with pure hatred. This old man had nearly brought down a celestial calamity upon them. Beads of cold sweat formed on Zhu Qingyang's brow as he cast a frigid glare at the 9th elder. Panzuru's face was deathly pale, her heart thumping wildly as she realized the magnitude of the disaster she almost brought upon the 1,000 Swords sect. Within the 1,000 Refinement sect, Kong Yuanba's cousin was filled with shock and fury. He was relieved to have decisively severed their ties. This Kong Yuanba actually dared to draw such a calamity toward him. He truly deserved death. As for the factions that had severed ties early, they all rejoiced in their own wisdom while loathing Kong Yuanba's selfishness. With no one left to turn to, Kong Yuanba gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept his demise. There was still one person who could save him. That person was Yi Kangyuan, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. As the Vice Pavilion Master, he could not stand idly by and watch the annihilation of one of the 9 sects. No matter how reluctant, he would surely intervene to stay Fang Chen's hand. And so long as Kang Yuanba drew a single breath, he would make Fang Chen regret this for all eternity. Driven by venomous malice, he scrambled up the boundary mountain and spotted Yi Kengyuan's encampment from afar. Since the disciples of the 9 sects had not fully retreated, Yi Kengyuan surely remained to oversee the situation. Vice Pavilion Master Yi, come forth and uphold justice. Fang Chen is committing high treason by slaughtering my Giant Sect. You must restrain him. But as he burst through the curtains, he was met with an empty tent. To be precise, the man was gone, though the furniture had not yet been cleared. Various documents on the table lay scattered in disarray, abandoned in the haste of departure. Yi Kengyuan had long foreseen this scene and had departed ahead of time. With a rustle, the curtain behind him was lifted, and Fang Chen slowly approached, brandishing his 3-foot violet sword. Kang Yuanba, there is no one left to save you. Kang Yuanba collapsed onto the ground in utter despair. At this moment, he truly felt the sting of regret for failing to heed Yi Kengyuan's counsel. It turned out that, just as he had foretold, for Fang Chen to return alive from the territory of the demon race, he surely possessed extraordinary means. To provoke him recklessly was to invite inevitable disaster. Had he taken but a single word to heart, he would not have met such a wretched end. Gazing at the approaching Fang Chen, Kang Yuanba, stripped of all hope, finally began to plead Fang Chen. It was my fault. I should not have slain Li Qingfeng. I will kowtow to him. I will guard his tomb. I beg you, grant me a chance to repent. I swear, I shall surely change my ways. Fang Chen raised his sword. His voice cold and indifferent. There is no need. It would only defile his grave. At this moment, Kang Yuanba was consumed by the absolute depths of terror. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he frantically produced a massive void lotus weight. Do you not desire this flower? I give it to you now, only to trade for a path to life. Puff, Fang Chen's sword fell, sweeping across his throat. A massive head tumbled and rolled upon the ground. Within those wide, staring eyes remained the lingering traces of a profound, bitter grievance. He could have led the flourishing Giant Sect to great glory. He had the chance to reach the golden body and forge a new history for his lineage, yet it all came to a sudden, jarring halt. The genesis of it all was merely his slaying of an insignificant elder from the Azure Cloud Sect. If time could be rewound, he would surely have spared Li Qingfeng. He would never, ever, ever have taken his life. There are no ifs in this world. He had dragged the entire Giant Sect with him to be buried alongside Li Qingfeng. With one hand, Fang Chen seized the void lotus, and with the other, he lifted the severed head, returning to Li Qingfeng's remains. Setting the head down gently, tears finally escaped Fang Chen's eyes. He knelt before the corpse and kowtowed out deeply. Elder Li, may your journey onward be peaceful. The members of various sects wore complex expressions, filled with both sorrowful pity and envy. If one could have such a disciple after death, one who would erupt in such righteous fury to avenge them, then one could truly die without regrets. Before long, the blood-stained members of the Azure Cloud Sect returned. Liu Wenchen spoke save for Jin Zhongming, whose whereabouts are unknown. All other disciples are slain. Fang Chen frowned. The greatest threat was undoubtedly Jin Zhongming, yet he alone had escaped. It should not be. How could he flee amidst so many? Fang Chen mused for a moment. Let us inspect the battlefield. The group carried Li Qingfeng's body back to the site of the previous carnage. At a single glance, Fang Chen detected an anomaly. Where is the corpse of Zhu Wanzhong? Zhu Wanzhong stood 3 meters tall. Like a small mountain, he should have been remarkably conspicuous among the fallen. Thus, with but a single look, he realized the body was gone. A trail of blood stretched toward the distance. When Hongyao narrowed her eyes, discovering a clue. Following her gaze, the others saw the marks of a body being dragged across the snowy plains. Fang Chen understood in an instant, his gaze turning cold. A clever ruse, Jin Zhongming. He did not flee blindly with the disciples, but hid within Zhu Wanzhong's corpse. Once you left, he made his escape, dragging the body with him. This maneuver was all too familiar to Fang Chen. However, if Jin Zhongming was desperate to flee, why would he burden himself with Zhu Wanzhong's heavy remains? After a moment's thought, he stowed the 5 magnetic primordial mountain. Looking at the unharmed Liu Ruyan, he said, find a female elder to tend to her. I shall pursue Jin Zhongming to see what schemes he is brewing. Summoning his purple sword, Fang Chen took to the sky. With the drag marks as a guide, tracking was effortless. Furthermore, Jin Zhongming's pace was glacial due to the massive weight he hauled. Consequently, it did not take long. Before a range of undulating ice mountains, Fang Chen overtook Jin Zhongming. Seeing Fang Chen's pursuit, Jin Zhongming's face paled drastically. He cried out, "Fang Chen, I declare my withdrawal from the Giant Sect. Henceforth, their affairs have naught to do with me." Fang Chen's face was a mask of frost. "I apologize, but I only believe that your corpse has no connection to the Giant Sect." Swish, he dove down on his sword, immediately activating the God Lord's vastness, leaving Jin Zhongming not a single thread of hope for survival. Jin Zhongming gritted his teeth and produced a jade talisman imbued with spatial power, crushing it instantly as he roared, "Senior, I agree to all your conditions." With a crack, the talisman shattered. A potent silver light of spatial energy manifested a grand silver gate before him. Suddenly, a palm as white as polished jade emerged, delivering a light strike toward Fang Chen. In an instant, the divine phantom behind Fang Chen vanished, like a candle flame snuffed out by the wind. A lethal aura caused an alarm to scream in Fang Chen's heart. He hurriedly utilized his lightning divine ability to teleport away. Cloud Shadow. From within the colossal gateway, a young maiden slowly emerged, clad in a vermilion shorts, leaved tunic with cross-collared buttons, and a long, primrose-yellow skirt. Her obsidian tresses were styled into a flying celestial bun, with 2 long pink ribbons fluttering gracefully in the breeze, exuding a sense of vibrant and radiant youthfulness. Though her stature was not exceptionally tall, her slender, straight, and well-rounded legs suggested a hidden, formidable strength. A pale green silk sash cinched her willow-like waist, which was slender enough to be held in a single hand, while the lapels of her robe were filled by an alluring, curvaceous grace. Yet her visage was concealed behind a Peking opera mask, masking her true countenance from the world. Judging by her snowy eyes, she was but a young girl, and her voice possessed the tender, melodic quality unique to one of her tender years. "To think I have finally cultivated to the great circle of perfection," the girl murmured softly to herself. Relieved of a heavy burden, Jin Zhongming instantly collapsed to his knees. "Senior, I am willing to follow you to the Jiangshan Yipin Tower and become your auction item. I only beg that you keep your word and protect my life." The maiden before him was none other than a terrifying expert Jin Zhongming had encountered by chance days ago. She claimed to be the vice tower master of the Jiangshan Yipin Tower, named Gu Zinner. She had mentioned that noble women in the Taikang continent were seeking robust and powerful young male slaves. As he fit the criteria perfectly, she had asked if he was willing to sell himself. The price the maiden offered was simple: to preserve his life at a critical juncture. How could Jin Zhongming have agreed back then? Why would he abandon his position as the senior brother of the Giant Sect to become a slave in the Taikang continent? Later, the girl had gifted him a spatial jade talisman, promising that within 10 days he could call upon her once to save his life. Jin Zhongming had been loath to use it even when Fang Chen was slaughtering all in his path, or when the Giant Sect besieged the disciples of the Giant Sect. He had endured and held back. Yet, he never imagined that in the end, he would be driven to activate the jade talisman by Fang Chen. "You dog!" Jin Zhongming gnashed his teeth in hatred for Fang Chen. His entire sect had been annihilated, and now he was forced to become a mere commodity, to be sold into servitude. This blood debt was so profound that even if Fang Chen died 100 deaths, it would not be enough to atone for it. "Senior, could I trouble you to slay this man?" Jin Zhongming looked toward the young maiden, pinning his hopes on her. His intuition told him that the girl's strength was unfathomably terrifying, and killing Fang Chen would be as easy as flipping her palm. Gu Zinner extended her snow-white palm. "There is a price. I am a merchant and do not engage in loss-making ventures. For every action, payment is required." Jin Zhongming's expression stiffened. He did not believe that someone who could casually give away a spatial jade talisman would care for the low-level materials he possessed. So he could only abandon the idea in frustration. "I shall remember this debt for now," he thought, his heart filled with secret malice. Gu Zinner withdrew her hand and chuckled. "Then our transaction is complete. Follow me." As she turned to walk toward the spatial gate, she suddenly sensed something and glanced at the sky. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the heavens, momentarily eclipsing the daylight. The blinding radiance of the thunder was so dazzling that it forced one to close their eyes. It was Fang Chen who had turned back. He risked everything to strike, his shadow in the clouds technique surging directly toward Jin Zhongming. He aimed a palm at the man's skull, intending to send him to the same fate as Zhu Wanzhong. Fang Chen was not blind to the maiden's danger, but Jin Zhongming absolutely had to die. Jin Zhongming had witnessed Fang Chen manifest the 5 magnetic divine light and felt his void stream lightning force. At this moment, Zhu Wanzhong might not have understood the significance of those powers. However, once he arrived in the Taking continent, word of the bounty for Fang Chen's head would soon spread. Fang Chen was unwilling to bear the consequences that would follow. Therefore, he had braved the risk to return and deliver the killing blow. Yet, just as he was on the verge of success, Gu Zinner curled her lips slightly. With a casual grasp, she effortlessly caught Fang Chen's arm amidst his thunderous assault. "I cannot allow you to damage my commodity." Fang Chen was struck with horror. To be able to seize him like this, what was this girl's cultivation? Was she at the great circle of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm? His reaction was lightning fast. The moment he was caught, he decisively circulated his poison core, and a potent toxin surged from his arm. Gu Zinner's palm suddenly felt a sharp sting, as if bitten by a serpent, and she instinctively released her grip. Seizing this opening, Fang Chen lunged with his sword toward the nearby Jin Zhongming. A flicker of annoyance crossed Gu Zinner's face. She let out a soft cry, but her voice carried a profound heavenly might, causing Fang Chen's entire body to tremble violently, leaving him paralyzed as if struck by lightning. Is this a Nascent Soul expert? No. From whence did another Nascent Soul powerhouse emerge, and one who appears to be a maiden of his own age? Fang Chen could not let Jin Zhongming leave alive. He spoke in a low voice. "What is your relationship with Jin Zhongming?" Gu Zinner scrutinized Fang Chen without answering. Her eyes turned slightly cold as she said, "While I am in a good mood, do not provoke me. Leave at once." Her icy voice contained a trace of nascent soul power, forcing Fang Chen to stagger backward. Jin Zhongming's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally settled. This young girl was actually a nascent soul old monster. With her protection, what could Fang Chen possibly do to him? "You dog, what can you do to me now? Just you wait. When I return after completing my cultivation, I will ensure you die without a burial place." Jin Zhongming roared venomously, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. Fang Chen glanced at him, then looked warily at the maiden. Unwilling to yield, he said, "Senior, you mentioned earlier that he is a commodity. Does that mean you are of the Junction Yipin Tower? How about I make a deal with you as well?" Gu Zinner's eyes flickered slightly. "Speak." Fang Chen pointed at Jin Zhongming. "I will trade something for him. Can this be considered a transaction?" Gu Zinner subtly shook her head, her voice imbued with a quiet finality. "It cannot be." Fang Chen clenched his jaw, his hand delving into his bosom. He withdrew a token, resplendent with crackling lightning, none other than the Lei Yan token, perfectly intact and bearing the profound imprint of Yan Zhongying. Gu Zinner was seized by astonishment, her eyes glinting with a sudden, fervent excitement, for she was undeniably swayed. Yet, in but a breath, she quelled the nascent tremor in her heart, shaking her head ever so slightly as she declared, "My apologies. But the likeness of Jin Zhongming has already been presented to a revered client, who expressed profound satisfaction. The intent for transaction with another esteemed patron has already been solidified. Jin Zhongming, being the subject of this exchange, must remain utterly pristine until the completion of the pact." To Fang Chen's surprise, she proved to be a merchant of the Jiangshan Yipin Pavilion who held honor and reputation in high regard, standing in stark contrast to the near banditry and avarice exemplified by individuals such as Yan Dayan. "This token of yours is exceedingly rare. I could offer you something of equal or greater value in exchange." Gu Zinner, loath to let such a rare treasure slip through her grasp, put forth an alternative proposition. Fang Chen, with an air of dismissive nonchalance, tossed the Lei Yan token back into his robes, stating curtly, "I am not interested." Unfazed, Gu Zinner pressed on. "Even the profound power of thunder and lightning fails to pique your interest." A flicker of curiosity regarding Fang Chen's true identity stirred within her. For Yan Zhongying to have cultivated to such a profound state of mastery, he must surely be an elite scion of the Myriad Tribulation Sacred Temple. How, then, did such a personage find himself in this remote locale, embroiled in conflict with the indigenous powers? She resolved to thoroughly interrogate Jin Zhongming later, uncovering the full depths of this individual's origins and motives. Fang Chen's brow subtly arched, a hint of inquiry in his tone, the power of thunder and lightning. Gu Zinner produced a luminous orb of pure lightning, its crackling power incredibly vibrant and potent. It far surpassed the combined might of Lu Liang's and Yuan Chen's thunder elixirs, possessing more than enough essence for him to commence his cultivation of the heavenly thunder 6 parts indestructible blade. After a moment of profound contemplation, Fang Chen deliberated, "I can grant you but a single instance of observation. For a true exchange, however, this meager offering of thunderous power is utterly insufficient. Indeed, a mere observation was all that Gu Zinner truly sought. Having cultivated a rudimentary, thunderous movement technique, she could, with effort, decipher portions of the token. To comprehend even a single layer of its profound teachings would be an immense boon, an unparalleled windfall. I must first inspect the wares, Gu Zinner declared, her demeanor imbued with profound caution. Fang Chen let out a dismissive scoff, countering, "Verily, it is I who should fear your avarice. You are a venerable Nascent Soul Realm senior, would I, a mere junior, dare to practice deceit upon such an exalted being?" Gu Zinner, however, merely folded her arms across her chest, asserting, "This is the unwavering decree of our Jiangxin Yipin Pavilion first." The meticulous inspection of wares then, the solemn exchange, once confirmed immaculate, the transaction concludes, with coin and commodity exchanged without further recourse. Should you harbor any doubt regarding the venerable repute of my Jiangxin Yipin Pavilion, then there is no further need for discourse. Fang Chen lingered in deep thought for a prolonged moment, finally assenting with a reluctant nod, "Very well." From his robes, he produced an ancient, exquisitely crafted spatial storage artifact, declaring, furthermore, a fortnight past. Many venerable nascent soul realm cultivators waged war against ancient giants upon these very lands. I salvaged numerous artifacts from the aftermath, some of which bear a shadowy provenance, making their disposal difficult. I implore you, senior, to peruse them and ascertain if anything catches your discerning eye. Should any item appeal to your esteemed senses, I shall part with it, alongside the Lei Yan token, but I humbly implore, senior, that you maintain utmost discretion regarding these matters. Gu Zinner's eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. Present them to me for inspection. The grand war waged by nascent soul realm cultivators upon the coast was a saga she had, of course, heard whispered. Many formidable powerhouses had sustained grievous losses, leaving countless precious artifacts scattered in their wake. Indeed, the disciples dispatched by various sects to scour the battlefield had unearthed a plethora of treasures, amassing immense ill-gotten wealth. It had not occurred to her that this unassuming individual before her had also ventured into that perilous arena. Unwittingly, she had stumbled upon a client of unexpected caliber. Fang Chen hesitated for a fleeting moment, then spoke, "I trust, senior, that you shall uphold your sacred pledge and resist the insidious allure of avarice." With a swift motion, he flung the spatial storage artifact directly towards her. Gu Zinner deftly snatched it from the air, but the instant it settled in her grasp, a chilling sense of foreboding washed over her. Though it bore the semblance of a spatial storage ring, the tactile sensation in her palm betrayed its true form, revealing it was not the familiar contour of a genuine storage ring. Her heart plummeted with a sudden jolt as she instantaneously perceived the treachery. With a furious flick of her wrist, she attempted to cast it aside, a furious cry escaping her lips. "You dare to ensnare me with deceit." Alas, it was already too late. The illusion of the spatial storage ring vanished, revealing its true sinister form, a tiny, innocuous-looking seed. Its apical bud unfurled, revealing an array of needle-sharp teeth that clamped down upon her finger with terrifying swiftness. In that very instant, Gu Zinner was utterly immobilized, her form frozen as if carved from ice. Though her physical vessel was ensnared, her mind remained fiercely unyielding, her thoughts racing unbound. What arcane artifact is this? To think it could render my very body utterly immobile. And furthermore, how dared this audacious wretch conspire against me? By what measure of insolence did he conceive such a ploy? Gu Zinner, in her wildest dreams, had never conceived that a mere golden core realm cultivator of the 6th layer would dare to plot against her. A venerable and dignified existence of the nascent soul realm. Adding insult to injury and compounding her humiliation was the crushing reality that his treacherous scheme had succeeded. Only then did the chilling truth dawn upon her from the very outset. Fang Chen had harbored no genuine intent of forging any transaction with her. His feigned interest in the profound power of thunder and lightning was but a ruse, meticulously crafted to lull her vigilance. His subsequent feigned caution, and his deceitful claims of possessing artifacts once wielded by venerable nascent soul realm powerhouses, were all meticulously designed to incrementally dismantle her defenses, leading her to touch that peculiar seed without a shred of suspicion. Upon grasping the full extent of the deception, Gu Zinner was consumed by an unbearable surge of shame and indignation. As the deputy master of the Jiangxin Yipin Pavilion, she had witnessed countless stratagems of deceit, yet to be ensnared in such a crude trap was an unparalleled, unforgivable disgrace. And Fang Chen's true, unyielding objective had, from the very beginning, remained utterly unchanged: the demise of Jin Zhongming. At this crucial juncture, Jin Zhongming was seized by a profound bewilderment, having been utterly convinced that, Under the protective shadow of a mighty nascent soul realm powerhouse, Fang Chen, even with a myriad of stratagems, would be powerless to inflict harm upon him. Yet, who could have foreseen that in but a fleeting moment, the venerable nascent soul realm cultivator would be utterly subdued? Jin Zhongming, your vengeance shall await you in the annals of your next reincarnation. Fang Chen's countenance adopted an expression of glacial chill. With a brutal flick, a crimson, blood-infused vine lashed out, striking Jin Zhongming, who shrieked in terror. Cease. I have erred. Sanguine vines rapidly entwined around his form. Jin Zhongming had only enough time for a harrowing shriek before his brawny frame was drained into a mummified husk, perishing miserably on the spot. Thus, the Giant Sect was utterly exterminated, and Fang Chen finally excised a grave concern from his heart. However, he had also earned the enmity of a vice pavilion master from the Jiangshan First Raid Pavilion. With a tingling scalp, Fang Chen looked toward Gu Zinner, though she remained immobilized and her gaze betrayed no emotion. One could easily surmise that she loathed him to the core and surely desired nothing more than to slay him where he stood. Stealing his resolve, and having witnessed how the nascent soul sovereigns of Extrup, planar sects regarded mortal lives as mere blades of grass, he dared not grant this woman any opportunity to recover. Drawing his purple, sheened blade, he decisively thrust it toward her heart, saying, "My apologies, Senior. For the sake of my own safety, I must send you on your journey." Clang, just as the blade was about to pierce her chest, a protective mechanism within her was triggered, and a layer of ethereal violet flames erupted from Gu Zinner's body. The moment the purple sword touched the violet flames, it was instantly scorched to a glowing, incandescent red. A searing pain surged through Fang Chen's palm as it began to smoke from the heat, making it impossible for him to even hold his blade. He hurriedly cast aside the purple sword and looked down to see his palm transformed into a mangled mess of charred flesh and blood. Had he held it a moment longer, his hand would have been roasted to a crisp. This was merely the result of indirect contact. Had he touched the violet flames directly, would his hand not have been vaporized on the spot? The parasitic seed that had been biting her finger also succumbed to the violet flames, suddenly releasing its hold and falling away. Fang Chen's expression shifted drastically. This nascent soul powerhouse was about to regain her mobility. Without a second thought, Fang Chen retrieved both the seed and the purple sword, retreating frantically. Gu Zinner was consumed by rage, her beautiful eyes beneath the mask flashing with indignation as she cried out, "You scoundrel! You ambushed my person, slaughtered my prizes, and now you seek to silence me. How utterly despicable!" Boom, she stomped upon the earth, triggering a localized tremor, while she herself surged toward Fang Chen like a shifting phantom. Her speed was so immense that Fang Chen could only discern a blurred, or in dread afterimage. This was the wrathful pursuit of a nascent soul sovereign. With his scalp tingling, he decisively produced the 6-harmony immortal elixir and roared, "Stop! Do not force me into dual cultivation with you." As the Vice Pavilion Master of the Jiangshan First Raid Pavilion, Gu Zinner possessed extraordinary experience and immediately recognized the contents of the bottle. It was an aphrodisiac and one of supreme violent potency. She skidded to a halt in midair, fuming with indignation. "You are shameless. I have seen myriad methods used to preserve one's life, but using such a vile thing is a first." "Truly, I have seen it all." Fang Chen's face flushed crimson, yet he had no other choice. Had there been any other means of survival, he would never have resorted to such a thing. "Senior, this is merely a measure of desperation. I crave your understanding." Gu Zinner ground her teeth in fury. "Understanding? You dare use such a substance against me and expect understanding in your dreams?" Without another word, she retreated, putting distance between them. This was not a surrender. She intended to move beyond the range of the aphrodisiac's vapors to extinguish Fang Chen from afar. Perceiving her intent, Fang Chen's expression changed, and he decisively gave chase, shouting, "Senior, hear me out." He could not allow the distance between them to grow too great otherwise. Gu Zinner might strike at any moment. Gu Zinner's pupils constricted as she retreated repeatedly, shouting, "Stay back." "Do not flee." Fang Chen pushed his movement technique to its absolute limit. "I told you to stay back, then stand still and do not run." Gu Zinner was both mortified and infuriated to her shock. She was now the one being pursued by Fang Chen. Decisively channeling her nascent soul essence, her figure instantly flashed dozens of zhang away as she prepared a lethal technique. Startled, Fang Chen immediately held the thunder manifestation command above his head and roared, "If you have the courage, then shatter this thunder manifestation command along with me." Gu Zinner hesitated. If that was a complete thunder manifestation command, its value would be 100 times greater than any Jin Zhongming. Seeing her hesitation, Fang Chen seized the opportunity. How about this? I shall gift the thunder manifestation command to you as compensation for your losses. We shall consider our debts erased. What say you? Regardless, he had already reached the great circle of completion in the cloud amidst Shadow's technique. It was of no further use to him. As for the prospect of others learning the cloud amidst shadows, that was a headache for the whole of myriad tribulations to deal with. Gu Zinner huffed. How do I know you are not playing some trick? Fang Chen gripped the command and said, I shall retreat 1,000 zhang and place it upon the ground. During this time, you must not strike, or you shall never obtain it. Gu Zinner pondered for a moment before biting her lip in reluctant frustration. Fine. If you do not play me false this time, our debts shall be settled once and for all. Fang Chen exhaled a secret sigh of relief. It was best to resolve this through a transaction. He had feared that this woman might be too headstrong and insist on his death. As the Vice Pavilion Master of the Junction First, Raid Pavilion, she remained rational enough to weigh the boons and banes, and she immediately stepped back. Throughout the process, Gu Zinner remained true to her word. She did not make any rash moves. Fang Chen, as promised, placed the thunder manifestation command upon the snowy ground, and then decisively fled. Gu Zinner surged forward, and with a sweep of her sleeve, the command was drawn into her possession. Then her almond-shaped eyes widened as she decisively unleashed a fierce attack toward Fang Chen in the distance. With a single palm strike, the spiritual energy of the world was drained dry, condensing into a colossal palm print that hurtled ruthlessly toward Fang Chen. Fang Chen's expression shifted drastically as he barked, You wretched woman, you have no honor. You took the thunder derivation command, and yet you still seek my life. Gu Zinner replied smugly, I learned it from you. Now, perish, you little rogue. Carrying the weight of heavenly might, the palm print slammed down toward Fang Chen with savage force. Gritting his teeth, Fang Chen said, How coincidental, I have also prepared a little surprise for you. With a low shout, he revealed a crimson pill stuck to the back of the thunder derivation command. Upon his command, it instantly detonated, transforming into a shroud of crimson mist that filled the sky. Caught off guard, Gu Zinner was immediately enveloped by the mist. The fragrant corpse pill. Overwhelmed by the noxious fumes, Gu Zinner's body swayed, and her mind grew heavy and clouded. The strike she had launched at Fang Chen lost its guidance and dissipated into nothingness. I also learned this from you, you wretched woman. Fang Chen's voice rapidly receded into the distance. Had Gu Zinner kept her word, he naturally would not have detonated the pill. But since she chose treachery, why should Fang Chen show any courtesy? Having detonated the fragrant corpse pill, he harnessed the 9 heavens' thunder and vanished beyond the horizon. Gu Zinner was, after all, in the Nascent Soul realm. The fragrant corpse pill had only a limited effect on her. As the power of her nascent soul washed through her body, her mind instantly cleared. Staring at the vanished Fang Chen, Gu Zinner stamped her foot in frustration. Gu Zinner, have you lost your wits to think you fell for such a petty trick? She had actually become more cautious, refraining from touching the thunder derivation command directly with her hand this time. Yet she had not expected a fragrant corpse pill to be hidden beneath it. Gritting her teeth, she hissed, which sect could have produced such a little bastard? He is cunning, audacious, and utterly shameless. Having suffered 2 consecutive setbacks, she was consumed with rage. However, the thought that she had finally secured a thunder derivation command calmed her anger somewhat. Yet when she brought the thunder derivation command before her eyes to inspect it, her face contorted with fury. A wisp of lightning was rampaging within the command, completely scrambling the characters of the cultivation method formed by the essence of thunder. The cultivation method was now utterly ruined. This wisp of lightning was clearly another of Fang Chen's hidden contingency plans. If Gu Zinner dared to break her promise, he would ensure she gained nothing from the thunder derivation command. Detestable. Gu Zinner was driven to the brink of madness. She had been deliberating whether to continue her pursuit of Fang Chen now. There was no longer any need for deliberation. If I let you escape, I shall spell my name backward, Gu Zinner declared viciously. The earth trembled as she tore through the world, chasing the lingering ripples of thunder toward the horizon. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was also hurtling forward, riding the lightning. He could only utilize the shadow in the clouds twice more before his thunder power would be exhausted. Yet he could feel Gu Zinner's aura gradually approaching from beyond his line of sight. As he crossed the frozen river at the foot of Boundary Mountain, an idea suddenly struck him. Harnessing the power of thunder once more, he leaped forward, teleporting beyond Boundary Mountain and leaving a long trail of lightning in his wake. Then, following the exact same path back without the slightest deviation, he returned to the skies above the great river. Finally, he took out a water-repelling bead, placed it in his mouth, and dove straight into the depths. Gu Zinner soon followed the trail of lightning and arrived. She passed the great river without a moment's hesitation, pursuing him all the way beyond Boundary Mountain. She began searching the area where the aura of thunder had vanished. "There is no need to hide, I have already seen you." Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings as she bluffed. "Stop pretending, your shoes are showing." Stubborn to the very end, must I force you to reveal yourself? As she spoke, her sharp gaze scrutinized every rustle and movement in the vicinity. But the surroundings remained deathly silent. "Think you can hide from me?" A cluster of violet flame coalesced within her palm as she struck the earth with devastating force. Crack! The primordial ice plains melted in an instant, giving rise to a massive cloud of billowing steam. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, a pile of sodden rocks was revealed, yet Fang Chen was nowhere to be found. "He is not here, but I clearly followed the trail of lightning. Could that cunning little scoundrel have intentionally left those traces and fled halfway?" Gu Zinner understood at once, and hurriedly retraced her steps. She traversed the Boundary Mountains and crossed a vast plain, until finally, a great river stretching across the land came into view. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Hiding in there, are you? If there were any place to hide, it would undoubtedly be this bottomless, icy river." At a depth of dozens of zhang, it was indeed a perfect sanctuary. There were no footprints nearby. If that little scoundrel was hiding within, it meant he had yet to emerge. Gu Zinner let out a cold chuckle. Were it any other Nascent Soul realm cultivator, catching you in these waters might truly have been a challenge. Raising her hand, she unleashed a sphere of terrifying violet flame into the great river. Boom, the river began to boil, rapidly evaporating until its parched bed was laid bare. She moved along the bank, raining down violet flames until the ancient river was completely incinerated into nothingness. After a full hour, her complexion turned slightly pale. The excessive use of violet flames was clearly beginning to take its toll on her. "I have nearly burned my way to the river's source, yet I still haven't found him." "I refuse to believe it. Where could you possibly be hiding?" In the direction of the Azure Cloud Sect, a grand procession of disciples made their way back to the sect. "Why is your brow drenched in sweat?" Liu Ruxu gently wiped Fang Chen's forehead with her sleeve. In Fang Chen's hand was the heaven, monitoring mirror, reflecting Gu Zinner's every move. Seeing her relentlessly incinerate the entire river, he could not help but break into a cold sweat. This woman's thirst for vengeance is truly terrifying. Fortunately, his resolve had been swift. While Gu Zinner had flown past the river toward the Boundary Mountains, he had taken the opportunity to depart by sword, silently leaving the river behind. Had he remained in the water, he would have shared the fate of the boiled fish and prawns. It is nothing. Fang Chen stowed away the heaven, monitoring mirror. Unless luck truly deserted him, he should not cross paths with this woman again. After all, the 9 sects and 10 lands were vast, and since she did not know his name, seeking him out would be difficult. She would not even know where to begin her inquiries. As for the cultivation methods he had revealed, he had only displayed the shadow in the clouds. Those who knew of it were few and far between. The only concern was that he had shown his true face. If she were to paint his likeness and question everyone she met, things would become troublesome. However, having just annihilated the Giant Sect, his fearsome reputation preceded him, who without a grudge would dare betray him and invite such calamity. "I should be safe for now," Fang Chen murmured to himself. To be certain of his safety, it would be best to seek refuge within the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets as soon as possible. With the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets presiding there, the people of the Jiangshan Yipin Tower would surely behave with more restraint. Seeing Fang Chen's expression gradually return to normal, Liu Ruxu felt a sense of relief. Looking at the still unconscious Liu Ruyan wrapped in a blanket, her heart overflowed with tenderness. "Husband, what do you intend to do regarding my sister?" Before our master passed, she was her greatest concern, even tasking the sect master to tell you to take good care of her. Fang Chen gazed at Liu Ruyan and sighed softly. What does it truly mean to take good care of her? "I have failed to even care properly for you, and sighing, how can I possibly look after her?" Liu Ruxu also felt the weight of the dilemma. Those few simple words carried within them countless difficulties. Chen Siling spoke with a hint of sympathy. "Husband, perhaps you should grant her a formal status as well." With the status of your concubine, she could remain within the 9 sects without fear of being bullied. Marry her? Fang Chen frowned. Between the two of them, there was no true affection to speak of, only a lingering measure of past entanglement. Liu Ruxu took Fang Chen's arm in hers, her voice softening with tender entreaty. Husband, I beseech you, please lend her your aid. Fang Chen glanced at her, then toward Chen Xiling, as a sudden realization dawned upon him. The two of you have conspired in this, haven't you? For such a scheme, Chen Xiling would never have dared to propose it without Liu Ruxu's prior consent. It was clearly Liu Ruxu's intent. She had Chen Xiling voice the request, while she herself whispered sweet persuasions by his side. Should Fang Chen refuse, the rejection would fall upon Chen Xiling, leaving Liu Ruxu the opportunity to raise the matter again in the future. Had Liu Ruxu been the one directly rebuffed, the matter would have been difficult to revisit ever again. Liu Ruxu bit her pearly teeth slightly, pulling Fang Chen's arm into her embrace and swaying it gently. Just tell me, will you do it or not? Feeling the soft warmth against his arm, Fang Chen doted upon her, lightly tapping the space between her brows. Where did you learn such wiles to coax me? Liu Ruxu's face flushed crimson, yet her eyes shimmered with anticipation. Does that mean my husband agrees? Fang Chen let out a helpless sigh and looked toward the unconscious Liu Ruyan. Very well, for your sake alone. Once she awakens, you shall ask her for her own counsel. If she is willing, she may invoke my name while wandering the world, but it shall extend no further than that. Overjoyed, Liu Ruxu threw her arms around Fang Chen. Thank you, husband. As her departure for the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion loomed, her younger sister was her greatest lingering concern. Their master had perished. She, Chen Xiling, and Fang Chen were all leaving. Within the vast expanse of the Azure Cloud Sect, not a single familiar soul remained. She would be left utterly alone. But now all was well. At the very least, she had secured a measure of protection for Liu Ruyan. With such a status, her sister's path would be far less arduous. A gust of wind swept past, and Liu Ruyan's disarrayed silken hair fluttered over the corner of her eyes, concealing the crystalline tears about to overflow. Meanwhile, at the terminus of the great river, this place was no longer a realm of ice and snow, but the westernmost extremity of the 9 sects, a land of mire and morass. Several winding rivulets converged into the riverbed. Yet wondrously, despite the inflow, the riverbed remained parched and desolate. Crabs and shrimp, roasted through, lay embedded within the baked mud. Rows of charred fish lay scattered in disorder, their innocent eyes wide and staring. Where in the heavens did you vanish to? Gu Zinner gasped for breath, her body drenched in fragrant perspiration. She could hardly believe that she had actually lost the trail of a mere junior in the Golden Core realm. Heh! A raspy, aged voice echoed from within her robes. It seems your name shall have to be spoken in reverse from now on. A flash of joy crossed Gu Zinner's face as she drew a fractured hairpin from her bosom. Had Fang Chen been present, he would surely have recognized it as the other half of the 9 Phoenixes' resplendent sun hairpin. Unlike its counterpart, however, this fragment possessed the consciousness of an unknown entity. Master, you have finally awakened. A benevolent, raspy chuckle emanated from the hairpin. I awakened the moment that lad used a binding technique upon you. Realization dawned on Gu Zinner. I wondered why the purple flame within me manifested of its own accord to save me, so it was Master who intervened. But why did you not slay him? That little rogue is utterly detestable, actually using aphrodisiacs to threaten me. He is the pinnacle of shamelessness, the lowest of degenerates. She stomped her foot, her lips pouting in grievance. Haha, the hairpin laughed hoarsely. Slaying him would be simple enough, but it is rare to find someone who can make you suffer a loss. It is good for your tempering. The facts have proven that you have indeed met a worthy adversary. A mere cultivator of the Golden Core realm played you like a fool. Had he been in the Nascent Soul realm, I fear you would have suffered a catastrophic defeat. Gu Zinner spoke with shamed indignation. I was merely momentarily careless. The hairpin laughed. Being bound was carelessness. Being outmaneuvered by the fragrant corpse pill was also carelessness, and losing him entirely was carelessness too. You have yet to even discern how he eluded your pursuit. You still have much to learn. Gu Zinner remained defiant, her silver teeth grinding. If I encounter him again, he shall never escape. The hairpin gave a raspy chuckle. I believe that may not be the case. This young fellow is youthful, yet he possesses both raw courage and no shortage of cunning. He is ruthless when the situation demands it, yet knows exactly when to flee. In my youth, I encountered a few individuals like him. Without exception, every single one of them became a protagonist of their era. This lad, he truly bears a trace of their shadow now. Gu Zinner felt a pang of jealousy in her heart. She had never received such high praise from her master. That little rogue was actually held in such high regard by her master. She couldn't help but let out a soft huff. Is that so? Then I absolutely must capture him. The hairpin sighed. Do not waste time. You have traveled thousands of miles to this place for the top grade crystal of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. If the divine sects from the outer realms catch wind of this top grade crystal's existence, it will no longer be your turn to claim it. After Fang Chen returned to the Azure Cloud Sect, he first paid a visit to the herb garden. Given his contributions to the Azure Cloud Sect, those high-level medicinal herbs that he could previously only look at but not harvest were now his to pluck at will. After gathering sufficient medicinal ingredients, he decisively entered secluded meditation to refine medicinal pills. 3 days later, he handed over 100 spring-returning pills and over 20 pieces of sliced spirit meat to Liu Wenchen, instructing him to distribute them. The spring-returning pills could preserve lives, and the spirit meat would surely allow the elders and grand elders to advance their strength by another level. In the near future, the Azure Cloud Sect should see the birth of existences at the 9th layer of the Golden Core Realm's Great Circle. This could be considered a parting gift from Fang Chen to the sect before his departure. Next, he arrived at Liu Ruxu's room. She was still tending to the unconscious Liu Ruyan. She still hasn't awakened after all this time, Fang Chen asked, bewildered. He had examined her. She had only sustained some minor impact injuries. It shouldn't have caused her to remain unconscious for this long, should it? Liu Ruxu sighed softly. My sister has endured too much. Perhaps she simply does not wish to wake up. Fang Chen fell silent. First, she had lost all face before the 9 sects. And then she watched with her own eyes as her master died to protect her. Within a single day, her state of mind had suffered a devastating blow. With a faint sigh, he silently produced 3 void clarity pills, the very ones he had used when breaking through to the Golden Core Realm, capable of allowing one to break through directly to the 2nd layer. It was only because he had obtained the Void Lotus from Kong Yuanba that Fang Chen had the opportunity to refine them. One for you and one for Xiling. It will be enough for you both to break through to the 2nd layer of the Golden Core Realm. Keep the remaining one for her to use in the future. Liu Ruxu said with emotion, Thank you, husband. Ruyan will surely be overjoyed when she wakes up. Fang Chen nodded. We set out tomorrow morning. I will cultivate for 1 more night. Take good care of Ruyan. He returned to his secret chamber and began to take stock of the spoils from the Tiger Demon Emperor's cave. He had been traveling non-stop and had no time for a detailed inventory. First, he took out a bottle of pills. They were bright red, the poison fragrance pills. These were fine items indeed. After a series of practical combat tests, it had to be said that the poison fragrance pills were a sharp tool for killing enemies by surprise. Unfortunately, only 5 remained. Next, Fang Chen produced an iron figurine that had belonged to Wang Chengxi. Oh, it was inscribed with the Yin Corpse method of the Great Yin Sect. This item was a top, secret cultivation method of the Great Yin Sect. Its value was not inferior to the Thunder Evolution token of the Myriad Tribulation's Sacred Hall. He would find an opportunity to sell it for a high price. Then he took out a bronze tripod, engraved with patterns of mountains and rivers, also looted from Wang Qingxiao. My brother certainly possesses many fine treasures. Fang Chen smiled faintly and scrutinized the mountain river tripod. This was a spirit artifact, and he wondered what power it held. He attempted to infuse a bit of spiritual energy into it, but the mountain river tripod showed no reaction, appearing like an ordinary little cauldron. That shouldn't be. If it were truly an ordinary object, Wang Chengxie wouldn't have been jumping in rage and cursing me. Fang Chen rubbed his chin, pondering. This tripod is likely not an offensive spirit artifact otherwise. He would have used it during our battle. It is most likely an auxiliary type. With that thought, he looked into the interior of the mountain river tripod. After a moment, he picked up a leftover medicinal herb from his side, tossed it into the tripod, and infused it with spiritual energy once more. Whoosh, a scene that left Fang Chen stunned unfolded. The medicinal herb vanished on the spot, gone. Fang Chen focused his gaze and discovered a single viscous droplet at the bottom of the tripod, emitting a dense and rich fragrance of the herb. Fang Chen said in surprise, an entire herb condensed into a single drop, Could the function of this small tripod be to condense the essence of objects? What use could this have? He thought carefully, but for the moment he could not imagine what purpose it could serve. He sighed with no small amount of disappointment. It seems not all spirit artifacts are treasures. A useless piece of junk, like the mountain river tripod, is an exception. Shaking his head, he tossed it into the heavenly thunderstone with a look of disdain. Next, he produced a scripture. The words spirit, forgetting curse were on the cover. It was a Taoist scripture seized from King De. Back then, King De had used a single incantation to plunge everyone, including consort Yunxia, into a deep slumber. Fang Chen had been extremely envious of this. Now that he finally had the time to study it, he immediately opened the scripture with eager anticipation to read it carefully. After a long while, he murmured, rather than a mere incantation, "This is truly a profound soul secret technique. The might of this spell is dictated by the strength of one's soul. The more potent the soul, the greater the power unleashed by the incantation." King, merely at the perfected 9th layer of the Golden Core realm, managed to incapacitate Concu, Bin Yunxia, who had already transcended tribulation. My soul, nearing the Nascent Soul realm, should wield this power with even greater might. A glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes, and he immediately commenced his cultivation. Fang Chen's eyes shone with radiant brilliance as he sonorously chanted, "The heavens possess 9 stars, the earth commands 9 palaces. Within me reside 100 vessels, myriad spirits attend my call. 3 sections lie concealed, 5 vital energies flow unimpeded. 3 dungeons and 4 limbs, motion and rest hold the center. Dragon and tiger, 8 trigrams, guard my divine visage. Ghosts and demons, 10,000 fiends, dare not affront the true official." Wisps of profound soul fluctuations radiated outwards, spreading in all directions with the utterance of the incantation. The little Killen, having just awoken from its slumber and seeking sustenance to fill its belly, was abruptly met with a peculiar chant. It pricked up its ears to listen, but barely 2 lines into the melody, its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed limply onto the ground, resuming its profound sleep. Fang Chen offered a faint smile. This can be considered a grand accomplishment. So long as the adversary does not preemptively seal their 5 senses, a sudden strike will fell even those at the perfected 9th layer of the Golden Core realm. Thump, thump, thump. Precisely at that moment, a knocking resounded from outside the secret chamber. Upon opening the door, it was Liu Wenchen, leading the entire sect disciples, to bid farewell to the 3 departing cultivators. Fang Chen, Liu Wenchen adjusted his collar, admonishing with heartfelt sincerity, "The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion is filled with peerless prodigies. Should you encounter setbacks, never succumb to despair. When Hongya wiped the dampness from her eyes once you arrive, do not burden yourself with undue pressure. If it proves too much, return. This place will forever be your home." Fang Chen, who had initially harbored no strong emotions of parting, felt his heart stir and a mist welled in his eyes. He clasped his fists solemnly. "Master, esteemed grand elders, senior brothers and sisters, though mountains and rivers may divide us, and foreign lands may lie ahead, we shall meet again under the same heavens in the martial world." Bidding farewell to the multitude, Fang Chen, accompanied by Liu Ruxu and Chen Xiling, mounted their spirit beasts and drifted gracefully into the distant horizon. The disciples of Giant Sect watched their receding figures until they vanished, slowly dispersing only after a long while. Upon the summit of Kishin Peak, a slender figure, clad in graceful raiment, stood against the crisp mountain breeze, silently watching their distant journey. Not until their forms vanished beyond the horizon, completely lost from sight, did she lower her head in desolation, lingering for a long, poignant silence. She picked up her travel satchel from the ground, slung her precious sword upon her back. She, too, was departing. Within the Giant Sect, there was no one left for whom she held affection, not a single soul. As if struck by a memory, she retrieved a jade vial containing a Kingsu medicinal pill from her bosom. Caressing the bottle, she felt the last trace of warmth Fang Chen had left her as tears silently streamed down her face. "Fang Chen, why cannot time flow backward, just this once, only once?" Her only reply was the eternal, profound silence of the heavens and earth. After a prolonged moment, she wiped away her tears and placed the jade vial upon the stone table in the pavilion. "I have no need of your pity. Go, accompany your sister well. I wish you both a lifetime of..." She turned to descend the mountain, but after only a few steps, she could not resist looking back. Her gaze fell upon the solitary jade vial, standing amidst the wind, and suddenly, tears streamed down her face like rain. "Fang Chen, we shall never meet again." Several days later, at the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, "Our transaction has been concluded," Gu Zinner declared, relief washing over her. After 6 or 7 arduous days of negotiation, both parties finally reached an agreement concerning the trade of supreme grade spirit crystals. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion was highly satisfied with this transaction, offering a faint smile, Deputy Pavilion Master Gu. Is there anything else you require? If my Heavenly Mystery Pavilion possesses it, we would be amenable to another trade with you. Gu Zinner possessed impeccable credibility, making business dealings with her entirely reassuring. None. Gu Zinner suddenly recalled something and stated, "There is, however, a minor transaction I wish to make. I am searching for a certain scoundrel. I have shown his portrait to many, yet none have yielded any clues. Should the pavilion master be able to mobilize the power of the 9 sects to aid me in locating this individual, a substantial reward shall surely follow." Although a considerable time had passed, whenever Gu Zinner recalled the incident, she still harbored a deep grudge. A scoundrel. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion wore a peculiar expression, who could possibly have trifled with Gu Zinner and escaped unscathed. He asked with a hint of curiosity, "Do you possess a portrait?" Gu Zinner immediately handed over the portrait she had long prepared to the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion master, declaring, "This detestable wretch is the one. Though he may appear presentable, he is utterly depraved." The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion master took the portrait, and his expression instantly froze. Although the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion master had never personally met Fang Chen as a new disciple, Fang Chen's complete dossier, which naturally included his portrait, had long since reached his hands. The person depicted in Gu Zinner's painting was not merely very similar. To Fang Chen it was an exact, identical likeness. "Pavilion master, do you know this person?" Gu Zinner asked with a surge of surprise and hope, noticing the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion master's peculiar expression. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion master subtly shook his head and replied, "I have not seen him. I shall inform the 9 sects to keep an eye out for this individual on your behalf. Should any information arise, I will transmit a message to you." Disappointment bloomed in Gu Zinner's heart. She had truly believed the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion master knew him. As for the 9 sects undertaking the search, one could only say that hope was exceedingly slim. Judging by the cloud shadow technique that individual employed, it was clear he was not a native of this continent. Heaven only knew if he had already returned to the great state of Taking. "Then I shall trouble the pavilion master no further. I take my leave." She left the portrait behind, her steps carrying her away. As she neared the exit of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, a maiden clad in a long purple gown hastened past behind her. Her ebony tresses were artfully yet casually swept up, and her ethereal jade-like visage, though free of adornment, still radiated a beauty that could stir the heavens. Her tall, lithe figure, reminiscent of a weeping willow by a serene river, exuded an unspoken grace and softness, even in her hurried haste. What an exquisite female disciple, Gu Zinner mused, a flicker of profound admiration surfacing even in her own eyes, woman though she was. From within her embrace, the ancient hairpin chimed with a tone of wonder, indeed, not merely comely, but also blessed with a grand destiny. Her very essence bears the imprints of a wondrous transmission of the heavenly Tao within a dream. Gu Zinner's lips parted in astonished revelation. Such a wondrous transmission within a dream truly exists in this mortal realm. The hairpin inclined itself ever so slightly. Naturally, it exists. Yet, the prerequisites for its awakening are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, one must attain a dream state of unparalleled singularity, a phenomenon rarer than one in a billion mortal souls. Secondly, one must cultivate a Tao tradition bestowed by a saint, an occurrence equally as rare, one in a billion. To fulfill both these ethereal conditions concurrently, one faces an arduous path, rife with myriad challenges. This maiden, to possess even a fragment of a saint's Tao tradition, is utterly inconceivable. Gu Zinner's astonishment deepened to utter disbelief. A saint's Tao tradition, master, surely you jest. The hairpin affirmed with unwavering conviction, only the grand Tao tradition of a saint bears the potential for such a dream-born transmission. However, it is probable she has merely grasped but a few esoteric intricacies, the lesser branches of its profound wisdom. Upon hearing this, Gu Zinner remained captivated by wonder. Even if they are but esoteric intricacies, they are still utterly astounding. The Tao of a saint is not personally imparted. From whence did she acquire such profound knowledge? As one whose very being was forged in the ways of commerce, the concept of rare treasures commanding immense value was etched deep into her soul. Instantly, she perceived a profound opportunity for exchange. With a subtle shift of her luminous gaze, she swiftly and gracefully pursued the maiden. "Disciple, I bid you tarry for a moment." Liu Qingxian halted her steps, turning to survey the vivacious and brightly attired maiden before her. "Esteemed sister," she began. Gu Zinner regarded her true visage with discerning focus, finding her beauty even more breathtaking than before. She praised truly a magnificent vision. Such beauty, coupled with such profound destiny. Were it not that you have already pledged fealty to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, I would, without hesitation, commend your talents to the Outer Domain Divine Sect. Only then did Liu Qingxian perceive the extraordinary nature of this maiden, who appeared even younger than herself. "May I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" she questioned. Gu Zinner's finger moved with ethereal grace, and a surge of nascent soul power, radiant and fleeting, shimmered into existence at its very tip before vanishing. Liu Qingxian was utterly flabbergasted. The maiden standing before her was in truth a venerable powerhouse of the nascent soul realm. She swiftly offered a respectful bow, proclaiming, "This junior Liu Qingxian pays homage to senior." Gu Zinner offered a subtle, knowing smile. "There is no need for such elaborate formalities. I perceive within you the vestiges of a dream. Born Dao transmission, is this not so?" Liu Qingxian's wariness stirred, yet before a nascent soul cultivator, deception was an act of folly. "Esteemed senior, what sagely counsel do you bestow upon this junior?" she inquired. Gu Zinner reassured her, "Fear not, for I would never stoop to seizing the possessions of others. My sole intent is to engage in a mutually beneficial exchange with you. The cultivation method bestowed upon you within your dream, I shall exchange for a mid-tier Earth-grade cultivation method. What say you to such a proposal?" A mid-tier Earth-grade cultivation method. A profound tremor of astonishment surged through Liu Qingxian's heart. Even the most potent cultivation method within the Azure Cloud Sect was but a low-tier Earth grade, and a mere fragmented scroll at that. Yet the deputy pavilion master before her, with a mere gesture, offered a mid-tier Earth grade cultivation method. Her heart, inevitably, was stirred. Yet, without a flicker of hesitation, she firmly declined. "This was imparted by my esteemed husband. Without his express consent, it cannot be transmitted to outsiders." "Esteemed senior, I humbly beg your understanding." Gu Zinner's brow furrowed ever so slightly. "Where might your husband reside? I shall engage him in discourse directly." Liu Qingxian gazed with eager anticipation towards the celestial expanse beyond the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. "He is destined to arrive this very day," she declared. "Esteemed senior, I must now depart to greet my husband. Pray, excuse my hasty leave." Offering another respectful salute, she then hastened away with urgency. Observing her graceful figure fade into the distance, Gu Zinner's brow subtly creased. Any other junior, upon encountering a venerable nascent soul senior, would undoubtedly exhaust all means to forge a profound connection. To cast aside my presence for the sake of her husband, what boundless allure must he possess? In her musings, a subtle undercurrent of disdain arose, for she perceived Liu Qingxian to be squandering a monumental opportunity for a fleeting sentiment. The hairpin, however, chuckled softly. A husband capable of imparting the very Tao of a saint, is his allure not utterly boundless? Among the myriad couples within the Outer Domain Divine Sects, let alone the profound Tao of a saint, even the lesser path to the soul formation realm is guarded with utmost secrecy, each holding back from freely imparting it to their spouse. Gu Zinner's countenance, for a fleeting moment, solidified. Indeed, it was so. The grand path of martial cultivation is akin to 10,000 legions vying to cross a perilous single plank bridge over an abyss. Each additional soul upon this path ignites an additional spark of fierce contention. Gu Zinner pondered, questioning her own resolve should she ever acquire a Tao companion in the future. It would be utterly unthinkable, a sacred impossibility, to ever divulge the profound secrets of her cultivation method to them. Such a notion defied all possibility. Yet the very Tao of a saint Liu Qingxian's husband had, with unparalleled ease, imparted unto her. In stark contrast, only then did Gu Zinner truly comprehend the extraordinary and unparalleled eminence of Liu Qingxian's husband. Thus spoken, he truly was a man worthy of great respect. Gu Zinner could not help but think of Fang Chen. By comparison, the extraordinary nature of Liu Qingxian's husband shone even more brilliantly. How could the chasm between two individuals be so vast? One was base, shameless, and vulgar. The other was a towering peak of virtue, commanding reverence. Fa Xin chuckled bitterly. "Can you stop dwelling on that lad? You are on the verge of manifesting an inner devil because of him." Gu Zinner snorted softly. "I shall dwell on it as I please. he dared to threaten me with aphrodisiacs, I will remember him for a lifetime. At that moment, a joyful cry from Liu Qingxian echoed from afar. Her husband had arrived. Filled with curiosity, Gu Zinner stepped forward. She remarked, I must see for myself what manner of peerless man Liu Qingxian's husband truly is. In her mind, she could not help but sketch his image. Clad in fluttering black robes, adorned with a jade crown, strikingly handsome. With a stride that exuded authority and an aura of righteousness surrounding him, one who brought a profound sense of security, whose smile was refined and gentle. While lost in these imaginings, she reached the grand entrance of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. From a distance, she saw Liu Qingxian lifting her skirts, fluttering like a small bird into the embrace of a youth. He wore long black robes and a jade crown. Although his face was partially obscured by Liu Qingxian, his profile suggested he was indeed quite handsome. Gu Zinner could not help but mutter, strange, his attire matches my imagination perfectly. Could such a coincidence truly exist? Baffled, she marveled that her idle fancies had manifested so precisely in reality. It was truly wondrous. Fa Xin, nestled in her arms, spoke indifferently. Could the attire you imagined be that of the little rogue you mentioned?
Gu Zinner froze upon careful recollection. It was indeed so.
She had unconsciously projected the little rogue's appearance onto Liu Qingxian's husband. Ugh, that little rogue is truly detestable. He has tainted my thoughts. How could even a random thought lead back to him? Fa Xin adopted a peculiar tone. Then it is no wonder your imagined attire has appeared in reality. Evidently, Fa Xin had recognized that Liu Qingxian's husband was the very same little rogue whom Gu Zinner detested to the core. Gu Zinner frowned. What do you mean by that? However, the answer soon revealed itself. As Fang Chen lifted Liu Qingxian and spun her around, his true countenance was revealed. A handsome face, yet one so hateful it had haunted her recent dreams, came into clear view. Gu Zinner was stunned. The noble man who loved his wife so deeply was actually that little rogue. For a moment, she found it impossible to reconcile. How could two such polar opposites be one and the same? Are my eyes deceiving me? She squeezed her eyes shut and opened them again, yet Fang Chen's detestable face remained. Thinking of how he had threatened her with aphrodisiacs and played her for a fool, a surge of fury erupted within her. With a tap of her toes, she prepared to charge forth. He shall not escape this time. Fa Xin sighed, if you strike, the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will surely intervene. Do not let this escalate beyond repair. Gu Zinner came to a sudden halt. She had come for business, not to forge a blood feud with a Nascent Soul expert who governed a vast territory of the human race. Her brows arched as she said, but the pavilion master saw the rogue's portrait just now, and claimed not to know him. Would the pavilion master intervene for a complete stranger?
Fa Xin gave a helpless smile. Think carefully. How exactly did the pavilion master answer you?
Gu Zinner replied, I asked if he recognized the person in the portrait, and he said he did not. He said, I have never seen him. Fa Xin said meaningfully, do you understand now? Never seen him implies he hasn't met him in person, but it does not mean he failed to recognize who was depicted in the portrait. He gave an evasive answer, clearly shielding the man, for he does not wish for you to harm him. Only then did Gu Zinner reach a sudden realization. Answers that seemed so similar on the surface held such a vast disparity in meaning. To think he would stoop to such verbal stratagems. A keen sense of deception washed over Gu Zinner. Faxon then continued, it is rumored that the Heavenly Arcana Pavilion has recently commenced the recruitment of new disciples. This person must undoubtedly be one of them. Gu Zinner was visibly startled. How can this be? Is he not a disciple of the Myriad Tribulation's sacred hall? Faxon, however, chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in her eyes. A disciple of the Myriad Tribulation's sacred hall who possesses both the Cloud Shadow technique and the Fragrant Corpse elixir. Gu Zinner exclaimed in astonishment, revered master, are you implying he is merely a rogue cultivator? To cultivate the Cloud Shadow technique to its perfected state, relying solely on one's own prowess, was this not utterly inconceivable? Countless elite disciples of the Myriad Tribulation's sacred hall found it arduous to achieve mastery, even under the meticulous guidance of their venerated elders. To achieve such cultivation in solitude, what prodigious talent must one possess? Faxon stated thus, the pavilion master of Heavenly Arcana would naturally shield him. Relinquish this pursuit, for with the pavilion master's protection, you may not prevail against him. Do not court further tribulation upon yourself. Gu Ziner retorted indignantly to claim I cannot outmatch Fang Chen. What preposterous jest is this? She vowed to demonstrate her prowess to her revered master. Casting a swift glance at Fang Chen, she retreated into the Heavenly Arcana Pavilion with an unreadable composure. She scoffed softly, I shall not depart until I have utterly subdued him into submission. Faxon simply smiled, offering no words, for if she truly wished to dissuade Gu Ziner from this path, she would never have goaded her so. Within her heart, she mused, with my constant assistance, your cultivation realm has ascended with undue haste, yet your temperament has not yet attained its full maturity. This youth's circumspection and astute stratagems are precisely the qualities you must endeavor to learn. Let him temper you thoroughly, that you may assimilate his virtues. Should he indeed foster your growth, I shall bestow upon him a generous boon of destiny in return. Gu Ziner was still too nascent, her formidable cultivation realm lacked a commensurate maturity of temperament. Should she ever cross paths with those venerable Nascent Soul cultivators, she would surely suffer grave consequences. She had long harbored a desire to temper Gu Ziner, yet a suitable occasion remained elusive. To expose her to the crucible of conflict with those formidable Nascent Soul venerables, Faxon feared she might be grievously harmed or even forfeit her very life. Conversely, to pit her against Golden Core venerables, there was the concern that her cultivation might be too potent, suppressing them entirely and thus failing to provide effective tempering. The unexpected appearance of Fang Chen caused her eyes to gleam with sudden illumination. This youth's power was not overly formidable, unable to inflict true harm upon Gu Ziner. Yet his intricate mind and cunning stratagems were no less profound than those of ancient Nascent Soul venerables, capable of driving Gu Ziner to utter vexation. To overlook Fang Chen would mean forsaking the most suitable candidate for her design. Thus, she offered a smiling suggestion. You should disguise yourself as a rogue cultivator from an outer domain, and seek entry into the Heavenly Arcana Pavilion. Only as a fellow junior sister of the sect will you be able to draw near to Fang Chen and exact your vengeance upon him. If genuine tempering was the objective, then prolonged interaction was undoubtedly the most optimal approach. Gu Ziner's eyes widened in disbelief. To subdue him, is that truly such an arduous task? Must I truly go to such elaborate lengths, pledging myself as a disciple to the Heavenly Arcana Pavilion merely to approach him? Revered master, you underestimate me far too greatly. She felt her very essence had suffered a profound affront. Gu Huaxi chuckled hoarsely, then manage it as you deem appropriate. Gu Ziner's exquisite eyes subtly shifted, and as her gaze alighted upon Liu Qingxian, a secretive, knowing smile graced her lips. A scheme has bloomed within my mind. With a sly, knowing smile, akin to a mischievous fox, she subtly vanished into the shrouding gloom. Elsewhere, Fang Chen, as if sensing an ethereal disturbance, turned his gaze towards the grand portals of the Heavenly Arcana Pavilion. He pondered if it was merely an illusion, yet an undeniable sensation of being observed, as if by unseen entities, settled upon him. Xiao Chen, what troubles your spirit? Liu Qingxian inquired, her voice tinged with surprise. Fang Chen mused for a moment, then gently shook his head. It is nothing of consequence. Ah, yes, how is it that you find yourself within the Heavenly Arcana Pavilion? He had long been bewildered, for though the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Arcana had proclaimed the selection of 3 maidens, Liu Qingxian had seemingly vanished without a trace. When he questioned Liu Wenchen, the latter had merely prevaricated, offering only obscure and incomplete replies. It transpired that Liu Qingxian had already arrived, a step ahead of all others, and awaited within the hallowed halls of the Heavenly Arcana Pavilion. Liu Qingxian embraced Fang Chen's waist tightly, leaning against his shoulder with profound affection. Before you embarked upon the Cloud Mist Consort mission, did I not accept a sacred task? Fang Chen paused to recall, a faint memory stirring within his mind. On that occasion, Liu Qingxian had indeed intended to accompany them, but just prior to their departure, she had accepted a separate mission and had to leave in advance. My designated task was to serve in the Heavenly Arcana Pavilion, performing miscellaneous duties, yet, though termed duties, I was never assigned any actual labor. Instead, I was merely instructed to cultivate diligently, and occasionally, venerated elders would appear to bestow their profound guidance upon me. Most notably, the 2 Vice Pavilion Masters, Yu Yunzi and Gu Huaxi, would visit every few days to impart their wisdom, and even bestowed upon me a plethora of potent elixirs. Fang Chen was suddenly enlightened. Realizing with profound clarity that the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Arcana's arrangement for the three maidens to enter the Heavenly Arcana Pavilion was no mere fleeting impulse, but a meticulously orchestrated plan devised long ago, even in the aftermath of the grand battle of Realm Mountain. The Pavilion Master of Heavenly Arcana has treated me with exceeding generosity, and the two Vice Pavilion Masters have likewise shown me immense benevolence. Gazing towards the grand entrance of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, gratitude swelled within him as he spoke to the spirit beasts upon whose backs he rode. Ruxu, Siling, let us proceed.
Liu Ruxu and Chen Siling arrived together, having quietly observed the intimate exchanges between the two, yet choosing not to intrude.
They have arrived as well. Liu Qingxian's heart leaped, and she swiftly emerged from Fang Chen's embrace.
She had expected Liu Ruxu to chide her, but to her surprise, Liu Ruxu merely cast a glance and offered no further words. Gently entwining her arm with Fang Chen's, she spoke, "My beloved husband, once we have paid our respects to our master,
let us visit Deputy Pavilion, Lord Gu, and Deputy Pavilion, Lord Yu. They have diligently cared for senior sister Liu during these days." Fang Chen nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we shall go. Let us enter first." The two strode shoulder to shoulder into the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Liu Qingxian cast a somewhat unwilling glance at the pair, yearning to entwine her arm with Fang Chen's other side. Yet, upon observing Liu Ruxu's retreating figure, she ultimately lacked the courage to confront her directly. Thus, she could only fall back a half-step, accompanying Chen Siling. Within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Yuan Qingsu was caught between laughter and tears. "Master, why have you adorned me so exquisitely?"
Seated before her dressing mirror, her master, Lin Yuchen, meticulously applied cosmetics to her face. This unexpected treatment left Yuan Qingsu overwhelmed with surprise and honor.
Lin Yuchen's brows danced with excitement as she declared, "Fang Chen is to join the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion as a disciple this very day. One cannot ensnare a wolf without being willing to part with a disciple. My good apprentice, make a small sacrifice today." Yuan Qingsu struggled on the verge of rising and questioned, "Master, what is your intent? Could it be that you wish for me to ensnare Fang Chen?" Lin Yuchen firmly pressed her back down, asserting with righteous conviction, "A disciple nurtured for 1,000 days is to be utilized in a single moment. It is now your time to repay your master." Yuan Qingsu was speechless, stating, "Master, I understand your desire to accept Fang Chen as your disciple. But could you not simply accept him directly, given your familiarity with Fang Chen? Surely he would have no reason to refuse if you merely asked. And to bid me sacrifice myself, is this not entirely superfluous?" Lin Yuchen sighed with worry. "No reason to refuse. You have been in secluded cultivation for too long, unaware of the momentous events unfolding outside. Fang Chen is no longer the Fang Chen you once knew." Yuan Qingsu scoffed lightly. "Master worries too much. I would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. When I accompanied you to the Azure Cloud Sect on official duty, I was traversing a path one night, and he mistook me for a thief, beating me half to death. I have not forgotten that debt." Lin Yuchen's expression grew peculiar. "What? You still harbor thoughts of vengeance?" Qingsu's chin tilted slightly. "Since my return, I have been in secluded cultivation until now, and I have already reached the 5th level of the Golden Core Realm. Disciplining him should pose no significant challenge, should it?" Lin Yuchen continued to comb her hair, saying, "Your master supports you, but you must exercise caution. Mere days ago, he single-handedly annihilated the entire Titan sect." Yuan Qingsu's delicate frame trembled violently. After a long moment, her expression grew serene, and her tone gentle. "Master, I have had a revelation. I believe it best that junior brother, Fang, and I maintain harmonious relations." In the heart of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Fang Chen surveyed the cluster of palaces, spanning merely a li in circumference, and could not help but be slightly astonished. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, which commanded the 9 sects, was unexpectedly so diminutive. Even an ordinary peak within the Azure Cloud Sect is surely no smaller than the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, is it? Liu Qingxian offered a subtle smile. It was her moment to shine. With a half-smile, she inquired, "Xiao Chen, why does the name Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion contain the character pavilion?" Fang Chen raised his gaze, perceiving only a few palaces within his sight. Indeed, there was no structure that could truly be called a pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, a daring thought bloomed within his mind, and he lowered his gaze to his feet. He spoke. "You wouldn't happen to be implying that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is, in truth, a magnificent tower deeply buried beneath the earth? And our current location is merely its uppermost level, would you?" Liu Ruxu and Chen Xiling were both astonished by Fang Chen's wild imagination, and they too cast their gazes downwards.
Liu Qingfeng paused, momentarily stunned, then asked, "Has someone informed you of this?"
Fang Chen replied, "I merely guessed." Having witnessed countless bizarre and wondrous phenomena, his imagination had expanded considerably. Liu Qingfeng's face registered utter astonishment. You could discern even this.
She pouted slightly. "How uninteresting. I had hoped to test your knowledge."
Indeed, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is precisely a magnificent tower buried deep beneath the earth. Presently, only 9 levels have been thoroughly explored, and it is rumored that even deeper, unfathomable strata lie beneath. Fang Chen was taken aback. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion Lord returned in defeat. Could there still be perils lurking within?
Liu Qingfeng nodded. "There are."
Throughout the month, I frequently witnessed injured disciples being carried out to the surface. Furthermore, mere days ago, a disciple of formidable strength met their demise.
A sharp intake of breath. Fang Chen's heart swelled with no small measure of shock.
That the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was, in fact, an incomplete and still unexplored edifice was truly beyond all expectation.
Liu Qingfeng continued, "The disciples of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, aside from occasionally overseeing the affairs of the 9 sects, spend most of their days exploring the depths beneath the earth. Firstly, by charting new reaches of the subterranean expanse, they earn merit points, which can be exchanged for treasures within the pavilion's vault.
Secondly, the deeper one descends into the pavilion, the more concentrated the spiritual Kai becomes, offering great boons to one's cultivation.
Thirdly, should fate favor them, they may stumble upon rare artifacts during their explorations. Everything they find belongs solely to them."
The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets does not practice mandatory confiscation. It is said that when the pavilion first began its delve centuries ago, their harvests were unimaginably bountiful. Jade talismans imbued with the strike of a nascent soul expert, various supreme, braid magical tools, and even spirit artifacts were found. It is even rumored that the Heaven Soaring Pill, capable of facilitating a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, once made an appearance.
Yes. Fang Chen was struck with profound astonishment. He had not expected the subterranean pavilion to house such a staggering wealth of treasures.
Upon hearing of the nascent soul jade talismans, a lingering mystery in his heart was finally unraveled.
He had obtained a total of 4 nascent soul strike talismans from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets through various means, and he had always wondered about the origin of such formidable artifacts. Given that the Pavilion Master was only at the early nascent soul realm, he should have been incapable of refining talismans of such power. Such a feat required a powerhouse at the mid-nascent soul realm or beyond. Now he finally understood. Liu Qingfeng let out a soft sigh. Alas, we were simply born in the wrong era. During that age, the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets relied on the unearthed treasures to nurture a multitude of formidable masters. At its zenith, they even produced a grand expert of the late nascent soul realm, capable of contending with the divine sects of the outer domains. Even some early nascent soul experts from the Great Taking Prefecture did not hesitate to disguise themselves as juniors, infiltrating the pavilion to plot for the treasures hidden below. Regrettably, as the exploration grew increasingly perilous, the progress slowed. Resources became scarce, and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets gradually faded into decline. Now the 10th floor has remained uncrossed for 200 years. Without new and powerful resources, the pavilion has exhausted its inheritance and fallen to its current state. Fang Chen was deeply moved. He never imagined the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets had once been so glorious as to rival the mighty divine sects of the outer domains. However, he remained optimistic. No matter how much it has declined, the pavilion is surely still 10 times stronger than the 9 sects. Besides, is there not still the 10th floor? If we are granted the chance to explore, we might just make a new discovery. At that moment, 7 youths with unfamiliar countenances entered. They appeared to be around 23 or 24 years of age, their eyes gleaming with restrained light and their auras surging with power. The weakest among them was at the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, while the strongest had actually reached the 9th level. Fang Chen asked in surprise, "Are these also newly recruited disciples?"
They are certainly not of the 9 sects.
Liu Qingfeng's expression shifted. "I heard that occasionally a rogue cultivator from the Great Taking Prefecture might come here drawn by the pavilion's reputation. But for 7 to appear at once with such high cultivation, it is truly incredible." The 7 youths, dusty from their journey, surveyed the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets with excitement dancing in their eyes. They also took note of Fang Chen and the 3 women.
Sensing the relationship between them, a strange light flickered in their gazes. Tusk, these three would be considered top-tier beauties even in the Great Taking Prefecture. Truly, they have quite the presence. That brat is hogging all three for himself. Can he even enjoy them all? Why not spare two, so I can partake in some of that carnal bliss? A youth with a scar at the corner of his eye removed his bamboo hat, his gaze roaming wantonly over the three women.
Silence.
Their leader was a young woman at the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, standing one. 8 meters tall with a robust build, she showed no sign of weakness even while standing among a group of men. Upon hearing Yu Tiandu's words, she rebuked him mercilessly in front of everyone. Yu Tiandu's face twisted with displeasure as he muttered, "Is it not even permitted to speak a few words?" The young woman shouted in a cold, stern voice, "Disaster is born from the tongue. This is not the Great Taking Prefecture. If you court trouble here, no one will be there to clean up your mess." Yu Tiandu's countenance darkened, and he fell into a sullen silence. For some reason, though he was only at the 7th level of the Golden Core Realm, he seemed quite defiant toward his 9th level leader. The young woman cupped her hands toward Fang Chen. "My apologies, young master. My companion is foul-mouthed. I hope you can find it in you to forgive him." Fang Chen's gaze turned frigid. Had the man merely spoken ill of him, he would have disdained to acknowledge such a lowlife. But since the man had dared to insult Ruxu and the others, Fang Chen would not grant any forgiveness. He raised a hand, cutting the woman off. "The one who insulted my women was him, not you. Why are you the one apologizing? Have him step forward." "What, you want me to apologize?" Viciousness flickered in Yu Tiandu's eyes. Just as he opened his mouth to bark a retort, the young woman glared at him, forcing him to keep silent. "Young master, I am Mu Ying, a rogue cultivator from Mount Kingley in the Great Taking Prefecture. I studied under the venerable Broken Sword for 3 years. I ask that you show some face, and let this matter pass without holding it against my ignorant junior." She believed that by invoking the name of Venerable Broken Sword, the conflict would be quelled. The title of Venerable was one only a Nascent Soul expert was worthy of. Surely this man would know when to yield. "Show you face, I do not even know you," Fang Chen said with icy indifference. The woman spoke of asking for face, yet she brandished the name of Venerable Broken Sword. It was nothing more than an attempt to suppress him with the weight of her background. Mu Ying frowned and said, "Sir, I suggest this matter end here. Do not let it escalate further, for it will benefit no one." Why should Liu Ruxu and the others be forced to endure such humiliation? Were the disciples of the Take, in Great Province, truly so superior? He would not hesitate to slay even the disciples of outworld divine sects, let alone a few rogue cultivators. He stepped toward Yu Tiandu and spoke coldly. "Why do you hide? Do you truly believe someone here can protect you?" Yu Tiandu, who had been suppressing his temper, was now utterly incensed. He complained, "Mu Ying, do you see these barbarians? Reasoning with them is futile. If you show them the slightest courtesy, they assume you fear them and begin to act with intolerable insolence. There is only one logic to use with such people, the logic of the fist." Mu Ying frowned and no longer restrained Yu Tiandu. In her eyes, the youth before her was somewhat ungrateful for her leniency. Her cultivation at the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm was enough to make her a sect master or even a grand elder on this continent, an existence he should normally have to look upon with awe. Out of respect for their shared apprenticeship under the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, she had condescended to speak with him fairly, yet he had shown such blatant disregard. Then let him settle matters with Yu Tiandu himself. Only after suffering a defeat would he learn his place. Seeing that Mu Ying was no longer obstructing him, Yu Tiandu gave a cold snort and strode toward Fang Chen. He said disdainfully, "Boy, have you heard of the frog in the well? A frog gazes up at the sky and believes the well's opening is the entirety of the world. Little do you know, the world beyond is vast and boundless. Regrettably, you are that very frog. Your presence here proves you are among the most elite prodigies of this continent. You pride yourself on looking down upon all, yet before a true prodigy of the great world, you are as laughable as a conceited frog at the bottom of a well." As he spoke, he surged his spiritual power and leapt, effortlessly crossing a distance of 10 zhang. He possessed a remarkably high-level movement technique. On the lands of the 9 sects, such a technique would be earth-shattering, reaching at least 2/3 of Fang Chen's own speed. Mu Ying felt a slight chill and thought to herself, though this man is unpleasant, his mastery of movement techniques is certainly top-tier in Mount Kingley. Only because I have cultivated to the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm can I barely match his speed through sheer spiritual power. The youth before her would soon pay the price for his ignorance.
Whoosh, leaving a trail of afterimages, Yu Tiandu halved the distance between them in the blink of an eye. He glanced at the three women of peerless beauty and grace, a mocking glint appearing in his eyes. Boy, witness for yourself the gulf between a frog in a well and a prodigy of the great world. He raised his palm, already imagining the crimson mark his slap would leave across Fang Chen's face. He imagined the looks of disappointment that would soon cloud the eyes of the three women by the boy's side. He could already picture Fang Chen's humiliation and rage as he took the blow without any power to resist. Yet, to his shock, he saw that the three women remained perfectly composed without a trace of panic, giving him a faint, ominous premonition. Just as he regained his focus, Mu Ying's cry of alarm reached his ears. Watch out. Yu Tiandu was momentarily stunned. When his gaze fell upon Fang Chen, his pupils constricted violently. Fang Chen was already there, having reached him with a speed far exceeding his own. Giving him no time to react, a palm as hard as iron struck his face with thunderous force. Slap! Yu Tiandu heard only the sharp crack of the blow before the world around him began to spin violently. He was sent flying backward, crashing straight into his companions. Mu Ying raised her hand to steady his back, expecting to catch him easily, but the impact was staggeringly powerful. She stumbled back 2 steps, knocking down those behind her before the force was finally spent. Mu Ying stared at Fang Chen in astonishment. His physical strength was no less than that of a martial artist at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Yu Tiandu was still dazed, unable to comprehend what had happened, until the searing pain on his face made him realize he had been slapped back by Fang Chen. You also know movement techniques? Yu Tiandu asked in shock. To be more precise, it was far more profound than his own. Fang Chen said indifferently, a prodigy of the great world, you have indeed impressed me. This frog in the well shall continue to grant you enlightenment. He drew his violet sword and immediately activated his movement technique, leaping forward 15 zhang in a single step. Yu Tiandu's eyelids twitched, and he decisively cowered, shouting, Wait! I will apologize to the 3 fairies right now. Abandoning his previous arrogance, he hurriedly bowed to Liu Ruxu, Liu Qingfeng, and Chen Xiling. Fairies, this one has been reckless with his words. I beg you to show magnanimity and forgive my lowly insolence. Fang Chen halted his advance, narrowing his eyes as he stared at him in silence. Had this person remained as arrogant as before, his concerns would have vanished. Such folly would indicate a lack of wit, making him easy to handle with a mere lesson. Yet seeing him so adaptable, capable of both yielding and prevailing, a sliver of killing intent flickered within him instead. Mu Ying, sensing the shift, wordlessly shielded Yu Tiandu behind her and spoke, Excellency, my subordinate has already offered his apologies. Surely, this matter should reach its conclusion now. Fang Chen fixed his gaze upon Yu Tiandu, and after a long silence, spoke slowly, You would do well to keep him on a tight leash. Next time, the heavens will not grant him another chance to beg for forgiveness. Yu Tiandu kept his head bowed, his hidden countenance veiled in a dark, brooding gloom. When he raised his gaze once more, he had already regained his composure. He offered an apologetic smile, saying, Forgive me, my tongue has a habit of running wild. I swear it shall not happen again. Clack, clack. Outside the pavilion of heavenly secrets, the rhythmic hoofbeats of a spirit beast shattered the mounting tension. Fang Chen cast his gaze toward the hall's entrance, assuming Xia Keoj and Liang Feiyan had finally arrived. Yet the group that entered caused Fang Chen's expression to shift drastically. He retreated instantly behind Liu Qingxian and Liu Ruxu, leaving the 2 maidens utterly perplexed. Was there truly someone in this world whom Fang Chen feared? Had he not claimed that even against a Nascent Soul realm expert, he possessed the means to escape? What then was he hiding from now? Casting a glance at Mu Ying's group, she remained relatively composed in her feminine grace. However, Yu Tiandu and his companions were overcome with terror the moment they saw the newcomers, as if they were beholding a primordial beast of legend. Filled with doubt, Liu Ruxu focused her vision upon the hall's threshold. Amidst a shimmering haze of light, a procession of monks clad in kasayas entered with measured strides. Monks! Why would Fang Chen be afraid of monks? Upon entering, the monks swept their spiritual sense across the pavilion of heavenly secrets before flanking the entrance in 2 rows. With palms pressed together and heads slightly bowed, they stood in a posture of solemn welcome. Then, a faint golden radiance surged forward like a tide, carrying a golden lotus. Floating 3 feet above the ground, untouched by the dust of the mortal world, a young monk draped in a white kesaya stood atop the lotus.
With ruby lips and pearlescent teeth, his features were exquisite. His eyes shone with divine wisdom, flickering with the faint light of the Buddha as he blinked. A single glance into his eyes was enough to wash away all worldly concerns, leaving one oblivious to both honor and shame. Mu Ying's frame trembled as her expression shifted dramatically. She immediately pressed her palms together and bowed, saying, "Senior Fayin." Yu Tiandu and his ilk turned pale, hastily lowering their heads in a respectful salute. The young monk, with his left hand behind his back and his right hand thumbing prayer beads, exuded an air of effortless grace. He turned his gaze and offered a single-handed salute at his chest. "Almsgivers of Mount Kingly, it has been an eternity." The corner of Mu Ying's eye twitched involuntarily. No cultivator within the Great Taking Province would ever wish for a reunion with this Fayin Vajra. Among the various Vajras of the White Horse Temple, Fayin Vajra was the most zealous in delivering souls whenever he wandered the world. Any genius with exceptional talent or rare spirit beast he encountered would be delivered into the Buddhist fold. The last time he expounded the Dharma at Mount Kingly, a genius rogue cultivator who had meticulously hidden his cultivation was merely passing by. Fayin Vajra saw through his facade in an instant, and, with the words "You share a karmic bond with my Buddha," delivered him before the eyes of all. His master ventured to the White Horse Temple to demand an explanation, yet once he stepped through those gates, he was never seen again. Whether he had perished or been delivered, none dared to inquire. Thus the rogue cultivators of Mount Kingly, especially the males, regarded Fayin Vajra as if he were a ferocious tiger, living in constant dread of catching his eye. Fayin Vajra's gaze swept over them lightly, and after a brief appraisal, he withdrew his eyes with tranquil indifference. Evidently, they were not worthy of his notice. Yu Tiandu and the others exhaled a long breath of relief, yet a strange sense of disappointment lingered within them. Yu Tiandu let out a soft sigh. Within the Taking continent, a certain sentiment had become deeply ingrained. Any prodigy who fails to incite Fayin Vajra's desire for deliverance is but a false genius. For every soul delivered by Fayin Vajra eventually ascended to become a powerhouse of the White Horse Temple, manifesting talent that shook the world. Even those who were singled out for deliverance but managed to escape their fate had now become legendary figures across the continent. More miraculously, those renowned geniuses who proactively sought to join the Buddhist fold only to be rejected by him found that their subsequent growth was indeed quite mediocre. It was no exaggeration to call him the yardstick for the geniuses of this generation. One who caught his eye, no matter how obscure, was a true genius. One whom he disregarded, no matter how famous, was merely a hollow reputation. Initially, this belief only circulated among rogue cultivators. The divine sects from beyond the borders remained skeptical. That was until a certain divine sect, lacking any sense of honor, began recruiting disciples one by following Fayin Vajra's list of intended deliverances. As it turned out, every disciple recruited back then was a peerless genius whose brilliance suppressed the other divine sects, causing a massive sensation. Naturally, such a devious maneuver directly incensed the White Horse Temple. The White Horse Temple mobilized in full force, storming their gates to seize those disciples and rendering all their efforts in vain. Since that day, none have dared to question the claim that the Fayin Vajra is the ultimate arbiter of geniuses. Now, as the Fayin Vajra's gaze swept across them, it felt like a cold, merciless sentence. They could not be considered true geniuses, and the sense of defeat they felt was beyond words. The Fayin Vajra then turned his gaze toward the three women, his eyes lingering slightly on Chen Xiling as he spoke. "Female benefactor, your providence is truly extraordinary." Chen Xiling's heart pounded. What a formidable monk to actually sense the presence of the moon venerable within her. Though he might not have perceived it with absolute precision, he had at least discerned some clue of the truth. He then glanced over Liu Qingxian, a smile touching his eyes. This female benefactor also possesses an uncommon providence. Liu Qingxian furrowed her brows. Was the providence he spoke of the Tao imparted within her dreams? Finally, the Fayin Vajra looked toward Liu Ruxu. After a careful observation, a look of astonishment gradually emerged on his face. "Regarding this female benefactor, this poor monk finds himself somewhat unable to see through you. Purple Kai arrives from the east. There should be a benefactor in your destiny. Yet, this purple Kai does not seem to belong to you originally." Liu Ruxu was startled. This monk was incredibly eerie. He could actually vaguely see through the matters concerning her and Liu Ruyan. The Fayin Vajra withdrew his gaze. As if he had discovered something, he descended from his lotus throne with a smile, treading upon the void as he walked directly toward the three women. His gaze bypassed them, and he said with a smile,
Benefactor, you and I share a fated connection.
Damn, Fang Chen's scalp tingled with apprehension. He would rather face Taoist King or Yan Daeon than have any dealings with this fellow. Since he had been discovered, he had no choice but to brace himself and step forward. What a coincidence to run into you even here.
Fang Vajra chuckled. No coincidence at all. All things are governed by the laws of fate. To meet across the vast lands of the demon race, and then to meet again here at the human race's Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. You truly share a fated connection with this poor monk.
Goosebumps broke out all over Fang Chen's body the moment he heard the words fated connection.
What horrified him even more was that the Fang Vajra sensed these two chance encounters were guided by some unseen force in the darkness.
Consequently, the monk began to examine Fang Chen with curiosity, seeking to discover what made him so extraordinary.
Grandmaster Fang, what business has brought your venerable Buddhist presence to our Heavenly Mystery Pavilion?
A clear, bright laugh drifted from afar. It was the pavilion master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion who had sensed the aura of the Buddhist sect and immediately returned from the 10th subterranean floor.
The Fang Vajra withdrew his gaze, pressing his palms together in a greeting. Pavilion master, I trust you have been well since we last met.
The crowd was visibly shaken.
The pavilion master, Fang Chen, immediately looked over. He was a middle-aged man dressed in deep blue robes, possessing clear features and a faint smile upon his face. For a fleeting moment, he gave Fang Chen the same impression he'd had when he first met Li Qingfeng. The arrival of Grandmaster Fang brings great honor to our Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. The pavilion master said with a smile, please come inside the hall for a conversation. He too was uncertain as to why this eminent monk of the Buddhist sect had come to his pavilion.
Surely he hadn't come to convert the disciples.
In its current state, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion could not attract the legendary geniuses of the Great Taking Province. There is no need for such formalities, Pavilion Master, the Fang Vajra said. I have come seeking your assistance with two matters. First, I wish to enter the 10th floor of your esteemed pavilion. The Pavilion Master frowned slightly. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion was rarely opened to outsiders. Smiling, the Fang Vajra drew a golden Buddha statue from his sleeve. He said, this Buddha is a personal artifact of our temple's abbot. It can suppress evil spirits and is surely something the Pavilion Master urgently requires. During my stay at the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, I shall lend this Buddha to you. Joy flickered in the Pavilion Master's eyes, for he could tell at a glance that this was a Buddhist spiritual tool. After a brief moment of thought, he readily agreed. Very well. And what is the second matter? The Fang Vajra said, I wish to commission the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion to mobilize the strength of the 9 sects to help locate a certain person.
Searching for someone again, the Pavilion Master glanced at Fang Chen out of the corner of his eye. Surely he wasn't looking for him too.
On second thought, he gave a slight shake of his head. How could it be such a coincidence that everyone is looking for Fang Chen? Whom is Grandmaster Fang seeking? The Pavilion Master inquired. Vajra Fang surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering briefly upon Mu Ying and the others before he spoke. Let us find another place to discourse. The person he sought was none other than Fang Chen, whom he had missed during their previous encounter. Since he had returned to this continent, he naturally intended to seek him out once more.
However, it was prudent to conduct the search in secrecy.
Otherwise, should the divine sects of the Taking Continent learn that his list for conversion had been updated,
there was no guarantee they would not move covertly to intercept his target.
The master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets nodded slightly in agreement. At that moment, 2 spirit beasts arrived in succession. It was Zia Keoj and Liang Feiyan reaching their destination.
Martial uncle, junior brother Fang.
The two hurried over, their countenances radiating profound joy.
Fang Chen said quickly, pay your respects to the master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets.
Zia Keoj's expression immediately became solemn as she cupped her hands toward the Pavilion Master. Zia Keoj of the Giant Sect pays respects to the master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. She was neither arrogant nor humble, her demeanor remaining tranquil and indifferent. Liang Feiyan, however, was filled with visible excitement. Liang Feiyan of the Myriad Sword Sect pays respects to the master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. The master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets nodded slightly, a trace of a smile appearing. You have arrived sooner than I anticipated. Since that is the case, I shall summon the 4 vice pavilion masters and the administrators. He clapped his hands, and signs of movement began to emerge from the various grand halls scattered across the first level. They shall arrive shortly. the pavilion master said to Vajraphayan, "Allow me to first assign these disciples before I discuss the matter of your search in detail." Vajraphayan nodded. "It matters not. It is a fine opportunity to witness which master these three female benefactors of profound destiny will choose to follow." The master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was taken aback. He had not expected Vajraphayan to hold the three women in such high regard. He had certainly heard the rumors that Vajraphayan served as a judge for the potential of heaven sent geniuses. To receive such an evaluation meant that the three women were undoubtedly extraordinary. Fang Chen truly possessed immense fortune. Not only were these three women of peerless beauty, but their destinies were also exceptional. He beckoned them and said, "All of you, come forward. I shall first explain the regulations to you." The group turned solemn and immediately gathered before the master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. "In my Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, whether one is a vice pavilion master, an administrator, an envoy, or a disciple, there is only one path to obtaining resources merit. Now that you have entered the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, your primary task is to accumulate merit. On this point, the disciples of the 9 sects should have realized the importance of merit during the war between the human and demon races." Fang Chen and the others nodded slightly. They had poured almost all their energy into the pursuit of merit. It was not only an arduous path, but one often fraught with great peril. However, rewards are proportional to one's contributions. This method is the most equitable. It provides a shortcut to changing one's fate for those disciples without background or connections. Fang Chen favored this approach above all. The master of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets continued, "The merit of the pavilion is divided into two primary categories. The first involves missions periodically issued by the pavilion, where one travels among the 9 sects to resolve various matters, much like our envoys." Everyone nodded in understanding. "The second lies within our pavilion's underground world. Exploring unknown regions there will yield merit based on the danger level and the discoveries made. The underground world opens only once a month. It is the sole opportunity to accumulate a vast amount of merit in a short duration." Having finished that explanation, the pavilion master added, finally, regarding the matter of apprenticeship, "I know that some among you were preselected as disciples by certain elders of our pavilion, but you may not necessarily be able to join their tutelage as you desire. For if you are sufficiently outstanding, others will certainly vie for you. According to the rules of our pavilion, you shall belong to whoever claims you first. Prepare yourselves mentally." Fang Chen frowned. He understood the intent behind this rule. It was to protect the disciples. Of the disciples capable of entering the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, which one was not a top-tier genius? If a disciple were selected by several powerful masters at once, choosing one would undoubtedly cause the others to be displeased. Thus the burden of choice was shifted to the masters. Whoever claimed the disciple first won the right, and the disciple could not be blamed by any party. Fang Chen rubbed his nose. "Vice Pavilion Master Yu, Vice Pavilion Master Gu, it seems the two of you must see who is faster. If you fail to choose me, you cannot hold it against me." He exhaled softly. Both Vice Pavilion Masters had clearly expressed their desire to take him as a disciple, and both had been exceptionally kind to him. The 3 copper coins gifted by Yu Yunzi had already protected Fang Chen twice. Not to mention Gu Huaxi's turtle breath cloak. If he were truly forced to choose one over the other, it would indeed be a difficult dilemma. It was well now, he need only remain motionless. In the midst of their discourse, 4 vice pavilion masters and over a dozen stewards arrived in succession. Among them were many familiar countenances. There was no need to mention the 3 vice pavilion masters, Yu Yunzi, Gu Huaxi, and Yi Kangyuan. He was also well acquainted with the 3 commissioners, Lin Yu Heng, Liu Dengcheng, and Wai Ran. Yet, for reasons unknown, not a single disciple was to be seen. Nangong, Zioyan, Wu Manyu, Jian Linyuan, and Leng Qingzhu all had vanished without a trace. The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion swept his gaze over them, his brow furrowing slightly. "Where is Steward Yan Yong? Why has she not arrived?" At that moment, a female disciple of voluptuous stature, clad in long ebony robes and wearing a star and moon pattern upon her face, arrived breathless. "Pavilion Master, my master has encountered a tribulation within the subterranean realm and cannot return for the time being. She has commanded me to return in her stead to recruit disciples." Upon seeing her, Fang Chen instantly recognized her. Was this attire not that of Shang Shikyu from Jian Linyuan's Fellowship of 7? From her words, Fang Chen gleaned a wealth of information. The reason no disciples were present was that they were all exploring the depths of the subterranean realm.
The master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion shook his head slightly.
To allow a disciple to recruit in her place, only she would treat the induction of new blood with such disregard.
Very well. You shall observe on behalf of your master.
However, the bounty is meager while the seekers are many. If you fail to secure anyone later, do not blame the vice pavilion masters and stewards for not showing you favor.
Shang Shikyu hastily cupped her hands. I would not dare. Yet within her heart a flame of frustration smoldered. A grand opportunity to explore the depths and earn merit was being squandered on the recruitment of disciples. As for failing to secure a disciple, since her master cared not, why should she trouble herself?
If she could claim one, she would gain a junior brother. If not, it mattered little.
With these thoughts in mind, she surveyed the new batch of disciples. With a single glance, she beheld Fang Chen, surrounded by 3 maidens. Her eyes brightened instantly. Before she could even utter the name Fang, Lin Yu Heng, standing nearby with a beaming countenance, called out, "You have finally arrived." Fang Chen turned toward the voice and offered a smile, cupping his hands in greeting. Lin Yu Heng pinched Yuan Qingsu's haunches. Go on, greet him. Did you adorn yourself so exquisitely merely to show the empty air?
Yuan Qingsu let out a sharp cry of pain and stepped forward with great awkwardness. Junior brother Fang, it has been a long time since we last met.
Fang Chen gazed upon her in her grand attire, taking a long moment before he recognized her.
He spoke with some astonishment. Truly, after 3 days of absence, one must look with new eyes. Senior sister Yuan's countenance is even more radiant than before. Yuan Qingsu's cheeks flushed a faint crimson. She said bashfully, "Junior brother, I have waited long for you. You must certainly join my master's lineage later." These words, half solemn and half intimate, caused the expressions of those present to turn strange, their gazes flickering between the two. Blushing furiously, Yuan Qingsu retreated behind Lin Yu Heng and whispered, "Master, I shall never be able to show my face in the world of men again." Lin Yu Heng merely smiled without a word. These humiliating lines were, of course, her design, a subtle warning to the various stewards that Fang Chen was the one she had chosen. A plea for her colleagues to show her some face. However, her smile was destined to be short-lived. Gu Huaxi approached, leaning on her staff. "Steward Lin, if you were selecting a son-in-law, I would have naught to say. But in the recruitment of a disciple, it is not the beauty of one's female apprentice that matters, but whether one possesses the strength to govern such a new disciple." Lin Yu Heng's expression stiffened slightly. Could it be, did Vice Pavilion Master Gu also intend to take Fang Chen under her wing? The news of Fang Chen annihilating the entire Giant Sect had been brought back by Yi Kangyuan. He had reported it to the Pavilion Master, who deemed the matter of grave importance and kept it from the public. Instead, he had summoned Lin Yu Heng, who had interacted with Fang Chen many times, to inquire deeply into his character. Thus, until now, only the Pavilion Master, Yi Kangyuan, and she were aware of Fang Chen's feat of destroying the Giant Sect. What did Gu Huaxi mean by questioning whether she could govern Fang Chen? Could it be that word of this deed had already begun to spread in secret? Her eyes flickered as she spoke. "Vice Pavilion Master Gu misunderstands. I merely feel a certain affinity with him." Gu Huaxi let out a cold huff and spoke no more. Yu Yunzi cast a sidelong glance at Gu Huaxi and sent a secret transmission. "Old crone, what are you doing? It is as if you fear others will not realize you have set your sights on Fang Chen." He was utterly exasperated. Originally, the attention of many was fixed upon the paragons from the Taking Great Province. But thanks to Gu Huaxi, anyone with even a modicum of wit could discern her intent to select Fang Chen. This would undoubtedly cause the others to regard Fang Chen with newfound scrutiny. Gu Huaxi also sensed her lapse and sought to cover it. "I simply cannot abide such unsavory atmospheres. I hope that when you select any disciple, you will all contend for them in a fair and honorable manner. Underhanded tactics such as these are entirely unnecessary." Thereafter, he spared Fang Chen not another glance, making every effort to ensure the youth remained inconspicuous. Seeing that the disciples, Vice Pavilion Masters, and Overseers had all assembled, the Master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion spoke. "Let us begin. First, we shall examine your cultivation bases, and then you shall declare your origins. Once that is concluded, you shall all rely on your own merits to compete for the disciples. The 9 sects shall go first." Liu Qingxian had been at the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion for some time, so she naturally stepped forward first. Unleashing her spiritual power, she declared Liu Qingxian of the Azure Cloud Sect, 5th layer of the Golden Core Realm.
Fang Chen was slightly astonished. Impressive. Following the great battle at Boundary Mountain, she had only been at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core Realm in nearly 2 months. She had broken through 2 successive levels. It seemed that Gu Huaxi and Yu Yunzi had bestowed no small amount of care upon her. Liu, Ruxu, and Chen Xiling somewhat bashfully released their cultivation auras. Liu Ruxu of the Azure Cloud Sect, 2nd layer of the Golden Core Realm. Chen Xiling of the Azure Cloud Sect, 2nd layer of the Golden Core Realm. Compared to the others, the cultivation of these 2 women was considered quite meager. Many overseers wore expressions of doubt, failing to comprehend why these 2 were permitted entry into the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Then it was Fang Chen's turn. He cupped his fists and said, I, too, hail from the Azure Cloud Sect, 6th layer of the Golden Core Realm. He unleashed the full weight of his cultivation. Liang Feiyan was startled. What? You actually managed to reach the 6th layer of the Golden Core Realm. Before Fang Chen was taken away, he was merely at the 3rd layer of the Golden Core Realm. Having been a captive of the demon race, his cultivation had not suffered. Instead, it had advanced by leaps and bounds. Zia Keoj also offered a faint, pursed smile. No wonder he could face the Giant Sect all on his own. The 2 of them each displayed their cultivation bases. Liang Feiyan, 5th layer of the Golden Core Realm. In the time that had passed, both of them had advanced by a single level. The master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion nodded slightly, his gaze shifting toward the uninvited rogue cultivator, disciples from beyond the borders. You all should demonstrate your strength as well. Mu Ying led the way, Mu Ying of Mount Kingly, 9th layer of the Golden Core Realm. As her aura manifested, a shock rippled through the crowd. The 9th layer of the Golden Core Realm. She could practically serve as an overseer herself. With a bit of nurturing, she would reach the great perfection of the 9th layer. Her appearance caused an immediate sensation, causing the eyes of many overseers to light up with fervor. Jiangbei Hua, 7th layer of the Golden Core Realm. The prowess of the 7 individuals drew endless sighs of admiration from the onlookers. Such strength surpassed that of the vast majority of elite disciples within the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. And most of these elite disciples were under the tutelage of the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters. Among the overseers present, who could possibly remain unmoved, the master of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion watched them intently and spoke. If you truly seek to join our pavilion with a sincere heart, I welcome you. He did not voice the following sentence, but the meaning was unmistakably clear. Should they harbor any ill intentions, they would surely face severe and merciless punishment. By all rights, the current Heavenly Mystery Pavilion should have long since lost its allure for the disciples of the Taking Grand Province. For so many to arrive so suddenly was highly unusual. Mu Ying cupped her hands and said, We shall lay down our very lives for the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. The Pavilion Master spoke no further. He turned his gaze upon the assembly of Vice Pavilion Masters and Overseers, who were already eager to begin. Each person may choose but one. Observe carefully. Once chosen, there shall be no changes. You are forbidden to snatch what another has already claimed. Whosoever's hand touches a disciple first shall be their master. While the Vice Pavilion Masters and Overseers were excited, the disciples were filled with trepidation, especially Liu Ruxu and Chen Xiling, whose strength, by comparison, would only invite disdain. In contrast, Mu Ying and her companions appeared far more composed and at ease. Particularly those at the 7th layer of the Golden Core Realm, or higher, they fixed their gazes directly upon the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters. Yu Tiandu crossed his arms over his chest and declared with absolute confidence, It is perfect. The 4 Vice Pavilion Masters can each select one of us. The quotas shall be entirely claimed by our Mount Kingly. Mu Ying frowned slightly and said, Maintain a low profile. Do you truly wish to provoke the ire of the 9 sects once more? We have already seized all the spots favored by the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters, and they are already displeased. If they hear such arrogant remarks, they will surely seek to stir up trouble out of nothing. Yu Tiandu curled his lip in disdain. If their prowess is inferior to ours, whom can they blame? The Pavilion Master of Heavenly Secrets exhaled a shallow breath and commanded, Select your disciples. As the words fell, Mu Ying and Yu Tiandu turned toward the 4 Vice Pavilion Masters with smiles on their faces. However, the masters did not soar toward them as they had envisioned. On the contrary, as they watched the group of stewards approach the external disciples, the masters remained preternaturally calm, completely unconcerned that they might be snatched away. It seemed they had long ago set their sights on far superior targets. Chen Zhengdao smiled and beckoned to Liu Qingxian, saying, "What are you waiting for? Why have you not come over?" Beliu City, where Chen Zhengdao originated, was under the jurisdiction of the Giant Sect, and he had been acquainted with Liu Qingxian's father, Liu Wenchen, for many years. Now that Liu Qingxian had entered the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, how could he not provide her with guardianship and care? Liu Qingxian looked back at the ignored Fang Chen, then hurried over and whispered, "Vice Pavilion Master Chen, do you remember that prodigy with the 9th grade spirit root from Solitary Boat City?" Chen Zhengdao asked in wonder. "Naturally, I remember. He even defeated my projection upon the Rising Dragon Path. Nay, he even defeated the projection of the Pavilion Master himself. His potential is truly terrifying. Alas, he is like a divine dragon, revealing its head, but never its tail. I searched for him once more later, but found not a single clue." Liu Qingxian gave a mysterious smile and lowered her voice. "There is no need for regret. He stands before you this very moment." Chen Zhengdao's entire body jolted. His gaze swept across the field and quickly landed upon Fang Chen, who shared an extraordinary connection with Liu Qingxian. "It is him," Liu Qingxian said with a beaming smile. "The others are still unaware. Why do you still hesitate, Vice Pavilion Master Chen?" Chen Zhengdao was overcome with excitement. A being whose potential transcended even the Pavilion Master, even if he lacked the karmic luck to reach the Nascent Soul realm in the future. He could still easily attain the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. For half a year, he had been unable to put this matter out of his mind. He had intended to give up, yet the youth had appeared right before his eyes. "And what of you?" Chen Zhengdao looked at Liu Qingxian with hesitation. At the 5th level of the Golden Core realm, she was not particularly outstanding among the new disciples, and a worthy master might not necessarily take an interest in her.
Liu Qingxian urged him anxiously, "Do not worry about me. As long as he fares well, it is enough. It matters not what becomes of me."
Chen Zhengdao understood immediately. It appeared Liu Qingxian had encountered her true beloved. She was willing to sacrifice her own future on the path of cultivation just to allow her beloved to take one step further. He nodded and said, "Very well," and immediately moved to step forward. But as soon as he moved, he sensed something was wrong. Yao Yunzi, Gu Huaxi, and Yi Kangyuan all shifted their attention toward him simultaneously. This startled Chen Zhengdao, and he hastily halted his steps.
These 3 old fellows were all as cunning as 1,000-year-old foxes.
They were well aware of his relationship with Liu Qingxian. If he were to accept neither Liu Qingxian nor Mu Ying, but chose Fang Chen instead, even a fool could see something was amiss, let alone these 3 old foxes. "Vice Pavilion Master Chen, have you already found a target?" Yao Yunzi's heart tightened slightly with suspicion. What was happening? Why did Chen Zhengdao not recruit Mu Ying? Could it be that he had also made contact with Fang Chen and knew of his various extraordinary qualities? Chen Zhengdao withdrew his step and laughed heartily. "I am also currently troubled, unsure of whom I should choose. Do the 3 Vice Pavilion Masters have any worthy suggestions?" Gu Huaxi leaned on her staff, shaking her head with a face full of helplessness. "There are too many fine disciples, I too am vexed." She deliberately avoided looking at Fang Chen, fearing that Chen Zhengdao and Yi Kangyuan would discover her true intentions. Dealing with the competition from Yao Yunzi was already a headache. If 2 more joined the fray, how could she possibly prevail? With her aging limbs and fragile bones, she could not win a scramble against those 3 other old fogies. Yi Kangyuan's gaze flickered as he said, "In my view, several of the external disciples are quite decent. That Mu Ying and Zhong Beihua are both rare and exceptional heroes." Chen Zhengdao nodded in agreement. "Vice Pavilion Master, ye speaks with reason. Please proceed. The 3 of you I shall not compete with you." Yao Yunzi and Gu Huaxi also nodded, each deferring to the others with false modesty. "It is better to leave them to you. I already have enough fine disciples, so I shall not contend with you." Yi Kangyuan also added, "I shall yield them to you all as well." After the choice was passed around the circle, the 4 old foxes fell into silence, each warily watching the other 3, none daring to make a reckless move. They feared that the moment they moved, they would expose their intended target and incite the other 3 to fight for them. "Mu Ying, you shall join my banners. Zhong Beihua shall be mine. Yu Tiandu is mine." One after another, disciples were chosen by the deacons. The 4 grew somewhat anxious. With the disciples at the 7th layer of core formation already taken, the most dazzling talent remaining was naturally someone at the 6th layer like Fang Chen. Yu Yunzi's eye twitched. Dropping the facade entirely, he declared, "Vice Pavilion Master Yi, Vice Pavilion Master Chen, let us not speak in riddles." Have you already set your sights on a preferred target? Chen Zhengdao narrowed his eyes and countered, Vice Pavilion Master Yu, Vice Pavilion Master Gu. It appears you both have favored targets of your own as well. Gu Huaxi's heart tightened. Gripping her walking stick, she began circulating the spiritual energy within her body.
Could it be the three of you? Have our eyes fallen upon the exact same person? Yi Kangyuan narrowed his gaze, spiritual energy surging beneath his feet. It would be best if it were not.
Chen Zhengdao's heart went cold with dread. He feared it truly was the very same person. He decisively circulated the spiritual energy within his body, ready to strike at a moment's notice.
Yu Yunzi discreetly gathered his spiritual energy, his tone laced with profound meaning. If that is the case, then we must each rely on our own abilities.
With words pushed to this edge, it was all but explicitly declared that the target of all four was identical Fang Chen.
However, none dared to make the first move to snatch him away. Whosoever moved first would inevitably suffer the simultaneous interception of the other three, thereby squandering their chance. Only the one who bided their time and calculated their strike would have the final laugh.
Thus the four glared fiercely at one another, locked in a motionless, tense standoff.
Each of them was waiting for another to make the first move.
Amidst the bustling scene of deacons fervently fighting over disciples, the complete stillness of these four appeared incredibly eerie.
Fang Chen was somewhat dumbfounded. Why did the situation feel so amiss?
Did Vice Pavilion Master Yu and Vice Pavilion Master Gu not claim they wished to take him as a disciple?
Why were they standing utterly still? Surely they were not simply toying with him. Just as he was pondering this mystery, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Fang Chen turned his head to look.
It was Shang Shikyu. Beneath her mask, she wore a faint, teasing smile, her voice filled with mockery.
Junior brother Fang, why is it that nobody wants you?
An expression of absolute awkwardness washed over Fang Chen's face.
While the other disciples were snatched up like highly coveted treasures, he stood completely ignored like a lifeless wooden stump. He could not help but say sheepishly, I have made a fool of myself before senior sister Shang. Shang Shikyu crossed her arms over her chest, supporting her heavy curves as she bantered, Tesk, Tesk, Tusk.
To think that the young hero who once single-handedly fought an entire army of the demon race, along with a demonic general, is now completely unwanted here in the Tianji Pavilion.
How truly pitiful! Fang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Senior sister Shang, please stop making fun of me. I originally had an agreement with two of the Vice Pavilion Masters, but looking at it now, they may have changed their minds.
Vice Pavilion Masters, and two of them, no less.
Shang Shikyu instantly erupted into peals of laughter, trembling like a blooming branch in the wind. The voluptuous curves of her chest bouncing up and down in a rather eye-catching manner.
Ha ha ha, two Vice Pavilion Masters.
As expected, senior sister Leng was entirely correct. There are two things a man can never forsake: his life and his pride. It seems junior brother Fang cannot escape this vicious cycle either. Fang Chen was rendered speechless. He was not lying, after all. All right, I shall stop teasing you. Shang Shikyu reined in her laughter. You are actually quite formidable, you know. To have defeated senior sister Leng at the 5th layer of core formation, while you were merely at the 2nd layer.
Now that you have reached the 6th layer, your strength must be even more extraordinary. These old fogies simply lack the vision to see true talent. They are merely snobs looking down on others.
The greater good. That's the Orthodox sect's favorite excuse for crushing an innocent elder's throat.
But the second Fang Chen turns the Giant Sect into a literal slaughterhouse. Suddenly, he's the merciless demon. Bro, Kong Yuanba really thought he was the main character, cooking his entire lineage over a bruised ego.
We just witnessed absolute cinema, but at a terrifying cost. By weaponizing lethal poison and threatening a nascent soul powerhouse with aphrodisiacs, Fang Chen's humanity is bleeding out with every swing of his violet sword.
He is fully embracing the dark forest laws of the Tao.
So I demand you answer this: when the righteous paths act worse than demons, is Fang Chen's transformation into a cold-blooded butcher a tragic corruption of his soul, or the absolute only sane evolution to survive a broken world?